Listen, I have been recording this asshole since August. And everything that he says, everything that he does, it's 100% Elon. I don't
Look,
understand why you think it can't be his burner
for a
account.
second, assume that they're not the same person. This statement guy clearly has an incentive to say similar things to him. Like he's getting all kinds of attention. But I would like to see, dude. I'm sure. I know you're capable of it. But like, dude, just go map their tweets, map their live streams, and try to pinpoint if they are the same person when it is this person sleeps.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know what to tell you,
I
but
think
I do this every single day.
Person, they literally don't sleep.
I already do this every single day, and like, you can go to adriandittman.com and learn for yourself that Elon is Adrian.
Yeah.
You can watch their Christmas. You can watch the New Year's Eve special.
I was in a space with both of them speaking at the same time, talking over each other.
Really?
Now look, I know you can say, yeah. I know you can say, oh, well, this could be digitally altered, and yeah, sure, it could. There could be some voiceover, whatever thing. But then, like at that point, then like, what do we even trust? What do we believe? Everything could be.
But his own daughter said it. What is it?
His own mother said it. His mother in the space said they were both speaking. His own mother couldn't tell which one was who.
Really?
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, they do. They sound very similar.
Really?
There's no denying that.
Really?
Shut up, Edmund.
They sound very similar.
They do. Their laughs are totally different.
Really?
Their laughs couldn't be farther from apart, dude. Their laughs sound nothing the same. Nothing the same at all. Not even close.
Really?
Edmund, did you go to high school?
Huh?
I asked Edmund, did you go to high school?
Did I go to high school?
Yeah.
Of course I went to high school.
Of course I went to high school.
Were you a bully? Were you a bully?
I'll be right back.
Huh?
I don't think you guys can hear me.
Yeah. No, we can hear you.
Purpose ignoring me, okay? It's okay, I'm used to it.
There you are.
I'm used to people ignoring me.
I know. Oh, we're happy.
Sorry. I'm making coffee.
What's sorry?
Yeah, I don't know, Lou, like, you haven't spent as much time on this as I have, not even a fraction. And I mean, I have every Instagram for months and YouTube's for months. Like, I have just been recording him so extensively that, it's like coming to a clubhouse room and just listening to somebody for years deny that there's somebody else.
So
And
just
you're
pull them up. 15 on the back, 11 in the front. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm open to being wrong. It's just it would be very difficult to convince me. I'm not totally opposed to it, but then like the recording that I have, you'd have to explain that. I'm not saying you can't with AI and whatnot, but like you would have to explain that. And at that point, which I think is very possible to do, by the way. I think it's very possible. I think we're encountering people constantly online that like might not actually be themselves or like even people. But I don't see the incentive for someone like Elon Musk to have a burner account where he sounds exactly like himself. What's the point?
I hear you, but I think this nigga goes back and forward. Oh, sorry, I used the N-word.
You know how
Yeah,
that makes
I
me
mean,
feel, Abby?
I don't know what to tell you. The fact that they don't just sound alike, but the fact is they sound identical, and they are 100% the same person. You can go on YouTube now and search, because I'm not the only one that has discovered this. But I discovered
You're
this
one of
back
the
in
early
August.
ones. I'll say this. You are one of the early ones.
Why would Adrian
But
Dittman block every single account I have? It's because he doesn't
because
want
he thinks you're a
unrecorded
creep.
conversations recorded.
No, all of his conversations were recorded. What are you talking about? The
No,
dude
his
has,
conversations
like,
are on
several 100,000
unrecorded.
followers.
Lou,
Okay.
I'm beginning to think that one of the reasons why you may have some difficulties in life is because you love to talk.
Yeah. That might be it.
Well, he loves to sleep too.
That's a what?
You
See,
love to sleep.
Yeah,
Abe,
I do.
let's say that I'm right and you're wrong, and Elon
Okay.
Musk is Adrian Dittman, and every night for the next year, this fat steak-eating piece of shit big talker is going to continue pontificating, philosophizing, and farting in his Tesla.
Okay.
I guess my point is, like, you should be recording him as well and putting him on YouTube in the same way that I'm doing it, because if you were to do that, you may listen. He says things that in clips are so ridiculous that every time he goes online every night, he opens himself up to ruining his reputation.
Mm-hmm.
It's unbelievable. And the fact of the matter is, like, the Laura Loomer videos that I shot with him fighting with Laura Loomer, like, those are doing well because you have a woman's voice conflicting with Elon, and you're like, fuck, that is Elon, and this is ridiculous. And he is a petty little fucking angry, obnoxious person.
I still don't see the motive. Like, why? What is? Especially now, the cat's out of the bag, right? Let's say there was a motive to be able to go and shitpost. The cat's out of the bag now. So, like, what's the motive? Why even continue streaming or doing what he does on that account? It just doesn't make any sense.
It's the dopamine. It's the talk therapy. Every night he gets high as fuck.
Right, but he's not. There's nothing that prevents him from doing that on his account. And if everyone
He has
knows
200 million followers, it would crash.
It's also identity thing. But it's not confirmed that is Elon Musk. And he can be ridiculous. Whereas with Elon Musk, he has a name. He needs to hold a reputation. I don't know much about Adrian Dittman's, at least the idea of it.
He sounds like Elon. He has basically all of the same views for the most part as Elon. But I think a lot of that's manufactured. He's an intelligent guy. He is. He's not stupid.
Oh, well, I just wrote Adrian Dittman, and it's Times of India says, like, did Elon Musk make an alt account named Adrian to praise blah, blah, blah? Elon Musk's supposed burner accounts, including voice analysis.
Yeah. See, this is the thing when you think you heard Elon talking to Elon or talking over each other. Like that, I've seen that YouTube clip. Like, you're repeating a memory, and it doesn't really matter to me, like, what that video is or what it says.
I mean, I have the recording because I remember Alex Jones broke it and was like, "Oh, it's Elon Musk."
He's friends. Yeah, he's friends with Alex Jones.
However long ago it was, and then I don't know which account, like something Doge, one of not the department of whatever, but one of those other accounts that's very close to Elon.
He says things on the burner account that he cannot say under the Elon account. He is the CEO of major publicly traded corporations. He cannot use his name. He has to use a burner account.
Yeah.
But the fact of the matter is, the voice recognition, like, there's a lot of keyword signatures in his voice pattern recognition, and those are, like, easily identifiable. He says certain words in a certain way that if you hear Elon say those words, it is 100% a match. Your
Right,
voice,
but
your voice signature
I get
recognition
that.
is as unique as your fingerprint.
Well, okay, but the signature recognition versus the type of words that you're using are two different things.
No, your voice signature recognition is as unique as a fingerprint
I'm not
marker.
disagreeing with that. I'm saying that your voice, analyzing someone's voice, and analyzing the words that they use, obviously are two different things.
No, not.
And yes, it is.
How?
Okay, so you can say a sentence and I can say a sentence, and you can look at those words. They're the same words. The way you say them is very different than the way I say them. One's a voice analysis, which would be, oh, this is John, this is Lou. Another one is just analyzing what words we're using.
So this is the thing. If Elon Musk says elephant and then Adrian Dittman says elephant and it's a total match, you don't think that that's the same person? I mean, I gotta tell you, like you're so wrong on this one, and like the fact that you are still in disbelief, even though they sound identical, and he doesn't just talk about like erroneous things like the weather. He's talking about everything that Elon wants to talk about, and so, anyways, it's kind of a dead argument at this point, but. I'm still doing what I'm doing because I believe that when you record one of the richest men in the world in an unrecorded space, and I have all the recordings, and all you have to do is go to YouTube and type in Adrian Dittman, you can see hundreds of my videos of him acting the fool.
So what? Park in front. I park in the front. Okay. What's the crossroads? Okay. Sorry, okay. That has only one display, which is okay. Two or three stacks back. Okay. Okay. Hello?
Yeah, if you spend as much time talking to that guy as you do filming Elon Musk, aka Adrian Dittman, you might actually figure out that Adrian Dittman is Elon Musk.
Were you a bully in high school?
Was I a bully?
Yeah.
No.
Have you always been like this?
A bully?
Yeah.
I wouldn't say I'm a bully. I would say I'm like.
No, you're really nice. You're really
he's just very intelligent, and he's a little too arrogant with his intelligence.
No. He's not. I think he can be humble too sometimes, but there is something in your behavior that at some point you love to insult the other person.
Yeah, because
I don't know if you do that on purpose or.
No, it's the internet. It's the internet. Because this is why Elon Musk does his Adrian Dittman thing.
Your real life interactions too.
In the real life, I don't want to make fun of people, obviously, but on the internet,
you do.
I love making fun of people. Yeah.
Yeah, but I feel like in real life, since you said something about your interaction with your mom or with the girlfriends. Or
no, my mom again. When I put my mom on Clubhouse and I'm live streaming, she's just as open to, she doesn't know she's on the internet, so.
Yeah, no, that is not good. You shouldn't put your mom in danger like that.
Danger?
I mean, not a danger.
If somebody goes to her house and tries to do something, they better bring the fucking first army because my mom has fire breath and she'll just eat you.
Do you think your mom will like me?
See, my mom loves talking to people, and if she knew that Clubhouse existed, you'd be listening to her yapping right now.
I would love to talk to your mom.
Oh my god, I would have so many questions.
Me too.
She would tell you exactly, what she thinks. She's like, I just had her on here talking to my friend Paul, and she's like, she says hi, and then she goes immediately into what she wants to talk about. She doesn't really care.
That. Introduce me to your mom.
We could call her right now if you really want.
Yes, I want to.
Well, it's going to be 8 a.m. there, so it'll be a little early.
Okay, let's wait a little bit and I'll call her. I'll say I'm your girlfriend. Let's see what she's going to say.
No, she's gonna say, "You're dating my son? Run for the fucking hills! He's broke."
That's right.
I would say I'm into broke men.
Broke,
She
bald,
is into
aging.
broke men, that's true.
Yeah, I am into broke men.
Well, that's because you have no class.
That's not
Oh my god. Okay, Diego.
Listen, you can call me Diogany Spooner.
Every single one of his names begins with an A.
Yep.
Aside from mine.
We're the AAA.
Is this the gay Pamela?
Yeah.
No.
He does stuff.
This is the straight Persian magus of the Zoroastrian fires.
Zoroastrian.
If you're a straight up Zoroastrian from the fires, do you have a pussy?
I have many pussies. Or rather, pussy cats.
That's fine.
Listen, the Zoroastrian faith has everything to do with the pussy.
It's called Mithras.
Mistress.
The myth of the pussy.
No, Mithras. Mithras. Sol Invictus Mithras. The Lord of Light.
The strip club by
The
me,
Lord of Light.
they have the winged orb over the stage, which is really the clitoris and the labia. And so all the women at the strip club, what they're doing is they're dancing to God underneath the pussy.
Car in New Orleans, I believe. Are you talking? Listen, do you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Adrian? Guys. Yeah, so basically, you know, there was also one of the Elon Musk's cars, the Cybergen, or whatever cars, the automatic driving
Cybertruck.
ones. Cybertruck, bingo. That exploded outside the Trump Hotel. And then later they pinpointed it that both of these vehicles that were used for it, whether it was the Tesla or whether it was the terrorist that were the one terrorist was driving, basically they were both rented from an app called Toro. Toro app, it must be big in America, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I've used it.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
No, it's not that big,
Yeah,
but it's like it's a app that you can just rent a car it's like a peer-to-peer car rental app.
Yeah, so both of the vehicles, whether it was the one that blew up outside the Trump Hotel or whether it was the one that the terrorists were driving, they were both rented from that Toro app, apparently.
Yeah, I mean that's interesting. That app isn't big enough. I mean it could still be a coincidence, but the app isn't that big where like everybody knows about it. So yeah, it's a little weird. Also, I don't know. I mean, it's another thing too. Like you'd have to look and see like what do you need to be able to rent on that app. Like I'm guessing a driver's license, but like I wonder like how much do they actually verify that's a valid driver's license? If they don't verify like too deep into that, then it's understandable why someone might use that app. But both of them the same day. I haven't looked into this. I only heard about it this morning, so I don't know.
There's no questions asked when you use it. So if you go to a rental place, they ask
Really?
you, what are you going to do with the car? How far are you planning on traveling? They ask you a lot of like, inquisitive questions when you rent from a rental car business, an established rental car business. Toro, you just pull up to the car and you open the door with the Bluetooth. And, like you said, you do have to
Oh, really?
do the driver's license and some other verification checks because they don't want somebody stealing it. But why they decided to use Toro versus like a rental car company, it's just ease of access. And then they got access to larger trucks. So they may not have gotten access to those larger trucks just going to a rental car company.
Well, the apps, they've done a lot. Because I remember when I had my like little route business that I owned, I needed to rent a box truck, and that was one of. I remember coming across that app, and there wasn't anything like with Bluetooth or anything like that. It was still a very, very new app. It seemed. There wasn't like a lot of listings on it at all.
Yeah. So the controversial shit that Elon said yesterday is that he believes he's making a prediction that there will be an increased amount of terrorist attacks in the United States in 2025. and he said, "Do not go out anymore. He's just stay at home. Don't go to bars. Don't go to events." And that he enjoys just staying home, and he can't stand being in large public settings, especially with large amounts of people that he doesn't know. And then he went on to talk about um, he just says so many like cringe weird things where you're like, doesn't he know that he's being recorded, and doesn't he know that
Of course
everybody
he
knows
does.
he's Elon Musk?
Look, did anyone on Twitter that had like 100,000 plus followers? I would think they all assume they're being recorded anytime they're in a space. Look, you're a perfect example on Clubhouse. Anyone in a room with you knows they're being recorded.
Yep.
It's just yeah. So like this is why I don't see. I just don't see that it's him. Aside from thinking that they sound different, even though I acknowledge they sound very similar, I just don't see the use case for it.
They sound
Like he has,
identical.
yeah.
And he flips back and forth from account to account, and he's also retweeting his own Elon shit, and vice versa. So if you just look at the pattern usage on both accounts, you'll see that it's the same person. It is 100% Elon. I mean, why? Like, there is nobody called Adrian Dittman, and that's the reason why I'm not doing like identity impersonation. It's because it's a non-playable character. The only reason I'm doing all this is because of the Roger Mayhem thing. Because I changed my name on Clubhouse to Roger Mayhem. I was like, how can they delete Roger Mayhem when it's a non-playable character? Like, this is not a real human being. Why are they deleting me? And then I was like, basically, I came to the same conclusion with Adrian, and I was like, well, that's the thing. I'm cross-platforming, and they can't get rid of me. And he even called me a parasite, and he's the host. But I own Adrian Dittman.
So isn't that place that everyone here has the same sentiments as he does? And he has no idea he cannot get rid of Adrian. I mean, Edmund.
Yeah, he has literally blocked and suspended a dozen of my X accounts, Abe. I mean, it's because he knows what I'm doing. He knows my face even.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Like the exact thing that you're doing is he has the same incentive to do the things that mimic Elon Musk. It's the same exact incentive. Like you have the incentive of people thinking this guy's the same person because that's why you went out and bought the AdrianDittman.com and all that shit. He has the same incentive to have people think that
I can
he's
prove
Elon
it to
Musk
you.
because he's going to get a lot of traffic.
I know you're not keeping up on this in the same way that I am, but
I don't think anyone is the same way that you are.
Oh, really? So if you go to Google and you do what's called research, and you just type in Adrian Dittman and spend a few minutes scanning what's in the Google algorithm, you'll confirm what I'm saying. But somebody did a Whois search of AdrianDittman.com, and as well as the email, and they found out it's the same exact last four digits of the telephone number. So they actually confirmed that Adrian and Elon are using the same telephone number. I don't know how much more evidence I need to provide, but I hope I was succinct, and I am complete.
See, that's the most interesting information I've heard so far, that they might be the same person. Because that is very odd.
Listen, I know, again, you're not spending like 20 hours a week, or at least 30 hours a week like I am.
Why would you know domains very well? Why would a billionaire? I don't understand why. So what did they do? They looked up ElonMusk.com and AdrianDittman.com? Because
I'd have to get you the link to the research.
Yeah, but like who is, like, you can pay to have that hidden.
I know it's the privacy seal, but I don't even know if he did the privacy because he's so cheap. You have to realize he wants this to be an inside joke. And the more he denies it,
but it's not an inside joke anymore.
It is an inside joke. And every day in every way on every episode, somebody says the news is saying you're Elon again. He says fucking fake news, motherfuckers. Listen, dude, this is what makes it a game. Like, the fact that we're talking about it makes this fun. It's like looking at somebody with a mask on, like that Masked Singer show, and saying, oh, that's Ariana Grande. That's Ariana Grande. I know that's Ariana Grande. And then and then everybody else is like, that's not Ariana Grande. And then when she takes the fucking hat off, everybody's like, oh my God, how did you know it was Ariana Grande? And then the person's like, well, it sounds like Ariana Grande.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
him,
okay,
dude.
so
Why
the
why wouldn't he have a burner account?
Elon Musk, this doesn't even go to a website, so
I know it's parked at GoDaddy. He registered it at GoDaddy. And he talked about GoDaddy one day. He's like, I should buy that fucking piece of shit and just call it yeah, daddy. He's like, why the fuck did they call it GoDaddy? I don't understand.
I don't know why they call it GoDaddy. I used to work for GoDaddy. I don't even know why they call it GoDaddy. It used to be called what was it? It used to be called something that's not very well brand. It used to be called like something domains. Oh my God, God is in the room.
It's weird. There's so many accounts that only stay in the audience.
No, well, I think you're gonna start seeing a lot more, especially in Twitter Spaces with these agents now, AI agent.
I mean, Abe, they've literally said we have a fucking Fed filming us like every single conversation.
See, you do a not so bad Elon impression yourself.
That's because I've been listening to him for quite a while.
That's not bad.
I mean, I'll just go to YouTube and type in Adrian Dittman with the 2 T's and the 2 N's, and you'll see my videos. And like, some of my videos are like Elon Musk having a bipolar manic episode over Diablo 4. And he's like, this is so fucking stupid. Why the fuck would Blizzard, like, you'll just listen to it and you'll be like, dude, that's totally Elon.
Yeah.
You
No,
know,
the first thing he did was praise Elon. It's crazy. Like when I was going live with you. No, it's weird. Like he doesn't have to do that. In the way he praised him.
but he has every incentive
It's
to.
unnatural. It's unnatural.
No, I don't think it's unnatural for some person to praise a billionaire, especially when they're like
all the fucking time.
Yeah, I mean, look, dude. I remember the space that I was in with him, both of them. Assuming they're separate people.
Oh, like as if that's your god. Hi. Hey, Abby, I talked to. See how Zach lies. What happens? You see how he lies? Like, why did he? He told me last night, right? He did the same shit again. What did he do to you? Remember he said he blocked you? Yeah. He blocked you again. Ah, fuck it. Ask him why he did it. Hey, Lil, hey. What's up, TL? Oh, well, yeah. Is it because of Nita?
No, it's because of me.
So you're lucky I cannot say the N-word right now.
Why?
Because Adrian is streaming.
Lou, I gotta say though that like the fact that you can hear, somebody use a profile that says they're not who they are, but yet it sounds just like who they are. The cognitive dissonance of like not believing that that person is that person just because their PTR doesn't have a picture of that person and etc. It's like it does blow my mind that people don't have the intelligence to basically do voice pattern recognition and say, yep, that's the same person. Like imagine if we were to do a test, like an actual synthesized test, and like the results would show like 90% of people believe that Adrian is Elon. Because I'm a video producer. I don't need this. I use my intuition. I go quick. I don't need to do scientific testing to determine Elon's identity as Adrian. Like, even talking about it is enough for me.
So then what's the point of you like breaking the story then?
I'm not trying to break the
Like
story. You got to realize he's doing an unrecorded conversation every night. I am filming the Elon Musk podcast. That's what I'm doing. Do you understand now?
Yeah.
I'm telling you, this is like a gift from God.
That's
Imagine
cool.
like Elon Musk coming to your front door and saying, "Hey, I'd like you to film me every night because I go on unrecorded spaces, and yeah, if you want to make a podcast about my show, like that's cool." And I'd be like, "Great, thanks, Elon." He's like, "I'm not gonna pay you anything, of course." And I'd be like, "I know you won't. You're cheap as fuck." And he'd be like, "Exactly, but good luck filming all my free shit every night. Thank you very little."
Hmm.
Uh, not really unrecorded anymore, right? Once you're recording it.
Well, I'm the only one doing the whole thing, like, and doing snippets. Like, I'm producing,
You really think
directing.
that? You think with the amount of attention it's got in the last like 2 weeks, you really think you're the only one that's recording every single space?
I hate to tell you this, but if you go to YouTube, I'm the
There's like
dominant.
5,000.
I'm the
Yeah,
dominant content creator.
no, that doesn't mean shit.
I have no audience. People that have huge audiences are talking about it. But you got to understand, I have exclusive footage. I'm the only one that's been recording him since August.
But I need to quickly call my mom. She asked me something. I'll be back.
All right, we'll wait.
Yeah, you can continue. I'll be back.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Anyways, Ape, like I'm not here to lie or to like scam or like what I'm doing and what I'm
do you
telling
mean?
you is like my
You
honest
do
truth.
scam movie.
Well, that
Yeah,
was
I
with.
believe that you believe that.
Okay, good.
I don't think you're like. I don't agree. I disagree.
I
I
know.
don't think they're the
I know.
same person.
I know. You think it's just some random loser in Germany who happens to sound like Elon and is obsessed with Elon and knows everything that Elon's doing, and therefore he's like living this alternate fake Elon life. I get it.
Yeah, I don't think it's difficult to know basically what Elon's doing.
Really? Do you know
Yeah.
where my right hand is right now?
If I were to pull up YouTube, I'm sure I could find out.
No, you can't because it's below the surface level. Oh, hi Simon. Simon's a genius. He knows that Elon's Adrian.
What's the objective at stake on this? On what? Is Elon Musk, Adrian Dittman, are they the same person?
Yes.
Oh God.
No, I honestly I have no idea what the hell that whole thing is.
It's a bunch of schizophrenic people that think they're the same person,
Listen,
and that Elon is using a burner account, except from their perspective, the whole world knows now that it's a burner account. Yeah, it still serves the same purpose. Like I don't get it. I don't.
He doesn't get it.
I could understand it like 6 months ago when the dude wasn't very big. I could see it then, but like now, they're like half of Twitter thinks it's literally him. So it's effectively not a burner account.
all right, put it in the chat. This is the Nick Fuentes Laura Loomer clip that I filmed. You can watch that. It's 3 minutes long. It's indisputable that Elon.
Can you just play it? Play it.
No, the quality of audio is so bad.
I know, but I can't look at my phone right now.
Oh, well, it doesn't really matter. You'll see one day, and it's already came out. The past, like the whole Laura Loomer thing, definitely made it public that Elon is using Adrian Dittman, as his burner account.
She believes it too.
Huh?
She believes it's the same person.
Yeah, she knows it's Elon, and they've met at Mar-a-Lago. They know each other, and he hates her, and she hates him. This is life.
Well,
It's like Clown House.
She's easy to hate.
I agree. She's like, she goes on. This was on New Year's Eve. I filmed the whole New Year's Eve thing. I call it the Elon Musk New Year's Eve special. And she's like, what are you doing tonight, Adrian? Are you going to a fantastic party? And he's like, I think we're just gonna live stream on X all New Year's Eve. She's like, I'm just sitting on my couch because that's the safest thing to do. There's so many drunk drivers on New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
It's true, man.
True.
New Year's Eve, like,
That is true.
it's terrible.
Yeah.
I went to this girl's house on New Year's Eve, and at 3 in the morning, and I'm trying to like get into her house, and she's not picking up, and all these gunshots I can hear in the distance. Boom, 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 boom. I'm like, dear God, please open your fucking door.
Did you get in?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Anyways, again, Ape, Simon, I know you guys probably think I'm a fucking dunce, but, you know, for me,
Well, I don't
filming,
think you're a dunce. I think you're one of the more intelligent people I've met on this app.
well, Simon might think I'm a dunce. But anyways, the point
No,
is,
I honestly don't think you're a dunce. I just think you're fucking annoying.
yeah, I
That's
know.
not nice.
It's part of my shtick. But, you know, I think you're dry, so, I mean, together we make, you know, slime. But the point is, just go to adriandittman.com. You can see my New Year's Eve special.
Okay.
And I guess the second point is, like, if you guys want to film exclusive content, you know, it's like pay-per-view every night. This fucking guy is going live every night. To me, it's like a pay-per-view event, and it's
Nobody
unrecorded.
wants to pay for it.
Well, listen, I'm done with domains. I'm done with web development. All I want to do is
No,
platform
you're
to
not.
platform.
No, you're not.
Oh,
You're
I'm
thinking
done.
of buying domains.
I'm done. Trust me. I
No,
can't
you're
afford
not.
it. I have 300 domain names. I can't even afford the
Oh my
$20
God,
a
dude.
year renewal.
How the fuck do you even, what do you
It's
do for
addicting.
work, bro?
It's addicting, bro. I had at one point when I worked at GoDaddy, I got like close to 100. I had close to 100
Yeah.
domains.
I
Yeah.
have like 6 domains. Like that's
I know,
as
Simon,
far as
because
it's
you're
gonna go.
probably heavily medicated on psychiatrics, so like you're, you know, always thinking pragmatically.
No, I don't take any medication.
Really? You don't take shits for 2 days. My memory is sharp like your turds.
No, 7 days.
7 day? You don't use the
3
pooper
to
for
5
7
days.
days?
You said you shit once a week, bro.
I said I never said that. People
Yes,
say
you
that.
did.
No, I didn't.
2 days
Actually,
becomes
it's-
7 days.
It's anywhere between, like, let's say, like, sometimes 2, but like in between 3 to like 5 days.
But not sometimes 7.
No, I've never gone 1 week without shitting. That's insane.
I don't believe you.
Okay. That's right. But yeah, no, bro. It's all about the meats.
That's fine.
Oh, Simon, you know, I know you said you're an atheist, that like you lost God when you were in the 3rd grade or something, but you know, I have spent a lot of money and time in books about, you know, theology and philosophy and God. And I got to tell you, dude, I don't know who you are, but you know, you sound like a nice person, and I think you're Jewish, so I would really encourage you
Not
to
Jewish.
read, huh?
I'm not Jewish.
Well, what, you're not?
No.
I thought you're like a French Jew or something.
No, I'm an Italian Catholic.
Oh, really? Oh, so wait, you are something.
Well, I was raised Catholic, and my entire heritage is in Italian.
Well, anyways, the point, you know, from man to man, you know, I know I'm older than you. I assume I'm older than you.
You're definitely older than me.
Yeah. Well, the point is, don't give up on God, because it's actually the whole purpose of life, and it's the biggest debate, you know, in terms of debates. But you should read this book called Tanya, because psychologically
How do
and
you spell that?
logically, Tany, it's by Rabbi
By
Shapiro.
Rabbi Shneur Zalman Nabuliyad.
Yeah, but get the Rabbi Shapiro version, because it gives you modern day footnotes. And it's a very quick read, but logically speaking and psychologically speaking, it kind of, in my opinion, it basically settles the God debate using like particle physics.
Oh, I know. I've tried to have this with Simon. He just refuses.
Well, the thing is, it's to your detriment not to at least explore it, because even if you want to have the debate about God, you should know what the opposing party, says and thinks. So it's just for your enlightenment, really. That's all I'm trying to
For
pass
sure.
to you this morning.
When you say particle physics, is it geared specifically around the Higgs boson?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
It's
So
about
you still call that
it's
the
about
particle
meditating on the infinity and spaciousness of the universe, and knowing that there's like a unity, in physics. So like even the emptiness, the vacuum, the void, the dark matter, it still the nothingness is responsible for the somethingness. So like our planet and then everything that surrounds it, the empty space, like we can't have a planet without the space, and the space you can't have without, maybe you can have the space without the planet, but it's
Yeah, I see.
it's the I Ching.
That's an incorrect concept of space. Then.
Okay, go ahead, explain, because I know you like this stuff, so that's why I bring it up. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I like space is just the distance between one unit to the other. It isn't like however you just framed it.
So which part do you disagree with?
Well, him saying the infinite, not the infinite. Sorry, I don't know how he phrased it, but whatever he just said, the concept.
I said
of
that
space
there's
that
dark
you're
matter. There's dark matter in the emptiness. So technically,
Yeah,
it's not
yeah,
empty,
yeah.
is what I'm saying. But anyways, I'm just saying, if you believe in God, it's like a mysticism or like a magic. So it's very indigenous and like, natural sciences, as opposed to modern. I mean, you could say it's like modern day foo-foo or spiritual enlightenment and make fun of it, but the whole point is God brings joy and brilliance. So from brilliance I came, and to brilliance I return. This is like Zen philosophy, Japanese psychology. You should really study Zen as well. I mean, I think you're missing the boat, both of you guys.
I don't think.
I
think
I
God,
believe
the
in
way
God.
it's described. I think the way God is described in today's, or in like pretty much all the modern day books is basically just.
Yeah, but what is that? How is that relevant? How is that relevant to whether there's a creator or not?
So if you
Well,
believe, Simon, if you believe in the creator, wouldn't you want to model the creator and create? Like, I know you do some creative things. Don't you see that what you're doing is essentially the same thing that God the creator does, which is create?
I don't get that. No, I don't understand that.
Well, how would you know? How would you know of God if it wasn't for these books?
Well, so that's what I would call a precondition, meaning that if we're going to debate God, we have to agree that we're doing it linguistically. And so what we're doing is competing strings of tracks, or we are essentially doing a word competition. And if we can't agree to that,
Exactly.
yeah, if we can't agree to that, then like we're not really being agreeable.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I completely outright reject rationalism as an epistemology.
See, I think
If there's no way for you to tie your concepts that you're going to use to reality, then I could just start talking about gremlins and floopies and flarbers.
I know, but what I'm saying is, if you read that book, Tanya, linguistically, I find it to be like irrefutable.
I mean, linguistically, it doesn't matter though. That's the whole point of rationalism.
I know, but
You
again,
have to be able to tie the words that you're saying to reality.
the whole point is, if we're gonna debate God, we both, in my opinion, we have to agree that we have to base the winner of the debate off of usage of words.
No.
And what's the point of debating?
No.
Well, you can't debate without words to begin with.
I'm not saying that, and I'll be clear with what I'm saying. I'm saying, obviously, the words matter, but all I'm saying is, if there's no way to tie those words to reality, then you're essentially saying nothing.
Well,
So,
again,
people say God is all loving, God is all knowing, and like how is there any way of knowing that? How is there any way of knowing that? These are just words that people like to use, and that the Bible says, but when it actually comes down to how would you know this thing to be true, you don't. And there's no evidence to suggest that. There's no proof of any of that.
So you could say in
Hold
occult
on,
psychology, in occult philosophy, the sacred silence, which is beyond
I'm getting
words, is the true definition and explanation for God. It's the silence and the equilibrium that comes from silence, which is joy. And in the Hindu philosophy, you could represent it by the moonlight shining on a pacified lake. So my point to you guys is that by studying God, what the product is passivity, which is peace and equilibrium and joy. Because if your life and your emotions are in a constant state of flux, you have no real strength of mind. You need God and the philosophy of wisdom to essentially achieve a state of equilibrium in your life, which will allow you to progress materially, doing whatever it is you're doing, because people want to work with people who are pacified, who have equilibrium and balance in their life. That's the real benefit of studying God wisdom.
Well, I mean,
And,
yeah.
and again, your definition of God as being like, yeah, you have to understand the prima causa, or the belief in God, really deals more with wisdom, which is what the word Torah means. Oh, hi, Issa. You accepted my Instagram friend request.
What?
I said you accepted my Instagram friend request.
Which one?
Adrian Dittman.
I accepted some this morning. I don't remember. Let me check. Which one?
Anyways, we're discussing God wisdom and why I think it's beneficial and useful for one's productivity, for one's excellence, for one's joy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also doing something here, which I know you guys would never be able to guess what I'm doing, because it'd be impossible to know.
How would that be impossible?
It's kind of like a riddle. Basically God is a riddle, and God is doing something that you are incapable of detecting unless you actually spend time studying God.
I don't have a request from you, dude.
Maybe you already
No,
accepted
you already accepted it. And I can prove it because I took a screenshot of you.
Why would you
I'm
I'm pretty good at riddles. What's the riddle?
A lot of people have got my.
I'm getting good at riddle.
Let me try to pose the question. What is it on my head that I'm doing, which is not doing anything, but you're incapable of knowing what I'm doing unless you saw me on my live stream?
A yarmulke.
Okay, it's pretty good at riddles. I take it back.
No, that's not the answer. It's good. It's a good answer though, and I should put my tefillin on.
I don't know. You're slapping your head. I don't know.
I mean, you'd have to go to my live stream at Adrian Dittman TV on Instagram to find out. Then you can see what is on my head, that you're incapable of knowing what I'm doing unless you saw it live. Again, that's Adrian Dittman TV on Instagram. Live.
Oh, is that a new one?
I have from Edmund 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 fucking accounts.
Just accept them all. Let it go. Accept them all.
Why do I want all of them?
Actually, why don't you just make your account public and then it'll auto accept everything?
So if I accept one, I'm served.
Sorry.
Slip through the crack.
And almost all of them have got the United States flag. They all have, I mean, there are different angles of the flag, but they'll.
riddle for everyone. What Jew comes in the room and kicks out everyone else?
Did you kick her at it?
Yeah.
That's
right,
amazing.
exactly.
It's funny. Just her and Simon left at the exact same moment. Oh, you kicked them both.
No, Simon left afterwards.
Oh, yeah. He's a real sourpuss in my opinion. I just want to like make people like happier, for the long term, for the short term, and it's like he is one resistant person.
Yeah, he refuses to even contemplate the idea of God.
I'm not even gonna discuss him. He's
He's another dandruff sufferer, Abby. Let's have compassion for the dandruff sufferers.
true.
Like he's a real stinker.
Illegal Guatemalan here talk.
Let's never forget that the guy that burned that poor woman on the
She's not
train.
illegal. She doesn't live in the U.S.
Let's never forget.
She's illegal here.
Let's never forget that the terrorist who lit that poor woman on fire in the train was a Guatemalan.
Yeah, he was
Guatemalan.
that's
What's
right.
a brother?
Her brother
Right,
did that.
What's a brother? That's her father. Fuck the secretary.
Oh my god.
You guys see that black?
Oh my god, what? She makes fun of people who don't have fathers, so we'll make fun of her parents.
Yeah, well, maybe if he had a father, he wouldn't act the way he acts.
You guys see that black immigrant push the white guy on the train tracks in New York a few days ago?
No, but I've seen
some
videos like that.
Some black immigrant ran up to a white guy and pushed him on the train tracks while the train was coming. Or
How have people not like caught on to that? Like,
yeah, why are you standing right by the subway
Yeah.
on your phone?
Yeah. No, thank you.
You know black people are around. Well, what are you doing?
Yeah, I don't. Anywhere I go, I don't like having people behind me. I get very uncomfortable when there's people behind me. If I can't see what's going on behind me, I don't like it. Go ahead, make a gay joke.
Yeah, when I saw that video, doesn't it just like make your blood pressure boil? And when you see that kind of thing, like if you don't believe in capital punishment, that guy should be beheaded like as soon as possible. Like you are not an American. We have to start doing capital punishment to these people and remove them and stop housing them and spending $100,000 a year to house these people. Like I'm ready to take that job. I'm ready. I am willing and able to be a federal executioner.
Should we bring back public hangings, Adrian?
No, for something like that, attempted murder like that, that guy only survived because he fell in between the tracks in a perfect spot.
Oh, he survived?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, good.
He fell in a perfect spot and the train went over him perfectly. He did, and he still suffered severe injuries, but that type of an attack is like an attack on society itself. He has to be beheaded. He has to be.
Should it be public though? Is the real question.
Like I'm going to rallies with signs now that say bring back public beheadings as soon as possible.
Okay, public beheadings. Okay, that's what I'm saying. And we make a day of it, right? You make a festival around it. Once a month, the public beheadings. You bring your little kids. They buy little guillotine toys.
Did you see one of the guys that Biden pardoned? This guy, he killed two beautiful young white women. Did you see him?
No, I didn't.
Oh yeah, we're talking about a real piece of shit. And Biden pardoned him. He murdered two lovely, beautiful women, very young, innocent people, and he gave him a pardon. I can't believe it.
Why? What would be what's the reasoning?
I mean, if you're talking,
like
I do know that there's a few people who are on death row that it's not considered a pardon, but like he's lessened their sentence. So
Right.
they're not on death row anymore. Is this one of those guys, or like?
Yeah.
Is he actually pardoned?
Yeah, no. It's not like a full pardon. It's a whatever,
Okay, yeah.
a sentence,
Yeah,
whatever.
He's not,
Yeah,
he's not going to be executed anymore for.
yeah.
crimes.
Commuted the sentence. Yeah,
Yeah, that's crazy.
but he should absolutely 100% be executed. 100%.
Yeah, no, there's it's crazy when like people are like, I can't believe people are on death row, and then you look up the cases on why these people are on death row, and it's like they murdered 3 6-year-olds or something. It's like and like burn them alive, and you're like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, I understand why this person's being executed and deserves so. It's not like some guy's like, I robbed a bank and shot the bank teller. No. It's like they brutally murder people, and usually it's children involved. It's crazy.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. I'm putting the link in the chat for a good example. And like the father of the victims says that Biden's, it's a reprehensible commutation of a death sentence for the victims. Like we're talking about like the worst of the worst.
I read a story probably about a year ago. It still makes me just think about how crazy our political, the activism is right in this country. Because people in Michigan were really upset. This is one of the last people on death row from Michigan. They're like, we need to get this guy off death row.
Oh, yeah.
The story of the guy on death row was that he went into a house to rob the house. There was a mother, father, and 2 daughters there. And instead of just robbing the place, he ends up tying the 2 daughters, killing the father, taking the mother to the bank in the morning, having her deposit all of her money out where he was going to kill the daughters, took her back to the house, killed the mother, raped the 2 daughters, burned the daughters alive, set the house on fire, because it said that the daughters both were under the age of 10, were burned alive, because they were like zip tied to their beds or whatever. And he set the house on fire. So, and then this guy got the death penalty. Understandably, the guy's a horrendous.
So I have this sounds insensitive.
Yeah.
But how did they know that they were raped if the bodies were burned?
The mother was raped, not the daughter was raped. The mother was raped, but I'm assuming they, I guess they conducted.
There's really no reason to. Yeah.
I don't know. They conducted some type of search. I don't know. I don't know how they do it, but they.
I wonder, like, how do people like that make it into their like 20s? Like, how do they make it that far in life without having done something like crazy?
I feel like they're, they probably have done something like that, right? Like, that's all, story of how the FBI started catching on serial killers, right? They started investigating previous serial killers and doing interviews with them, and they realized that they all have the same patterns of like killing small animals.
Looking at it like through a framework of you'd rather have 100 innocent men go free than one guilty man be convicted. But like it's very easy when you present it like in a literal framework of like it's 100, but yeah, I don't know.
Anyways, let's change topics because I don't want to record, people talking about murder, death,
Yeah.
kill.
They're not doing it. It's not even their fault. They're not doing anything different than they otherwise would.
Yeah, this is what they live. This is how they live.
Yeah.
And we already had two confirmed terrorist attacks in 2025.
Yeah.
They call the Cybertruck a terrorist attack now.
I haven't kept up with it, but yeah, that's what I've heard.
Yeah, it's in there.
That's what I heard. That's what.
Was it yesterday? When did that happen?
Yesterday. Yeah, it was. It's yesterday. Yeah, it was New Year's Day.
On your way?
They had the New Orleans, truck driver drive through the crowd and open fire before dying. And then you had the Cybertruck guy who, and whenever I don't get might be information, I don't know this information, but they both rented their trucks that was used in the attacks on the same
Yeah, we know.
car sharing app, and then that they both were on the same military base at the same time. Because both these guys served in the army.
Yep.
Really?
One guy's a white guy. One guy's a white guy.
He had like a Jew. He had like a Jewish name too.
Yeah, one guy was the Cybertruck bombing was a white guy in the truck drive through, whatever you call it.
I saw
The
one guy
valet.
did mass shootings in schools.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, well, no, that's not the trannies. Trannies took that over. Cause I think they were I think they've always been trannies, but they haven't been able to transition early on. So now we're saying that it's just the trannies just hate life. They want to kill everyone.
Okay, this is Wisdom and Philosophy Audiobooks live stream. This is Adrian.
Introduction. 1. The book. This book was dictated in Cairo between noon and 1 p.m. on 3 successive days, April 8th, 9th, and 10th in the year 1904. The author called himself Iwas and claimed to be the minister of Hur-Par-Krat, that is, a messenger from the forces ruling this earth at present, as will be explained later on. How could he prove that he was in fact a being of a kind superior to any of the human race, and so entitled to speak with authority? Evidently, he must show knowledge and power, such as no man has ever been known to possess. He showed his knowledge chiefly by the use of cipher or cryptogram in certain passages to set forth recondite facts, including some events which had yet to take place, such that no human being could possibly be aware of them. Thus, the proof of his claim exists in the manuscript itself. It is independent of any human witness. The study of these passages necessarily demands supreme human scholarship to interpret. It needs years of intense application. A great deal has still to be worked out, but enough has been discovered to justify his claim. The most skeptical intelligence is compelled to admit its truth. This matter is best studied under the Master Therion, whose years of arduous research have led him to enlightenment. On the other hand, the language of most of the book is admirably simple, clear, and vigorous. No one can read it without being stricken in the very core of his being. The more than human power of Iwas is shewn by the influence of his master and of the book upon actual events, and history fully supports the claim made by him. These facts are appreciable by everyone, but are better understood with the help of the Master Therion. The full detailed account of the events leading up to the dictation of this book, with facsimile reproduction of the manuscript and an essay by the Master Therion, is published in The Equinox of the Gods. 2. The Universe. This book explains the universe. The elements are nuit, space, that is, the total of possibilities of every kind, and Hadith, any point which has experience of these possibilities.
What,
This
Danny?
idea is, for literary convenience, symbolized by.
What do you want to talk about, Danny? Are you playing the guitar? Oh, you're just doing what I do to you? I just come in and play shit. Now you're doing it to me? Cool. Awesome. Great job. Thank you very little, Danny.
The Egyptian goddess Nuit, a woman bending over like the arch of the night sky. Hadith is.
Mom? Mom? Hello? You fucked up my flow, Danny. Typical Danny.
Introduction. 1. The book. This book was dictated in Cairo between noon and 1 p.m. on 3 successive days, April 8th, 9th, and 10th in the year 1904. The author called himself Iwas and claimed to be the minister of Hur-Par Krat, that is, a messenger from the forces ruling this earth at present, as will be explained later on. How could he prove that he was, in fact, a being of a kind superior to any of the human race, and so entitled to speak with authority? Evidently, he must show knowledge and power, such as no man has ever been known to possess. He showed his knowledge chiefly by the use of cipher or cryptogram in certain passages to set forth recondite facts, including some events which had yet to take place, such that no human being could possibly be aware of them. Thus, the proof of his claim exists in the manuscript itself. It is independent of any human witness. The study of these passages necessarily demands supreme human scholarship to interpret. It needs years of intense application. A great deal has still to be worked out, but enough has been discovered to justify his claim. The most skeptical intelligence is compelled to admit its truth. This matter is best studied under the Master Therion, whose years of arduous research have led him to enlightenment. On the other hand, the language of most of the book is admirably simple, clear, and vigorous. No one can read it without being stricken in the very core of his being. The more than human power of Iwas is shewn by the influence of his master and of the book upon actual events, and history fully supports the claim made by him. These facts are appreciable by everyone, but are better understood with the help of the Master Therion. The full detailed account of the events leading up to the dictation of this book, with facsimile reproduction of the manuscript and an essay by the Master Therion, is published in The Equinox of the Gods. 2. The Universe. This book explains the universe. The elements are Nuit, space, that is, the total of possibilities of every kind, and Hadith, any point which has experience of these possibilities. This idea is, for literary convenience, symbolized by the Egyptian goddess Nuit, a woman bending over like the arch of the night sky. Hadith is symbolized as a winged globe at the heart of Nuit. Every event is a uniting of some one monad with one of the experiences possible to it. Every man and every woman is a star. That is, an aggregate of such experiences, constantly changing with each fresh event, which affects him or her either consciously or subconsciously. Each one of us has, thus, a universe of his own, but it is the same universe for each one as soon as it includes all possible experience. This implies the extension of consciousness to include all other consciousness. In our present stage, the object that you see is never the same as the one I see. We infer that it is the same because your experience tallies with mine on so many points that the actual differences of our observation are negligible. For instance, if a friend is walking between us, you see only his left side, I see his right. But we agree that it is the same man, although we may differ not only as to what we may see of his body, but as to what we know of his qualities. This conviction of identity grows stronger as we see him more often and get to know him better. Yet all the time, neither of us can know anything of him at all, beyond the total impression made on our respective minds. The above is an extremely crude attempt to explain a system which reconciles all existing schools of philosophy. 3. The Law of Thelema. This book lays down a simple code of conduct. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Love is the law, love under will. There is no law beyond do what thou wilt. This means that each of us stars is to move on our own true orbit, as marked out by the nature of our position, the law of our growth, the impulse of our past experiences. All events are equally lawful, and every one necessary in the long run, for all of us, in theory. But in practice, only one act is lawful for each one of us at any given moment. Therefore, duty consists in determining to experience the right event from one moment of consciousness to another. Each action or emotion is an act of love, the uniting with one or another part of nuit. Each such act must be under will, chosen so as to fulfill and not to thwart the true nature of the being concerned. The technical methods of achieving this are to be studied in magic, or acquired by personal instruction from the Master Therion and his appointed assistants. 4. The New Eon. The third chapter of the book is difficult to understand and may be very repugnant to many people born before the date of the book, April 1904. It tells us the characteristics of the period on which we are now entered. Superficially, they appear appalling. We see some of them already with terrifying clarity. But fear not. It explains that certain vast stars or aggregates of experience may be described as gods. One of these is in charge of the destinies of this planet for periods of 2,000 years. In the history of the world, as far as we know accurately, are 3 such gods. Isis, the mother, when the universe was conceived as simple nourishment drawn directly from her. This period is marked by matriarchal government. Next, beginning 500 BC, Osiris, the father, when the universe was imagined as catastrophic, love, death, resurrection, as the method by which experience was built up. This corresponds to patriarchal systems. Now, Horus, the child, in which we come to perceive events as a continual growth partaking in its elements of both these methods, and not to be overcome by circumstance. This present period involves the recognition of the individual as the unit of society. We realize ourselves as explained in the first paragraphs of this essay. Every event, including death, is only one more accretion to our experience, freely willed by ourselves from the beginning and therefore also predestined. This god, Horus, has a technical title, Heru Ra-Ha, a combination of twin gods, Ra-Hur-Quit and Hur-Par-Krat. The meaning of this doctrine must be studied in magic. He is symbolized as a hawk-headed god enthroned. He rules the present period of 2,000 years, beginning in 1904. Everywhere his government is taking root. Observe for yourselves the decay of the sense of sin, the growth of innocence and irresponsibility, the strange modifications of the reproductive instinct with a tendency to become bisexual or epicene, the childlike confidence in progress combined with nightmare fear of catastrophe, against which we are yet half unwilling to take precautions. Consider the outcrop of dictatorships, only possible when moral growth is in its earliest stages, and the prevalence of infantile cults like communism, fascism, pacifism, health crazes, occultism in nearly all its forms, religions sentimentalized to the point of practical extinction. Consider the popularity of the cinema, the wireless, the football pools and guessing competitions, all devices for soothing fractious infants, no seed of purpose in them. Consider sport, the babyish enthusiasms and rages which it excites, whole nations disturbed by disputes between boys. Consider war, the atrocities which occur daily leave us unmoved and hardly worried. We are children. How this new eon of Horus will develop, how the child will grow up, these are for us to determine, growing up ourselves in the way of the law of Thelema under the enlightened guidance of the Master Therion. 5. The next step. Democracy daughters. Ferocious fascism, cackling communism, equally frauds, cavort crazily all over the globe. They are hemming us in. They are abortive births of the child, the new eon of Horus. Liberty stirs once more in the womb of time. Evolution makes its changes by anti-socialistic ways. The abnormal man who foresees the trend of the times and adapts circumstance intelligently is laughed at, persecuted, often destroyed by the herd. But he and his heirs, when the crisis comes, are survivors. Above us today hangs a danger never yet paralleled in history. We suppress the individual in more and more ways. We think in terms of the herd. War no longer kills soldiers, it kills all indiscriminately. Every new measure of the most democratic and autocratic governments is communistic in essence. It is always restriction. We are all treated as imbecile children. Dora, the shop sacks, the motoring laws, Sunday suffocation, the censorship. They won't trust us to cross the roads at will. Fascism is like communism, and dishonest into the bargain. The dictators suppress all art, literature, theater, music, news that does not meet their requirements. Yet the world only moves by the light of genius. The herd will be destroyed in mass. The establishment of the law of Thelema is the only way to preserve individual liberty and to assure the future of the race. In the words of the famous paradox of the Comte de Phoenix, the absolute rule of the state shall be a function of the absolute liberty of each individual will. All men and women are invited to cooperate with the Master Therion in this, the great work. O.M. Liber al vel legis, subfigura 220. as delivered by 93 equals 418 to 666. Chapter 1. Hod, the manifestation of Nuit, the unveiling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. Every number is infinite. There is no difference. Help me, O warrior lord of Thebes, in my unveiling before the children of men. Be thou Hadit, my secret center, my heart and my tongue. Behold, it is revealed by Iwas, the minister of Hurapar Krat. The cobs is in the coup, not the coup in the cobs. Worship then the cobs, and behold my light shed over you. Let my servants be few and secret. They shall rule the many and the known. These are fools that men adore. Both their gods and their men are fools. Come forth, O children, under the stars, and take your fill of love. I am above you and in you. My ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. Above, the gemmed azure is the naked splendor of Nuit. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of Hadit. The winged globe, the starry blue, are mine, O Ankof Nakansu. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest and apostle of infinite space is the prince priest the beast, and in his woman, called the scarlet woman, is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. For he is ever a sun, and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But ye are not so chosen. Burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent, O azure-lidded woman, bend upon them. The key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. With the god and the adorer I am nothing. They do not see me. They are as upon the earth. I am heaven, and there is no other god than me and my lord Hadit. Now, therefore, I am known to ye by my name Nuit, and to him by a secret name which I will give him when at last he knoweth me. Since I am infinite space, and the infinite stars thereof, do ye also thus. Bind nothing. Let there be no difference made among you between any one thing and any other thing, for thereby cometh hurt. But whoso availeth in this, let him be the chief of all. I am Nuit, and my word is 6 and 50. Divide, add, multiply, and understand. Then saith the prophet and slave of the beauteous one, Who am I, and what shall be the sign? So she answered him, bending down, a lambent flame of blue, all touching, all penetrant, her lovely hands upon the black earth, and her lithe body arched for love, and her soft feet not hurting the little flowers. Thou knowest, and the sign shall be my ecstasy, the consciousness of the continuity of existence, the omnipresence of my body. Then the priest answered and said unto the queen of space, kissing her lovely brows, and the dew of her light bathing his whole body in a sweet-smelling perfume of sweat, O Nuit, continuous one of heaven, let it be ever thus, that men speak not of thee as one, but as none, and let them speak not of thee at all, since thou art continuous. None breathe the light, faint and fairy, of the stars, and two. For I am divided for love's sake, for the chance of union. This is the creation of the world, that the pain of division is as nothing, and the joy of dissolution all. For these fools of men and their woes care not thou at all. They feel little. What is balanced by weak joys. But ye are my chosen ones. Obey my prophet. Follow out the ordeals of my knowledge. Seek me only. Then the joys of my love will redeem ye from all pain. This is so. I swear it by the vault of my body, by my sacred heart and tongue, by all I can give, by all I desire of ye all. Then the priest fell into a deep trance or swoon, and said unto the queen of heaven, Write unto us the ordeals, write unto us the rituals, write unto us the law. But she said, The ordeals I write not. The rituals shall be half known and half concealed. The law is for all. This that thou writest is the threefold book of law. My scribe, Ankof Nakansu, the priest of the princes, shall not in one letter change this book, but lest there be folly, he shall comment thereupon by the wisdom of Ra-Hur-Kawit. Also the mantras and the spells, the obeya and the wanga, the work of the wand and the work of the sword, these he shall learn and teach. He must teach, but he may make severe the ordeals. The word of the law is Thelema. Who calls us Thelemites will do no wrong if he look but close into the word, for there are therein 3 grades, the hermit and the lover and the man of earth. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. The word of sin is restriction. O man, refuse not thy wife if she will. O lover, if thou wilt, depart. There is no bond that can unite the divided but love. All else is a curse. Accursed be it to the eons. Hell. Let it be that state of manyhood bound in loathing, so that with thy all thou hast no right but to do thy will. Do that, and no other shall say nay. For pure will, unassuaged of purpose, delivered from the lust of result, is every way perfect. The perfect and the perfect are one perfect, and not two. Nay, are none. Nothing is a secret key of this law. 61 the Jews call it. I call it 8, 80, 418. But they have the half. Unite by thine art so that all disappear. My prophet is a fool with his one. Are not they the ox, and none by the book? Abrogate are all rituals, all ordeals, all words and signs. Ra Huarcoit hath taken his seat in the east at the equinox of the gods, and let Asar be with Issa, who are also one. But they are not of me. Let Asar be the adherent, Issa the sufferer, Hur in his secret name and splendor is the Lord initiating. There is a word to say about the hierophantic task. Behold, there are 3 ordeals in one, and it may be given in 3 ways. The gross must pass through fire. Let the fine be tried in intellect, and the lofty chosen ones in the highest. Thus ye have star in star, system in system. Let not one know well the other. There are 4 gates to one palace. The floor of that palace is of silver and gold. Lapis lazuli and jasper are there, and all rare scents, jasmine and rose, and the emblems of death. Let him enter in turn or at once the 4 gates. Let him stand on the floor of the palace. Will he not sink? Ho, warrior, if thy servant sink. But there are means and means. Be goodly therefore. Dress ye all in fine apparel. Eat rich foods and drink sweet wines and wines that foam. Also take your fill and will of love as ye will, when, where, and with whom ye will, but always unto me. If this be not aright, if ye confound the space marks saying, they are one, or saying, they are many, if the ritual be not ever unto me, then expect the direful judgments of Ra Huarcoit. This shall regenerate the little world, my sister, my heart and my tongue, unto whom I send this kiss. Also, O scribe and prophet, though thou be of the princes, it shall not assuage thee nor absolve thee, but ecstasy be thine and joy of earth, ever to me, to me. Change not as much as the style of a letter, for behold, thou, O prophet, shall not behold all these mysteries hidden therein. The child of thy bowels, he shall behold them. Expect him not from the east, nor from the west, for from no expected house cometh that child. All words are sacred, and all prophets true, save only that they understand a little. Solve the first half of the equation, leave the second unattacked. But thou hast all in the clear light, and some, though not all, in the dark. Invoke me under my stars. Love is the law, love under will. Nor let the fools mistake love, for there are love and love. There is the dove, and there is the serpent. Choose ye well. He, my prophet, hath chosen, knowing the law of the fortress, and the great mystery of the house of God. All these old letters of my book are aright, but Sadi is not the star. This also is secret. My prophet shall reveal it to the wise. I give unimaginable joys on earth, certainty, not faith, while in life. Upon death, peace unutterable, rest, ecstasy, nor do I demand aught in sacrifice. My incense is of resinous woods and gums, and there is no blood therein, because of my hair, the trees of eternity. My number is 11, as all their numbers who are of us. The 5-pointed star with a circle in the middle, and the circle is red. My color is black to the blind, but the blue and gold are seen of the seeing. Also I have a secret glory for them that love me. But to love me is better than all things. If under the night stars in the desert thou presently burnest mine incense before me, invoking me with a pure heart and the serpent flame therein, thou shalt come a little to lie in my bosom. For 1 kiss wilt thou then be willing to give all. But whoso gives 1 particle of dust shall lose all in that hour. Ye shall gather goods and store of women and spices. Ye shall wear rich jewels. Ye shall exceed the nations of the earth in splendor and pride, but always in the love of me. And so shall ye come to my joy. I charge you earnestly to come before me in a single robe and come.
Yeah.
Sen demek istemiyorsun bu o. Harekat. I can't
Sorry,
speak.
what did you say?
Sen bu I don't know how to say it. Istemiyen biri.
Çok
No.
kim?
Indian.
Kim?
I don't know the word, honestly.
Well,
I'm trying to speak.
speak Turkish.
Yeah, I can't do it.
Why?
Çekiyor. Do you know what it means?
Eat the bread.
Yes.
Çekiyor kameraya.
Tamam.
Yeah.
What
language are you
speaking right now? I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm just gonna say it in English. He's the one that records, so I know you don't like it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Finances. So, if any of them want to jump stupid, we are more than willing to oblige. And we've been doing that for a very long time. And in the event that they want to continue on acting like uncivilized folk, we're going to have to keep doing that.
So why did you occupy Sinai in the first place in Egypt? And we have to fight back to get it back. And then why did you occupy the Jordan? Stayed occupied.
I'll tell you.
And why you trying to occupy Lebanon? And
Plaintiff heard multiple voices call out things like, "I'll kill you." Holmes approached plaintiff while plaintiff was still on his hands and knees and said, "Suck my dick, Echo," referring to the clothing line that plaintiff worked for. Combs thereafter forced his penis in plaintiff's mouth and proceeded to forcefully and brutally orally rape plaintiff. Combs continued for at least 2 minutes until ejaculating. While orally raping plaintiff, Combs grabbed plaintiff's hair and made a derogatory comment, something like, "You like that white boy." After he was finished, Combs threw plaintiff's head aside and said words to the effect of, "Shut up or I'll kill you." Combs and his bodyguards began to leave, taunting plaintiff as they did. Combs proceeded to gather Sean John merchandise from the stock room. He left the stock room and headed out to the Macy's retail floor, where he began passing out merchandise to an adoring crowd as if nothing had happened. In shock, traumatized plaintiff gathered himself and went to Macy's security to report the assault. By this point, Combs and his bodyguards had left the store. Plaintiff was told that someone would speak to him, but no one did. Shortly after, Macy's stopped letting plaintiff into its flagship Herald Square store. Approximately 3 weeks later, Terry Lundgren, CEO of Macy's, pressured Echo executives to fire plaintiff because Macy's had just signed a multi-billion-dollar deal with Sean John Clothing. Echo thereafter terminated plaintiff from employment, and plaintiff was told he could no longer live in his company-paid apartment. Plaintiff is informed and believes that the report of the assault was destroyed and otherwise purged from Macy's records, and no action was ever taken as a result of the report. Plaintiff ultimately had to move out of New York. Plaintiff still fears for his life as a result of the incident and threats made against him on that day.
Yeah, no bueno. Macy's.
And Macy's is named right there next to P. Diddy.
Echo complicit. Yeah, this is gonna.
This is why it's a RICO. People act like they don't understand why it's a RICO. There's so many companies involved in this shit.
Well, yeah, that's no way. I mean, but that would have been I don't know. That would have been a bad, but I guess I understand. Like,
he's a man. You know, this is a straight white man. Like, masculinity doesn't recover from sexual assault.
No, and he was victimizing men.
That's humiliating.
Yeah. Well, yeah. He's sadistic. He's sick. He's twisted. That's psychopathic behavior.
And his son too, both Christian and whatever the ugly one's name is. So ugly one is named in the RICO, and Christian has his own rape allegations.
Mm-hmm.
Totally separate.
Right.
Mm-hmm. He drugged the girl, the bartender.
They learned from their father.
Mm-hmm.
Kids, probably poor kids, probably got put through some shit too, but they,
But the cute one that got his own rape assault, that ain't even his baby. That's just crazy. The only one that looked half decent.
Christian. Oh, Justin.
No, the light skinned one with the curly hair. Justin, the one that looked just like his dad. Yeah, I get them mixed up.
Justin is the first one. That she's Misa's son. That's the light skinned one with the curly hair. And then Christian's like the dark skinned one. What's his name, which is Albie Shore's son.
The one that was supposed to be the one that, girl, I don't know, he light skinned. They say that P. Diddy is not his real father. His real father was murdered allegedly by P. Diddy.
Maybe. You never know.
I seen a side by side, child.
Oh, really? He favors.
Mm-hmm. Oh, let me see if I can find you a picture of the side by side.
It's not far-fetched because you know that Misa, Mary J. Blige, and they were.
Of nonsense lawsuits that we're seeing get filed in various different fields. There's maybe they'll increase the thresholds, right? They'll say, listen, you want to
place above, so it becomes like inconsistent.
Let's hey Alexa, how many bitches can we fit in the Tesla?
Right, just for example, the oil is priced in the U.S. in dollars.
Station, this is Houston. You are go for capture sequence. Perform step 4 in.
as I face
It's super crazy. I mean, the numbers in Brazil were like shooting to the moon, just like because the hospitals wanted to earn money. Literally everybody who died was declared.
with a rich headdress. I love you. I yearn to you. Pale or purple, veiled or voluptuous. I who am all pleasure and purple and drunkenness of the innermost sense, desire you. Put on the wings and arouse the coiled splendor within you. Come
So
unto
it's
me.
estimated that 100,000
At all my meetings with you shall the priestess say, and her eyes shall burn with desire as she stands bare and rejoicing in my secret temple. To me, calling forth the flame of the hearts of all in her love chant. Sing the rapturous love song unto me. Burn to me perfumes, wear to me jewels, drink to me, for I love you, I love you. I am the blue-lidded daughter of sunset. I am the naked brilliance of the voluptuous night sky. To me, the manifestation of new wheat is at an end.
Yeah. You already got me.
Chapter 2. New, the hiding of Hadith. Come, all ye, and learn the secret that hath not yet been revealed. I, Hadith, am the complement of Nu, my bride. I am not extended, and Cobbs is the name of my house. In the sphere I am everywhere the center, as she, the circumference, is nowhere found. Yet she shall be known, and I never. Behold, the rituals of the old time are black. Let the evil ones be cast away. Let the good ones be purged by the prophet. Then shall this knowledge go aright. I am the flame that burns in every heart of man and in the core of every star. I am life and the giver of life. Yet therefore is the knowledge of me the knowledge of death. I am the magician and the exorcist. I am the axle of the wheel and the cube in the circle. Come unto me is a foolish word, for it is I that go. Who worshipped Heru-Pa-Kroth have worshipped me. Ill, for I am the worshipper. Remember all ye that existence is pure joy, that all the sorrows are but as shadows. They pass and are done, but there is that which remains. O prophet, thou hast ill will to learn this writing. I see thee hate the hand and the pen, but I am stronger, because of me and thee which thou knewest not. For why? Because thou wast the knower, and me. Now let there be a veiling of this shrine. Now let the light devour men and eat them up with blindness. For I am perfect, being naught, and my number is 9 by the fools. But with the just I am 8, and 1 in 8, which is vital, for I am none indeed. The empress and the king are not of me, for there is a further secret. I am the empress and the hierophant, thus 11, as my bride is 11. Hear me, ye people of sighing. The sorrows of pain and regret are left to the dead and the dying, the folk that not know me as yet. These are dead, these fellows. They feel not. We are not for the poor and sad. The lords of the earth are our kinsfolk. Is God to live in a dog? No, but the highest are of us. They shall rejoice, our chosen, who sorroweth is not of us. Beauty and strength, leaping laughter and delicious languor, force and fire are of us. We have nothing with the outcast and the unfit. Let them die in their misery, for they feel not. Compassion is the vice of kings. Stamp down the wretched and the weak. This is the law of the strong. This is our law and the joy of the world. Think not, O king, upon that lie, that thou must die. Verily thou shalt not die, but live. Now let it be understood, if the body of the king dissolve, he shall remain in pure ecstasy forever. Nuit, Hadit, Ra-Hur-Kuit. The sun, strength and sight, light. These are for the servants of the star and the snake. I am the snake that giveth knowledge and delight and bright glory, and stir the hearts of men with drunkenness. To worship me take wine and strange drugs, whereof I will tell my prophet, and be drunk thereof. They shall not harm ye at all. It is a lie, this folly against self. The exposure of innocence is a lie. Be strong, O man, lust, enjoy all things of sense and rapture. Fear not that any god shall deny thee for this. I am alone. There is no God where I am. Behold, these be grave mysteries, for there are also of my friends who be hermits. Now think not to find them in the forest or on the mountain, but in beds of purple, caressed by magnificent beasts of women with large limbs and fire and light in their eyes, and masses of flaming hair about them. There shall ye find them. Ye shall see them at rule, at victorious armies, at all the joy, and there shall be in them a joy 1,000,000 times greater than this. Beware lest any force another king against king. Love one another with burning hearts. On the low men trample in the fierce lust of your pride in the day of your wrath. Ye are against the people, O my chosen. I am the secret serpent coiled about to spring. In my coiling there is joy. If I lift up my head, I and my Nuit are one. If I droop down mine head and shoot forth venom, then is rapture of the earth, and I and the earth are one. There is a great danger in me. For who doth not understand these runes shall make a great miss. He shall fall down into the pit called Because, and there he shall perish with the dogs of reason. Now a curse upon Because and his kin. May Because be accursed forever. If will stops and cries why, invoking because, then will stops and does not. If power asks why, then is power weakness. Also, reason is a lie, for there's a factor infinite and unknown, and all their words are skew-wise. Enough of because, be he damned for a dog. But ye, O my people, rise up and awake. Let the rituals be rightly performed with joy and beauty. There are rituals of the elements and feasts of the times, a feast for the first night of the prophet and his bride, a feast for the 3 days of the writing of the book of the law, a feast for Tahuti and the child of the prophet, secret, O prophet, a feast for the supreme ritual, and a feast for the equinox of the gods, a feast for fire and a feast for water, a feast for life and a greater feast for death, a feast every day in your hearts in the joy of my rapture, a feast every night unto new, and the pleasure of uttermost delight. Aye, feast, rejoice. There is no dread hereafter. There is the dissolution and eternal ecstasy in the kisses of new. There is death for the dogs. Dost thou fail? Art thou sorry? Is fear in thine heart? Where I am, these are not. Pity not the fallen. I never knew them. I am not for them. I console not. I hate the consoled and the consoler. I am unique and conqueror. I am not of the slaves that perish. Be they damned and dead. Amen. This is of the four. There is a fifth who is invisible, and therein am I as a babe in an egg. Blue am I and gold in the light of my bride, but the red gleam is in my eyes, and my spangles are purple and green. Purple beyond purple. It is the light higher than eyesight. There is a veil. That veil is black. It is the veil of the modest woman. It is the veil of sorrow and the pall of death. This is none of me. Tear down that lying specter of the centuries. Veil not your vices in virtuous words. These vices are my service. Ye do well, and I will reward you here and hereafter. Fear not, O prophet, when these words are said. Thou shalt not be sorry. Thou art emphatically my chosen, and blessed are the eyes that thou shalt look upon with gladness. But I will hide thee in a mask of sorrow. They that see thee shall fear thou art fallen, but I lift thee up. Nor shall they who cry aloud their folly that thou meanest not avail. Thou shalt reveal it. Thou availest. They are the slaves of because. They are not of me. The stops as thou wilt. The letters, change them not in style or value. Thou shalt obtain the order and value of the English alphabet. Thou shalt find new symbols to attribute them unto. Begone, ye mockers. Even though ye laugh in my honor, ye shall laugh not long. When ye are sad, know that I have forsaken you. He that is righteous shall be righteous still. He that is filthy shall be filthy still. Yea, deem not of change. Ye shall be as ye are, and not other. Therefore the kings of the earth shall be kings forever. The slaves shall serve. There is none that shall be cast down or lifted up. All is ever as it was. Yet there are masked ones, my servant. It may be that yonder beggar is a king. A king may choose his garment as he will. There is no certain test, but a beggar cannot hide his poverty. Beware, therefore. Love all, lest perchance is a king concealed. Say you so? Fool, if he be a king, thou canst not hurt him. Therefore strike hard and low, and to hell with them, master. There is a light before thine eyes, O prophet, a light undesired, most desirable. I am uplifted in thine heart, and the kisses of the stars rain hard upon thy body. Thou art exhausted in the voluptuous fullness of the inspiration. The expiration is sweeter than death, more rapid and laughterful than a caress of hell's own worm. Oh, thou art overcome. We are upon thee. Our delight is all over thee. Hail, hail, prophet of Nu, prophet of Hod, prophet of Ra-Hurku. Now rejoice. Now come in our splendor and rapture. Come in our passionate peace and write sweet words for the kings. I am the master. Thou art the holy chosen one. Write and find ecstasy in writing. Work and be our bed in working. Thrill with the joy of life and death. Ah, thy death shall be lovely. Whoso seeth it shall be glad. Thy death shall be the seal of the promise of our age-long love. Come, lift up thine heart and rejoice. We are one. We are none. Hold, hold, bear up in thy rapture. Fall not in swoon of the excellent kisses. Harder, hold up thyself. Lift thine head. Breathe not so deep. Die. Ah, what do I feel? Is the word exhausted? There is help and hope in other spells. Wisdom says, be strong. Then canst thou bear more joy. Be not animal. Refine thy rapture. If thou drink, drink by the 8 and 90 rules of art. If thou love, exceed by delicacy. And if thou do aught joyous, let there be subtlety therein. But exceed, exceed. Strive ever to more. And if thou art truly mine, and doubt it not, and if thou art ever joyous, death is the crown of all. Ah, ah, death, death, thou shalt long for death. Death is forbidden, O man, unto thee. The length of thy longing shall be the strength of its glory. He that lives long and desires death, much is ever the king among the kings. Aye, listen to the numbers and the words. 4, 6, 3, 8, A, B, K, 2, 4, A, L, G, M, O, R, 3, Y, X, 24, 89, R, P, S, T, O, V, A, L. What meaneth this, O prophet? Thou knowest not, nor shalt thou know ever. There cometh one to follow thee, he shall expound it. But remember, O chosen one, to be me, to follow the road of me,
Poi ci vediamo insieme a te sul terreno investigativo, papà. Dopo tu ci vedremo te
lift up thyself, for there is none like thee among men or among gods. Lift up thyself, O my prophet, thy stature shall surpass the stars. Foursquare, wonderful. The number of the man,
that's wild, man.
418.
That's just a dereliction of keeping the public safe.
So they actually let the people go that they interviewed about the IEDs and planning. What were they for? Like,
my understanding was that they determined they weren't associated, but who knows?
I'm saying, so what were they planning the IEDs for?
Oh, because one of the tactics that you use is that you create a situation, and then when people respond, then you create another situation to get the first responders.
Yeah.
So, but the fact that there are other devices, that would make you think maybe he had accomplices, but there's so much video being taken that night. I'm sure they can sift through it eventually and figure out what happened.
Yeah.
There's something about him driving by Canal Street an hour before he actually made the attack too. We'll see. Time will tell.
Damn. These guys are crazy, man, because they eventually know they're gonna have to kill themselves.
Oh yeah, that guy had no intention of getting out alive. Most of them don't.
Exactly. It's like
most mass shooters do not survive the attack, which is interesting that a lot of the ones in the last few times have actually been taken into custody. That doesn't normally happen. So anyway, I've got to jump off. You guys have a great day.
Hey, you too, yours. We'll see you, man. All right, you too. Yeah, brother.
Oh, Indira just showed up. Hey, girl. Happy New Year. I gotta go though.
Indira. Hey, man, what's going on?
Yo,
man?
what up,
Change your name on.
Hey, y'all, who was that ratchet ass lace front bitch that was just up in this? I'm at the doctor, right?
Shit.
And the doctor walks in because I have an upper respiratory infection. But I'm like, shit.
We know his name. His name is public.
Kazi is running. This is so bad.
My name is Kazi Atkins. His name is Solomon AK. That's his fucking name. The point is, it's public. We know each other's name. He can show an account with his name on it. It's not hard. If he got an account, it's just one account with 10K or more. That's all I'm asking. I'm not asking.
No, you were asking for escrow. You were asking for all this stuff, a contract.
I asked all of these stipulations in the
Yo, that's my address. That's one of my addresses.
This is so amazing.
Matt, can you tell me how much you see in that account?
I got addresses too. That's not the point.
Slow down. One of my addresses. Can you tell me how much? And that
I don't know
account
how to
is tied
get there.
to my cracking. That account is tied to my cracking account.
Happened to you, bro.
This address is tied to my cracking account.
Too, bro.
Can you tell me how much is in there?
Listen, I got
Kazi, stop talking about money when you're not paying your debts.
He's a
Yo.
My mom is Jewish. My father is from Georgia, Russia, but they used to live in Turkey. Well, my father was born and raised in the Netherlands.
Are you a Jew?
Well, technically I am, but I'm not claiming.
Yeah, but have you read my bio?
No.
So you are safe with me. Okay?
I'm not gonna lie, you have a long bio, bro. I don't even want to read it. That's crazy. That's a long bio, bro. That's
from the liver to the knee. That's funny.
Blessing and worship to the prophet of the lovely star. Chapter 3. Abrahadabra, the reward of Ra-Hur-Kut. There is division hither homeward. There is a word not known. Spelling is defunct. All is not aught. Beware. Hold. Raise the spell of Ra-Hur-Kwit. Now let it be first understood that I am a god of war and vengeance. I shall deal hardly with them. Choose ye an island. Fortify it. Dung it about with enginery of war. I will give you a war engine. With it ye shall smite the peoples, and none shall stand before you. Lurk. Withdraw. Upon them. This is the law of the battle of conquest. Thus shall my worship be about my secret house. Get the stele of revealing itself. Set it in thy secret temple, and that temple is already aright disposed, and it shall be your Kiblah forever. It shall not fade, but miraculous color shall come back to it day after day. Close it in locked glass for a proof to the world. This shall be your only proof. I forbid argument. Conquer. That is enough. I will make easy to you the obstruction from the ill-ordered house in the victorious city. Thou shalt thyself convey it with worship, O prophet, though thou likest it not. Thou shalt have danger and trouble or coup is with thee. Worship me with fire and blood. Worship me with swords and with spears. Let the woman be girt with a sword before me. Let blood flow to my name. Trample down the heathen. Be upon them, O warrior. I will give you of their flesh to eat. Sacrifice cattle, little and big, after a child. But not now. Ye shall see that hour, O blessed beast, and thou the scarlet concubine of his desire. Ye shall be sad thereof. Deem not too eagerly to catch the promises. Fear not to undergo the curses. Ye, even ye, know not this meaning all. Fear not at all. Fear neither men, nor fates, nor gods, nor anything. Money fear not, nor laughter of the folk folly, nor any other power in heaven or upon the earth or under the earth. Nu is your refuge as Hadit your light, and I am the strength, force, vigor of your arms. Mercy let be off. Damn them who pity. Kill and torture. Spare not. Be upon them. That stele they shall call the abomination of desolation. Count well its name, and it shall be to you as 718. Why? Because of the fall of because, that he is not there again. Set up my image in the east. Thou shalt buy thee an image which I will show thee is special, not unlike the one thou knowest. And it shall be suddenly easy for thee to do this. The other images group around me to support me. Let all be worshipped, for they shall cluster to exalt me. I am the visible object of worship. The others are secret. For the beast and his bride are they, and for the winners of the ordeal X. What is this? Thou shalt know. For perfume mix meal and honey and thick leavings of red wine, then oil of abramelin and olive oil, and afterwards soften and smooth down with rich, fresh blood. The best blood is of the moon, monthly, then the fresh blood of a child or dropping from the host of heaven, then of enemies, then of the priest or of the worshippers, last of some beast, no matter what. This burn. Of this make cakes and eat unto me. This hath also another use. Let it be laid before me and kept thick with perfumes of your orison. It shall become full of beetles, as it were, and creeping things sacred unto me. These slay, naming your enemies, and they shall fall before you. Also these shall breed lust and power of lust in you at the eating thereof. Also ye shall be strong in war. Moreover, be they long kept, it is better, for they swell with my force, all before me. My altar is of open brasswork, burned thereon in silver or gold. There cometh a rich man from the west, who shall pour his gold upon thee. From gold forged steel, be ready to fly or to smite. But your holy place shall be untouched throughout the centuries. Though with fire and sword it be burnt down and shattered, yet an invisible house there standeth, and shall stand until the fall of the great equinox, when Humrachus shall arise, and the double-wanded one assume my throne and place.
Yeah, bro, and it's so sad, like, seeing it in real life for so many years, bro. Like a long time ago when I was delivering Amazon packages, man, and I used to deliver in Detroit, bro, and I used to be in the hood delivering packages, bro, and it's just so sad seeing these fucking kids just neglected and living in these fucking unfurnished, disgusting fucking houses, man. Like, just like, what the fuck, man? Like, what happened to the instinct of wanting better for your kid? And that,
sign transactions and move money without
I hear you.
No, I told you that God called my name and told me to go buy a Bible.
Oh, okay, that makes more sense. Okay.
God who makest the gods and death to tremble before thee.
Can I read them?
I adore thee. Appear on the throne of Ra. Open the ways of the Ku. Lighten the ways of the Ka. The ways of the cobs run through to stir me or still me. Let it fill me, so that thy light is in me, and its red flame is as a sword in my hand to push thy order. There is a secret door that I shall make to establish thy way in all the quarters. These are the adorations, as thou hast written. As it is said, the light is mine, its rays consume me. I have made a secret door into the house of Ra and Tum, of Kephra and of Ahathor. I am thy Theban, O Mentu, the prophet Ankof Nakansu. By best Namat my breast I beat, by wise Tanek I weave my spell. Show thy star splendor, O Nuit. Bid me within thine house to dwell, O winged snake of light, Hadit. Abide with me, Ra Hur Quit. All this and a book to say how thou didst come hither, and a reproduction of this ink and paper forever. For in it is the word secret, and not only in the English. And thy comment upon this, the book of the law, shall be printed beautifully in red ink and black upon beautiful paper made by hand. And to each man and woman that thou meetest, were it but to dine or to drink of them, it is the law to give. Then they shall chance to abide in this bliss or no. It is no odds. Do this quickly. But the work of the comment, that is easy, and Hadit burning in thy heart shall make swift and secure thy pen. Establish at thy Kaaba a clerk house. All must be done well and with business way. The ordeal shalt thou oversee thyself, save only the blind ones. Refuse none, but thou shalt know and destroy the traitors. I am Ra Hur Quit, and I am powerful to protect my servant. Success is thy proof. Argue not, convert not, talk not over much. Them that seek to entrap thee, to overthrow thee, them attack without pity or quarter and destroy them utterly. Swift as a trodden serpent, turn and strike. Be thou yet deadlier than he. Drag down their souls to awful torment. Laugh at their fear. Spit upon them. Let the scarlet woman beware. If pity and compassion and tenderness visit her heart, if she leave my work to toy with old sweetnesses, then shall my vengeance be known. I will slay me her child. I will alienate her heart. I will cast her out from men. As a shrinking and despised harlot shall she crawl through dusk-wet streets and die cold and an-hungered. But let her raise herself in pride. Let her follow me in my way. Let her work the work of wickedness. Let her kill her heart. Let her be loud and adulterous. Let her be covered with jewels and rich garments, and let her be shameless before all men. Then will I lift her to pinnacles of power. Then will I breed from her a child mightier than all the kings of earth. I will fill her with joy. With my force shall she see and strike at the worship of Nu. She shall achieve Hadit. I am the warrior lord of the 40s. The 80s cower before me and are abased. I will bring you to victory and joy. I will be at your arms in battle, and ye shall delight to slay. Success is your proof. Courage is your armor. Go on in my strength, and ye shall turn not back for any. This book shall be translated into all tongues, but always with the original in the writing of the beast. For in the chance shape of the letters and their position to one another, in these are mysteries that no beast shall divine. Let him not seek to try, but one cometh after him, whence I say not, who shall discover the key of it all. Then this line drawn is a key. Then this circle squared in its failure is a key also, and abrahadabra. It shall be his child, and that strangely. Let him not seek after this, for thereby alone can he fall from it. Now this mystery of the letters is done, and I want to go on to the holier place. I am in a secret fourfold word, the blasphemy against all gods of men. Curse them, curse them, curse them. With my hawk's head, I peck at the eyes of Jesus as he hangs upon the cross. I flap my wings in the face of Mohammed and blind him. With my claws, I tear out the flesh of the Indian and the Buddhist, Mongol and Din. Balasti, Ompeda, I spit on your crapulous creeds. Let Mary and Violet be torn upon wheels. For her sake, let all chaste women be utterly despised among you. Also, for beauty's sake and love's. Despise also all cowards, professional soldiers who dare not fight but play. All fools despise. But the keen and the proud, the royal and the lofty, ye are brothers. As brothers fight ye. There is no law beyond, do what thou wilt. There is an end of the word of the God enthroned in Ra's seat, lightening the girders of the soul. To me do ye reverence. To me come ye through tribulation of ordeal, which is bliss. The fool readeth this book of the law and its comment, and he understandeth it not. Let him come through the first ordeal, and it will be to him as silver, through the second, gold, through the third, stones of precious water, through the fourth, ultimate sparks of the intimate fire. Yet to all it shall seem beautiful. Its enemies who say not so are mere liars. There is success. I am the hawk-headed lord of silence and of strength. My nemesis shrouds the night blue sky. Hail, ye twin warriors about the pillars of the world, for your time is nigh at hand. I am the lord of the double wand of power, the wand of the force of Kafnia. But my left hand is empty, for I have crushed an universe and naught remains. Paste the sheets from right to left and top to bottom. Then behold, there is a splendor in my name hidden and glorious, as the son of midnight is ever the sun. The ending of the words is the word Abrahadabra. The book of the law is written and concealed. Ha. The comment. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. The study of this book is forbidden. It is wise to destroy this copy after the first reading. Whosoever disregards this does so at his own risk and peril. These are most dire. Those who discuss the contents of this book are to be shunned by all as centers of pestilence. All questions of the law are to be decided only by appeal to my writings, each for himself. There is no law beyond do what thou wilt. Love is the law, love under will. The priest of the princes, Ankh of Nakansu. Introduction. 1. The book. This book was dictated in Cairo between noon and 1 p.m. on 3 successive days, April 8th, 9th, and 10th in the year of 1904. The author called himself Iwas and claimed to be the minister of Hur-Par-Krat, that is, a messenger from the forces ruling this earth at present, as will be explained later on. How could he prove that he was, in fact, a being of a kind superior to any of the human race, and so entitled to speak with authority? Evidently, he must show knowledge.
What I wish somebody told me about learning multiple languages at the same time. It's actually easier than you think. You start noticing patterns between languages which speeds up.
Nan-in, a Japanese master during the Meiji era, received the university professor who came to inquire about Zen. Nan-in served tea. He poured his visitor's cup full, then kept on pouring. The professor watched the overflow until he no longer could restrain himself. It is overfull, no more will go in. Like this cup, Nan-in said, you are full of your own opinions and speculations. How can I show you Zen unless you first empty your cup? Gudo was the emperor's teacher of his time. Nevertheless, he used to travel alone as a wandering mendicant. Once when he was on his way to Edo, the cultural and political center of the shogunate, he approached a little village named Takenaka. It was evening and a heavy rain was falling. Gudo was thoroughly wet. His straw sandals were in pieces. At a farmhouse near the village, he noticed 4 or 5 pairs of sandals in the window and decided to buy some dry ones. The woman who offered him the sandals, seeing how wet he was, invited him to remain for the night in her home. Gudo accepted, thanking her. He entered and recited a sutra before the family shrine. He then was introduced to the woman's mother and to her children. Observing that the entire family was depressed, Gudo asked, what was wrong? My husband is a gambler and a drunkard, the housewife told him. When he happens to win, he drinks and becomes abusive. When he loses, he borrows money from others. Sometimes when he becomes thoroughly drunk, he does not come home at all. What can I do? I will help him, said Gudo. Here is some money. Get me a gallon of fine wine and something good to eat. Then you may retire. I will meditate before the shrine. When the man of the house returned about midnight, quite drunk, he bellowed, Hey, wife, I'm home. Have you something for me to eat? I have something for you, said Gudo. I happened to be caught in the rain, and your wife kindly asked me to remain here for the night. In return, I have bought some wine and fish, so you might as well have them. The man was delighted. He drank the wine at once and laid himself down on the floor. Gudo sat in meditation beside him. In the morning, when the husband awoke, he had forgotten about the previous night. Who are you? Where do you come from? He asked Gudo, who still was meditating. I am Gudo of Kyoto, and I am going on to Edo, replied the Zen master. The man was utterly ashamed. He apologized profusely to the teacher of his emperor. Gudo smiled. Everything in this life is impermanent, he explained. Life is very brief. If you keep on gambling and drinking, you will have no time left to accomplish anything else, and you'll cause your family to suffer too. The perception of the husband awoke as if from a dream. You are right, he declared. How can I ever repay you for this wonderful teaching? Let me see you off and carry your things a little way. If you wish, assented Gudo. The two started out. After they had gone 3 miles, Gudo told him to return. Just another 5 miles, he begged Gudo. They continue on. You may return now, suggested Gudo. Another 10 miles, the man replied. Return now, said Gudo, when the 10 miles had been passed. I'm going to follow you all the rest of my life, declared the man. Modern Zen teachers in Japan spring from the lineage of a famous master who was the successor of Gudo. His name was Munan, the man who never turned back. The Zen master Hakuin was praised by his neighbors as one living a pure life. A beautiful Japanese girl whose parents owned a food store lived near him. Suddenly, without any warning, her parents discovered she was with child. This made her parents angry. She would not confess who the man was, but after much harassment, at last named Hakuin. In great anger, the parents went to the master. Is that so? Was all he would say. After the child was born, it was brought to Hakuin. By this time, he had lost his reputation, which did not trouble him. But he took very good care of the child. He obtained milk from his neighbors and everything else the little one needed. A year later, the girl mother could stand it no longer. She told her parents the truth, that the real father of the child was a young man who worked in the fish market. The mother and father of the girl at once went to Hakuin to ask his forgiveness, to apologize at length, and to get the child back again. Hakuin was willing. In yielding the child, all he said was, "Is that so?" The Master Bankei's talks were attended not only by Zen students, but by persons of all ranks and sects. He never quoted sutras, nor indulged in scholastic dissertations. Instead, his words were spoken directly from his heart to the hearts of his listeners. His large audiences angered a priest of the Nichiren sect, because the adherents had left to hear about Zen. The self-centered Nichiren priest came to the temple, determined to debate with Bankei. "A Zen teacher," he called out, "wait a minute. Whoever respects you will obey what you say, but a man like myself does not respect you. Can you make me obey you?" "Come up beside me and I will show you," said Bankei. Proudly, the priest pushed his way through the crowd to the teacher. Bankei smiled. "Come over to my left side." The priest obeyed. "No," said Bankei, "we may talk better if you were on the right side. Step over here." The priest proudly stepped over to the right. "You see," observed Bankei, "you are obeying me, and I think you are a very gentle person. Now sit down and listen." "20 monks and 1 nun who was named Ishun were practicing meditation with a certain Zen master. Ishun was very pretty, even though her head was shaved and her dress plain. Several monks secretly fell in love with her. One of them wrote her a love letter, insisting upon a private meeting. Ishun did not reply. The following day, the master gave a lecture to the group, and when it was over, Ishun arose. Addressing the one who had written her, she said, "If you really..." There was an old woman in China who had supported a monk for over 20 years. She had built a little hut for him and fed him while he was meditating. Finally, she wondered just what progress he had made in all this time. To find out, she obtained the help of a girl rich in desire. "Go and embrace him," she told her, and then asked him suddenly, "What now?" The girl called upon the monk, and without much ado caressed him, asking him what he was going to do about it. An old tree grows on a cold rock in winter, replied the monk somewhat poetically. Nowhere is there any warmth. The girl returned and related what he had said. To think I fed that fellow for 20 years, exclaimed the old woman in anger. He showed no consideration for your need, no disposition to explain your condition. He need not have responded to passion, but at least he should have evidenced some compassion. She at once went to the hut of the monk and burned it down. In the early days of the Meiji era, there lived a well-known wrestler called Onami, Great Waves. Onami was immensely strong and knew the art of wrestling. In his private bouts, he defeated even his teacher, but in public he was so bashful that his own pupils threw him. Onami felt he should go to a Zen master for help. Hakuju, a wandering teacher, was stopping in a little temple nearby, so Onami went to see him and told him of his great trouble. Great Waves is your name, the teacher advised. So stay in this temple tonight. Imagine that you are those billows. You are no longer a wrestler who is afraid. You are those huge waves sweeping everything before them, swallowing all in their path. Do this, and you will be the greatest wrestler in the land. The teacher retired. Onami sat in meditation, trying to imagine himself as waves. He thought of many different things. Then gradually he turned more and more to the feeling of the waves. As the night advanced, the waves became larger and larger. They swept away the flowers in their vases. Even the Buddha in the shrine was inundated. Before dawn, the temple was nothing but the ebb and flow of an immense sea. In the morning, the teacher found Onami meditating, a faint smile on his face. He patted the wrestler's shoulder. Now nothing can disturb you, he said. You are those waves. You will sweep everything before you. The same day, Onami entered the wrestling contests and won. After that, no one in Japan was able to defeat him. Ryokan, a Zen master, lived the simplest kind of life in a little hut at the foot of the mountain. One evening, a thief visited the hut, only to discover there was nothing in it to steal. Ryokan returned and caught him. You may have come a long way to visit me, he told the prowler, and you should not return empty-handed. Please, take my clothes as a gift. The thief was bewildered. He took the clothes and slunk away. Ryokan sat naked watching the moon. Poor fellow, he mused. I wish I could give him this beautiful moon. The Zen master Hoshin lived in China many years. Then he returned to the northeastern part of Japan, where he taught his disciples. When he was getting very old, he told them a story he had heard in China. This is the story. One year, on the 25th of December, Tokufu, who was very old, said to his disciples, I'm not going to be alive next year, so you fellows should treat me well this year. The pupils thought he was joking, but since he was a great-hearted teacher, each of them in turn treated him to a feast on succeeding days of the departing year. On the eve of the new year, Tokufu concluded, You have been good to me. I shall leave you tomorrow afternoon when the snow has stopped. The disciples laughed, thinking he was aging and talking nonsense, since the night was clear and without snow. But at midnight, snow began to fall, and the next day they did not find their teacher about. They went to the meditation hall. There he had passed on. Hoshin, who related this story, told his disciples, It is not necessary for a Zen master to predict his passing, but if he really wishes to do so, he can. Can you? Someone asked. Yes, answered Hoshin. I will show you what I can do 7 days from now. None of the disciples believed him, and most of them had even forgotten the conversation when Hoshin called them together. 7 days ago, he remarked, I said I was going to leave you. It is customary to write a farewell poem, but I am neither a poet nor calligrapher. Let one of you inscribe my last words. His followers thought he was joking, but one of them started to write. Are you ready? Hoshin asked. Yes, sir, replied the writer. Then Hoshin dictated. I came from brilliancy and return to brilliancy. What is this? The poem was 1 line short of the customary 4, so the disciple said, Master, we are 1 line short. Hoshin, with the roar of a conquering lion, shouted, Ka! And was gone. The exquisite Shonkei, whose other name was Suzu, was compelled to marry against her wishes when she was quite young. Later, after this marriage had ended, she attended a university where she studied philosophy. To see Shonkei was to fall in love with her. Moreover, wherever she went, she herself fell in love with others. Love was with her at the university, and afterwards, when philosophy did not satisfy her and she visited a temple to learn about Zen, the Zen students fell in love with her. Shunkei's whole life was saturated with love. At last in Kyoto, she became a real student of Zen. Her brothers in the sub-temple of Kenin praised her sincerity. One of them proved to be a congenial spirit and assisted her in the mastery of Zen. The abbot of Kenin, Mokurai, Silent Thunder, was severe. He kept the precepts himself and expected his priests to do so. In modern Japan, whatever zeal these priests have lost for Buddhism, they seem to have gained for taking wives. Mokurai used to take a broom and chase the women away when he found them in any of his temples, but the more wives he swept out, the more seemed to come back. In this particular temple, the wife of the head priest became jealous of Shunkei's earnestness and beauty. Hearing the students praise her serious Zen made this wife squirm and itch. Finally, she spread a rumor about Shunkei and the young man who was her friend. As a consequence, he was expelled, and Shunkei was removed from the temple. I may have made the mistake of love, thought Shunkei, but the priest's wife shall not remain in the temple either if my friend is to be treated so unjustly. Shunkei the same night with a can of kerosene set fire to the 500-year-old temple and burned it to the ground. In the morning, she found herself in the hands of the police. A young lawyer became interested in her and endeavored to make her sentence lighter. Do not help me, she told him. I might decide to do something else which would only imprison me again. At last, a sentence of 7 years was completed, and Shunkei was released from the prison, where the 60-year-old warden also had become enamored of her. But now everyone looked upon her as a jailbird. No one would associate with her. Even the Zen people who were supposed to believe in enlightenment in this life and with this body shunned her. Zen, Shunkei found, was one thing, and the followers of Zen quite another. Her relatives would have nothing to do with her. She grew sick, poor, and weak. She met a Shinsu priest who taught her the name of the Buddha of love, and in this Shunkei found some solace and peace of mind. She passed away when she was still exquisitely beautiful and hardly 30 years old. She wrote her own story in a futile endeavor to support herself, and some of it she told to a woman writer, so it reached the Japanese people. Those who rejected Shunkei, those who slandered and hated her, now read of her life with tears of remorse. In Tokyo in the Meiji era, there lived two prominent teachers of opposite characteristics. One, Unsho, an instructor in Shingon, kept Buddha's precepts scrupulously. He never drank intoxicants, nor did he eat after 11 o'clock in the morning. The other teacher, Tanzan, a professor of philosophy at the Imperial University, never observed the precepts. When he felt like eating, he ate, and when he felt like sleeping in the daytime, he slept. One day, Unsho visited Tanzan, who was drinking wine at the time, not even a drop of which is supposed to touch the tongue of a Buddhist. "Hello, brother," Tanzan greeted him. "Won't you have a drink?" "I never drink," exclaimed Unsho solemnly. "For one who does not drink is not even human," said Tanzan. "Do you mean to call me inhuman just because I do not indulge in intoxicating liquids?" exclaimed Unsho in anger. "Then if I am not human, what am I?" "A Buddha," answered Tanzan. Shoun became a teacher of Soto Zen. When he was still a student, his father passed away, leaving him to care for his old mother. Whenever Shoun went to a meditation hall, he always took his mother with him. Since she accompanied him when he visited monasteries, he could not live with the monks. So he would build a little house and care for her there. He would copy sutras, Buddhist verses, and in this manner receive a few coins for food. When Shoun brought fish for his mother, people would scoff at him, for a monk is not supposed to eat fish. But Shoun did not mind. His mother, however, was hurt to see others laugh at her son. Finally, she told Shoun, "I think I will become a nun. I can be a vegetarian too." She did, and they studied together. Shoun was fond of music and was a master of the harp, which his mother also played. On full moon nights, they used to play together. One night, a young lady passed by their house and heard music. Deeply touched, she invited Shoun to visit her the next evening and play. He accepted the invitation. A few days later, he met the young lady on the street and thanked her for her hospitality. Others laughed at him. He had visited the house of a woman of the streets. One day, Shoun left for a distant temple to deliver a lecture. A few months afterwards, he returned home to find his mother dead. Friends had not known where to reach him, so the funeral was then in progress. Shoun walked up and hit the coffin with his staff. "Mother, your son has returned," he said. "I'm glad to see you've returned, son," he answered for his mother. "Yes, I'm glad too," Shoun responded. Then he announced to the people about him, "The funeral ceremony is over. You may bury the body." When Shoin was old, he knew his end was approaching. He asked his disciples to gather around him in the morning, telling them he was going to pass on at noon. Burning incense before the picture of his mother and his old teacher, he wrote a poem. "For 56 years, I lived as best I could, making my way in this world. Now the rain has ended. The clouds are clearing. The blue sky has a full moon." His disciples gathered about him, reciting a sutra, and Shoin passed on during the invocation. A university student, while visiting Gasan, asked him, "Have you ever read the Christian Bible?" "No, read it to me," said Gasan. The student opened the Bible and read from St. Matthew. "And why take ye thought for raiment? Consider the lilies of the field, how they grow. They toil not, neither do they spin. And yet I say unto you that even Solomon in all his glory was not arrayed like one of these. Take therefore no thought for the morrow shall take thought for the things of itself." Gasan said, "Whoever uttered those words I consider an enlightened man." The student continued reading. "Ask, and it shall be given you. Seek, and ye shall find. Knock, and it shall be opened unto you. For everyone that asketh receiveth, and he that seeketh findeth, and to him that knocketh it shall be opened." Gasan remarked, "That is excellent. Whoever said that is not far from Buddhahood." Buddha told a parable in a sutra. A man traveling across a field encountered a tiger. He fled, the tiger after him. Coming to a precipice, he caught hold of the root of a wild vine and swung himself down over the edge. The tiger sniffed at him from above. Trembling, the man looked down to where, far below, another tiger was waiting to eat him. Only the vine sustained him. 2 mice, one white and one black, little by little started to gnaw away the vine. The man saw a luscious strawberry near him. Grasping the vine with one hand, he plucked the strawberry with the other. How sweet it tasted. When one goes to Obaku Temple in Kyoto, he sees carved over the gate the words, "The First Principle." The letters are unusually large, and those who appreciate calligraphy always admire them as being a masterpiece. They were drawn by Kosen 200 years ago. When the master drew them, he did so on paper from which workmen made the larger carving in wood. As Kosen sketched the letters, a bold pupil was with him who had made several gallons of ink for the calligraphy and who never failed to criticize his master's work. "That is not good," he told Kosen after the first effort. "How was that one?" "Poor, worse than before," pronounced the pupil. Kosen patiently wrote one sheet after another until 84 first principles had accumulated, still without the approval of the pupil. Then when the young man stepped outside for a few moments, Kosen thought, now is my chance to escape his keen eye, and he wrote hurriedly with a mind free from distraction, "The First Principle." "A masterpiece," pronounced the pupil. Jiun, a Shingon master, was a well-known Sanskrit scholar of the Tokugawa era. When he was young, he used to deliver lectures to his brother's students. His mother heard about this and wrote him a letter. "Son, I do not think you became a devotee of the Buddha because you desired to turn into a walking dictionary for others. There is no end to information and commentation, glory and honor. I wish you would stop this lecture business. Shut yourself up in a little temple in a remote part of the mountain. Devote your time to meditation, and in this way, attain true realization." The master of Kenin Temple was Mokurai, Silent Thunder. He had a little protege named Toyo, who was only 12 years old. Toyo saw the older disciples visit the master's room each morning and evening to receive instructions in sanzen, or personal guidance, in which they were given koans to stop mind wandering. Toyo wished to do a sanzen also. "Wait a while," said Mokurai. "You're too young." But the child insisted, so the teacher finally consented. In the evening, little Toyo went at the proper time to the threshold of Mokurai's sanzen room. He struck the gong to announce his presence, bowed respectfully 3 times outside the door, and went to sit before the master in respectful silence. "You can hear the sound of 2 hands when they clap together," said Mokurai. "Now show me the sound of 1 hand." Toyo bowed and went to his room to consider this problem. From his window, he could hear the music of the geishas. Ah, I have it, he proclaimed. The next evening, when his teacher asked him to illustrate the sound of one hand, Toyo began to play the music of the geishas. No, said Mokurai, that will never do. That is not the sound of one hand. You've not got it at all. Thinking that such music might interrupt, Toyo moved his abode to a quiet place. He meditated again.
What up, Zach?
What can
This is called 101 Zen Koans. It's all like transcendental enlightenment. I'm going to call Scott. He says I should come to his room, but I can't find it. And it looks like my phone has frozen. Yeah, I just looked through the whole thing. I can't find the room.
You should be able to get in here. No one's blocking you.
Well, invite Adrian Dittman on Clown House. Don't you know how to invite people?
Oh wait, okay. Let me do that. Hold on. Wait, I'm gonna ping you right now.
I couldn't find it. I looked through the whole thing. Literally like 100 rooms.
Dittman.
Adrian Dittman, 2 T's, 2
There it
N's.
is. All right, there we go. Pinging Adrian Dittman. Here he comes. There you go. Get in here.
Whoa. Did it work? Yeah, it worked. Wow, you really put together a big room, huh?
Well, we got Brian Goldsmith here, Big Jew, the top Jew.
Dude, why don't you create a room on replay? What the heck?
Yes, man, this is the freaking deep throaters. This is the deep throat, back of the throat, tickle the taint. Deep throat patriots. We're more patriotic than even those in the embassy. We are so patriotic that I have a Tesla hooked up to my taint.
Plug and play, huh?
It's plug and play, and it will fire. It's got me more on fire than gonorrhea.
Look at your profile and look that the Adrian Dittman podcast 1228. How do they have any respect for you in the Deep Patriot room if they know you're associated with Adrian?
I tell everybody you're my man. I tell everybody Adrian Dittman. Brian, this is Adrian Dittman. He's the man.
You spent 5 minutes telling me how much he's the man, and I've heard people talk about Adrian not by name, but I've heard obviously the NPCs complain. There's somebody that goes around and actually records and posts on YouTube. By the way, I'm a kick live streamer, Adrian. So at any given time, I'm liable to be recording live and streaming to the internet. It's actually a profession. People make tens of millions of dollars doing it. People love you. 29% of kids want to be a YouTube star when they grow up. Hey, Adrian, I'm Brian, Scott's buddy, but not buddy. But we talk.
We're life partners. We're heterosexual life.
Cool. Yeah. I mean, yeah, live streaming is big business. It's big business.
It's going to be, actually, I'm a venture-backed startup founder. So by 2027, it's going to be up to $300 billion, the live streaming market.
Yeah. I mean, I saw a documentary once about this chick who's like a multi-million-dollar OnlyFans girl. She's making like $2 million a month. She's like, the money's so good, I just can't stop. And so she's, it's amazing how you can capture an audience, and it's like any business, really. My sister used to work at California Psychics. The call center every day was billing $200,000 for the credit cards, and online sales are like, I don't know, $300,000-$400,000 a day, and their number one client is in Sri Lanka. She spends $400,000 a year talking to psychics.
And thanks for sharing some insightful information. And it's once you're making either of those bankrolls, you can't, especially the OnlyFans is really you can't. What can you do from there? It's you're never gonna go to making $4,200 a month and working for somebody 9 to 5 if you could just open up your pussy for $4,200 a day on a fucking DM.
I would open my taint on a DM in a second.
Well, you already have, Scott.
Imagine making $60,000 a day sitting in a hot tub, an inflatable hot tub in a bikini. $60,000 a day. You just can't stop doing it.
I have a message to all the non-player characters out there.
I have only one thing to say. Go fuck yourself.
Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself.
Go fuck yourself.
Go fuck yourself.
Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself.
Go fuck yourself.
Go fuck yourself.
Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself.
Go fuck yourself.
Go fuck yourself.
Go fuck yourself.
Go fuck yourself.
Go fuck yourself.
Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself.
Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself.
Go fuck yourself in your fat fucking ass.
Christ, that's so
Yeah, these terrorist attacks, if they are domestic, and they're not, if they are actually, whatever the reason is, um, I was just thinking about it for a second here. The point is that if you served in the military, I was an officer and I went to a prestigious military academy. Ronald Reagan came to our school and he told all the cadets, you are the last of the knights. So, these dogs, these dirty dogs that murdered people, for whatever reason, most likely radical Islamism. But the point is, if you are a murderous son of a bitch, you're no knight. You don't bring justice to the land. And, you're a coward and a traitor and you threw the baby out with the bathwater. So, death to traitors, and you live by the sword, you die by the sword.
virgins for you.
Huh?
And no 78 virgins for the traitors that get death. Like no
Adrian, I used to have a Tinder profile. It was called Knight Rider 6969, but people thought it meant I wanted to have sex with black guys.
I don't understand. Isn't that why you take prep?
I take prep. I feel like I take prep just because I like the way it makes my breath smell.
I heard that is one of the side effects of prep is that it makes your breath smell like omega-8 fish oil.
I have a tattoo on my taint. It says prepped and ready to go. With a 2. The 2 is not spelled out though, it's just the number 2.
You really should study the chakras, Scott. I don't get the feeling that you do enough physical exercise based on your physical appearance. You're going to want to look into yoga, Scott.
I did 92 push-ups this morning and 25 minutes of yoga.
I actually will defend Scott. He actually does like his own P90X workout, like in his room, like 45, 35 minutes. I'm inspired.
I'm going on the treadmill tomorrow, too. I'm hitting Planet Fitness tomorrow for my cardio.
But yeah, Scott it does nothing with like essential oils and chakras and homeopathic, naturopathic. There's absolutely a lot of root cause protocol, magnesiums, potassiums, mineral balancing Scott could do to get his frequency medicine and frequency aura correct. But yeah, he does work out.
I would just say read a good book and work out. Like that's all you need to do.
Adrian, how do you become you have irritated and offended so many people on this app. It's part of the reason I respect you. How do you cultivate such a great list of haters?
Really, I think it's like repetition teaches the donkey, and it's really conditioning where I'm looking at 100 cell phones and I've actively used those hundreds of cell phones to do targeted focus on people on this app, whether it's Dr. Steve Appel or Dr. Roger Mayhem, or whether it's the guy dating the ambassador living in a nice house in Portugal, former internet, startup founder guy, or whether it's some angry redheaded lesbian with a hot crotch who's just a hardcore liberal vaccinologist, abortionologist. Either way, I am not the deep state. I am merely a taint looking for deep throat access to the money, to the vault.
I wonder if we could get Ben Mendelsohn in here, the founder.
Benny boy, how's it going, Benny? See, he's so absent-minded. He would have no idea who I am, and it's only when people remind him who I am that he even knows, just to kick me. Nobody knows who I am, by the way. Like, everybody just, FYI, this is Roger. You probably don't know that.
Like, actively use those hundreds of cell.
If you don't believe me, just go to rogermayhem.com. I'm a Salesforce sales executive based out of California.
I did like when you said you fuck with Steve Appel. You earned like 8,000 brownie points in a lot of people's minds for that.
Yeah, he is a very prickly person. And, Alan Watts says there's prickly goo and gooey prickles, and he's one of those prickly people.
Dr. James says he wants to press charges against you for recording his voice.
Yeah, Dr. James is a special one, too.
So, Adrian, I don't bitch at people in Clubhouse and like tell them that I'm gonna like report them. I like show up to their house and fuck them, and so I can vouch for that.
Yeah, there's a guy on here named Diogenes Spooner who he posted something on Nextdoor, and somebody was like, show the fuck up, and he put his address in, and fucking Diogenes went to the guy's house. He's like, hello, I'm the guy from Nextdoor. You told me to show the fuck up. And he's like, I'm really sorry. I don't know what to tell you. But he's like, oh, I'm here to show the fuck up. Open your fucking, like he went crazy on the guy. And the guy eventually, he's like, you can apologize right now if you'd like to be a gentleman, and he's like, I'm sorry. And he basically threatened this guy into submission through the door. It was so funny.
I love that. Like, dude, I have like a staff with like my iPhones, like for live streaming, and like whenever I run into like NPCs or police or like anybody, and like they see like I have like 4 phones like running streams, and like I'm in a giant hot pink coat, like I'm just getting into this. I just like Angelina Jolie says, go out every day and cause a little trouble, and like there's nothing more fun than I'm doing non-criminal mischief. Showing up, not trespassing, telling people you told me to show the fuck up, being a smart asshole cunt kind of, and like not doing anything illegal but fucking with people, and it's like my new hobby.
So guys, there's a group on FetLife. It's called MAGA Doms and Libtard Subs. And here's a girl. Her name is Dreamy Cupcake. She's a 23-year-old female submissive, very liberal girl seeking MAGA men. Hey there, I would consider myself to be super liberal, but this kink fascinates me. As I don't know any right-wing men in my life, would love to chat about American politics, current events, social justice warriors, kinks, me being hate-fucked and put in my place, all that fun stuff. Sounds like a good time.
Yeah, I think that's the interesting thing about pairing like a hardcore Republican, conservative, heterosexual, Christian normative with like a hardcore communist, socialist, atheist, prostitute, essentially.
I'm surprised there's not more deep throaters out there. Here we are.
It's early. It's people. It's early, and I just think it's hilarious. I think Adrian has me one up, and I love when people put out better energy than me because I'm a giver, and like I love getting in people's asses, Adrian, and making them go crazy. Like I said, as a Jew, legally, not breaking any laws, but I think you're the goat in the room with fucking with people.
Yeah.
It's an absolute pleasure to
Just go to YouTube and type in Dr. Jordan Shaw, because like he complimented me one day.
I asked what I type on YouTube. Okay, hold on.
So Dr. Jordan one day was like, Adrian is the most he's like the funniest Jewish comedian ever because he's so cynical, and I can't remember exactly what he said. I think he's like so cynical. So like basically like ultra cynicism is like a form of comedy because it's like the antithesis of joy. But when you know that person is being a felicitous or a facetious cynic, a subversive cynic, where like you're pointing out the stupidity of cynicism and like the basically the worthlessness and the weightlessness of using negative memetics, negative heuristics, negative language. So if you're a negative NLPer, you're always gonna lose a debate. It's only, when you look on the bright side of life that you can truly win debates. You have to be that ultra white Christian heterosexual patriot. You have to basically be a 21-year-old George Washington if you want to win the debate.
Yeah, because you not only have to, like you said, not put out negative energy that's going to come back to you, you also have to take the other person's perspective and fuck them with it intellectually and throw it back on them using, like you said, non-negative tones. So, all right, what am I typing into Google? Dr. Jordan what?
Dr. Jordan Shaw.
Shaw, like SHAWL?
SCHAUL, Shaw.
SCHAUL.
So I've been spreading the rumor that Dr. Jordan Shaw is suing me for defamation of character. I just think it's funny to spread like negative rumors about yourself that can have like no impact, but yet everybody repeats. It's very funny.
No, I love it. I mean, I remind everybody this is America. We have free speech and free press, and it's free to have free speech. Like, people forget that. Like, obviously, it's not like the best defense is offense. You have, like, obviously, you're posting free speech. I post free speech because it's free. So I have the Be Fearless episode with Jordan 15, Dr. Jordan Shaw, Narcissism, Psychology, Adrian Dittman, Elon Musk. That one? Or a lot of these yours?
Yeah.
Oh, these are all your shorts. Got it. Cool. I'll have to bookmark this page.
Yeah, basically people talk about freedom of speech, but they can't actually show you an example of freedom of speech by doing it immediately.
Right, well, that's why I have, like, I'll tell you, I have an EV car I drive around in, and, like, I'm liable to show up and, get in your ass. And, like, hey, you told me to come to your doorstep. I'm fucking here, you fucking quack. Like, but people, this is my complaint to Scott, and I think this is why I'm happy to meet you, Adrian, because you do something. So, obviously, there's live streaming and podcasting, and live streaming, dumbest people in the world, podcasting, really smart. But these people will come on the Clubhouse, as you know, these people, intellectually, they're smart. Like, in actual practical reality, they're pathetic. But, like, they'll give a 1 hour, I'm getting to my point. They'll talk for an hour about something really important, like whether it's saving the country or getting rid of, bad people or sexual people or kids or immigrants or whatever. They'll make their case. And then they'll say, all right, this has been great. I got to go to dinner now and walk the dog, and bye everybody. Be back tomorrow. It's like, what the fuck is the point of sharing like this adamant speech about marching and saving the country, and then being, all right, thanks for having me on. Bye now. I don't really care about everything I said. I'm just gonna go and be an NPC and make some Pop-Tarts. Live streaming, dumbest people. I kind of like Dr. Jordan's new name a lot, because I'm Brian Goldsmith, and like people are always like Goldberg, Goldsmith, Goldstein, Goldstein. So I do like what Dr. J did to his last name. I think we can agree that that's pretty funny.
Yeah, I often, find myself talking about like the subconscious dopamine neuro like transmitter. It's basically like talk therapy, depression, talking, like just talking gets your dopamine up. So, I think that's what's happening a lot of the times in these rooms where it's really just a session for dopamine. Nothing really productive is accomplished in the conversations and the meetings that take place here. But then from like a psychological therapeutic perspective, anger management and seeing how people deal with basically contrarians and toxic language, toxic emotion, toxic behavior, and how people like transmute the transfer on this app You know, like if you were blind, it would like support my, observational hypotheses, I guess.
No, I actually have been on Clubhouse for 4 years, and I think Aether Physics supports your hypothesis. I mean, we've noticed, like, the people that got addicted early on, the endorphin, like, fix to the app. And like you said, a lot of it is not getting done at all. People are just kind of getting their social creatures by nature. And like you said, you can kind of tell the people that, all the Karens of the world, all the NPCs, that they're just in a chat room, and now nobody's hurt them. Nobody's, hurt their kids or hurt them physically. And yet they seem like they've been physically hurt because somebody's talking contrary to the intent.
I don't know, when you hear like really irreverent stuff that like totally counteracts somebody's all or nothing position, that to me is like always funny. Like I think you were referencing like Greg Satel's dog walk. You know what I'm talking about? Oh, Jane is here.
No, I mean, I actually didn't really attend the dog walk, and I'm not really a scholar, so I don't understand what happened there. But I do. What you're saying is is kind of what makes me go to people's doors and scream at them, because I think what you're saying is when people stop aligning with their words, right? They're not saying what they mean, and they're not meaning what they say. They actually counteract their own points, and they keep talking and will never back up and be like, oh, actually I'm wrong, or actually I'm disagreeing with a point I made myself. Like, as you've noticed, or as we've noticed, like, people don't like to admit when they're wrong. People don't like to roll over when they're wrong. People don't like to admit like they're sorry and they're wrong. And people are fucking cunts.
Well, the one thing you also realize is that most people can't have um, a communication conversation without talking over each other. So clearly, the dopamine is like what's hitting.
I love when Roger has to do his resets, and it literally sounds like pre-K. Like, okay, everybody, one person is gonna talk, and then they're gonna mute, and then the other person is gonna talk, and then they're gonna. Every time Roger has to do that for class, it's just like. And then it's just like when you're at a party, and it's like, hey, Cindy, it's like you're at a party, and like it's getting late, and like you want everybody to keep it down because like the girlfriend or wife is sleeping. It's like you can only stay quiet for so long with the boys or boys and girls, where it's like within a minute you all start talking over each other and getting loud again. It's like nobody can maintain that quiet tone. And yeah, it's definitely dopamine, endorphin, and it's and there's no Zoom fatigue here, and I think people feel safe too. Like I always love this Louis C.K. joke in stand up. So Louis C.K. has this in a stand up. It's like when you're in your car and somebody cuts you off, you're gonna be like, "Fuck you and die, you piece of shit, turd motherfucker." All right, but if you're in the elevator and somebody like steps on your Jordan or your shoe, you're not gonna look to the left of them and say, "Fuck you and die, you piece of shit," because now you're next to them. You're not in your car anymore. So clearly, Lisa, I'm gonna mute up for a minute.
Yeah, what you're talking about with regards to showing up at people's houses and whatnot. I mean, or even in the streets, like, or at the bar, you don't step on people's toes, and you don't scream at people, and you don't cut people off. Like that's the next level of understanding, where like you're aware that there's people like that drive like that. Like road rage and clubhouse road rage are like the same thing. People come here technically for road rage. I don't think people know that, but they're here for the road rage, and they probably drive like that too. Imagine like imagine having a hidden mic in Steve Appel's car while he drives and smokes a cigarette. Imagine listening to Steve Appel's inner voice. And that's the thing about inner voices. Like your inner voice is really, your outer voice. So Clubhouse is like a good example of somebody's inner monologue. Cindy, do you want to say anything? I was also going to say that, yeah, showing up at people's houses or talking about philosophy or God in the street or politics of any sort, that's why people get punched in the face and knifed. And that's what Plato or Aristotle or Epictetus said. Is that philosophy is not popular at the moment, so we don't discuss it. Otherwise, you might get punched in the face. So, um, yeah, and also interestingly, at one point Rome outlawed philosophy. Like they declared atheism. No more philosophers. Like you're causing too many problems in society. Like you're basically telling people to stop working. Like that's like the end product of philosophy. You're like, all right, everybody, stop being ants and turning the wheels and continuing to make the system go because um, that's the thing about empires. And America is an empire. And that cook on the battleships and the aircraft carriers, and they're the one feeding all the sailors and soldiers who will drop all of our pretty toys from the sky on anyone that defies our empire. Deep Throat Patriots Unite!
Oh, you think darkness is your ally? I was born in the dark. You've merely just adapted to it.
Some people contribute 20 years to the empire. Some contribute 50 years of their life to the empire.
I love the Bane speech. I'm giving power back to you, the people. He seems like such a nice guy when he's saying
Take the core out of the detonator.
So your voices are good, but yeah, my mind was blown when you said. I mean, it was kind of basic, but like when you're like, people come to this app just to fucking like it. Yeah, this is not like Mary Poppins. Like, hey, let's just get in a chat room and have nice conversations with blind people and grandmothers.
For me, I think there's also like a hidden rage and anger against like the time waste of like listening to really stupid people be platformed because of basically people wanting to do diversity hires on stage.
Well, we heard what Scott played earlier, the fuck off, fuck off, fuck off, fuck off, fuck off, fuck off. But yeah, no, there's as you mentioned Steve Appel and other people, and they don't, but like, yeah, and people that we don't even know their names. There's a lot of people that it's just like, and that's why it's not curated, right? And it gets dumb when you have fucking like people sharing. Like, anyways, like
No, the amalgamation is like actually probably the coolest feature. I'm just saying that even so, like last night on the Adrian Dittman podcast that I'm producing and recording of Elon Musk, which is an unrecorded conversation every night at 7 p.m. Like I've been recording it since August of 24. And even yesterday, he's being accused of being a racist. And so yesterday he had a black guy on the stage. And now he has Indians on the stage. So like he's building a diversified pool of people. And a lot of them are just young novice people, like out of college. They don't really speak English that well. Their awareness of many things is just not there. But yet they're still very smart people willing to read. And it's amazing how AI is making people subject matter experts like quicker than ever before. And people will just become a subject matter expert because of ChatGPT. And they represent themselves as being subject matter experts, but all they're really using is ChatGPT. Listen, just life is short, and people got to make moves and do things. But yeah, I love this app, and I know many people on it. And if they dislike me because I've recorded them and used their name on YouTube, all they have to do is go to YouTube and go to the privacy complaint form, and they can get my video removed, and they'll probably get my YouTube accounts shut down. But Dr. Jordan Shaw doesn't seem to care. And supposedly, he's like a narcissist in therapy. So, I mean, or maybe he's just too lazy. I get the feeling people are too lazy to do anything on this app, and that's why they come to this
Yeah,
app
man,
because
they are. I had to have a YouTube video removed once. I was showing up to somebody's house and being a little outrageous, and it was going viral. And they used their like ring cam to like post it, and it was like, actually, you can't like. It was defamation of character. It was like getting like 30,000-40,000 more hits a day. So I went on the YouTube, and like you said, there's a couple boxes. You click on them, and they take it down because they're fucking a $500 million company, billion-dollar company, and they abide by the fucking laws. So yeah, it's a very American company, and yeah.
Yeah, and I don't dislike Dr. Jordan Shaw. Like, if I spend my time filming somebody and putting them on YouTube, it's not because I hate them or want to like malign them or cause harm to them. It's really like a compliment. Like, hey, I'm watching you. Why don't you watch me? Is all you do is just talk and pontificate, and you actually think you're like a leader or a subject matter expert? Like, what's your real story? Let me see your LinkedIn. Like, why should anyone listen to you? Like, I mean, I've seen Steve, like, you can look up Steve Appel and see his YouTube stuff. I mean, he's no fucking, Johnny Carson or Johnny, who's that famous lawyer? Johnny Cochran. Like, he's just Steve Appel. And I've never really heard him say anything intelligent or smart. I mean, he just moderates. And he's his attitude, his demeanor, like, that's the thing is like you can analyze these people and dislike them, but then what kind of a person are you? Are you super calm? Are you super loving? Are you super joyful? So, like, if you compare and contrast yourself, like, I'm here for therapy and rectification, but I don't get the feeling anybody else is.
Well, fucking thanks, Steve Appel. He's awful. His voice is awful, and he actually, it's not just me, obviously. There's people that literally, he grinds their gears just by him opening his mouth. Moving on to Dr. Jordan, I think Aether Physics, and I completely agree. He talks, and I mean, he just talks for so long, and it's like, what the fuck he's a subject expert matter on apparently nothing he wants to share with us. Like, I haven't seen any, like you said, I haven't seen his research papers, right? I haven't seen his LinkedIn, but apparently he knows everything. And then, yeah, I get it. It's a lot.
Like last night on the Adrian Dittman podcast, they had lawyers talking about AI software and using a ton of legal terminology, and it was a fascinating conversation because it was actual subject matter experts and lawyers who have been practicing law for many years, and they're using very complicated words and they're speaking very quickly, and you can tell, oh, these are very smart people. When you listen to Dr. George Shaw, the zoologist, go on and on about narcissism, and the thing is, if you don't think he's like projecting, like the whole thing, this app is like it to me. The theory is that everyone is projecting all the time, whether they're aware of it or they're not, based on what they're saying. So that's my opinion theory. And for him to sit there and say, like, talk all this shit about Ivanka Trump and all kinds of stuff, it's like, and the thing is, like, Trump won, and all these people hate Trump and they're anti-Trump. They're not patriots. They're not. I would say in many ways they are conservative, but they're not. I don't know. They're just the fact that they all endorsed Kamala and Waltz just makes me, want to puke in my mouth and spit it out. Because if you listen to them for like the past 4 years during the whole Biden thing and leading up to the election, it's like they really. The worst thing is that these people think that their clubhouse activities in some way or shape or form was like on the ground or digital, political gaming and operations. And, then they all go back. It's just so many specific examples. And then, but the thing about the group, yeah, the phone died.
You ever hear Nixon's tapes? Because he said a lot of shit on those tapes.
How y'all doing today? That's right.
Look at Western PTI.
What's going on, big bro?
How'd they do? They all go kiss
How
out.
you doing this morning, Jazz?
They all have to go and kiss and cry in front of a wall, you know.
Hey, Jazzy. Hey, Oscar.
Hey, everybody.
I just say fuck you too, bitch.
Hello? Hello? Jazzy spewing her typical J-word hate speech. Jazzy think...
We gotta really look at what's really going on because...
Who said everything? You literally talked specifically
No, you can't blame you for everything.
You literally brought up
I'm almost done speaking, and then you can eat me alive.
You literally brought up modern.
I'm almost done speaking. I did bring up modern monetary theory.
Specifically to monetary.
And I brought up the fake capitalism that we practice. Also, are the Vanderbilts Jewish? No. Some of the richest families in the world have nothing to do with Judaism. They've been fucking us over for years.
Who said that 100% of rich families had to be Jewish for them to have the
You said it's the Jews'
I didn't
fault.
say that.
You did. Guys, am I tripping? Or did he say it's Jews' fault?
Said some shit like that.
Oh, wow. I'm going to...
Hey, I know, like, typically, this is how retarded what you just said is. If I was to say that women are shorter than men, you'd be like, I know a girl that's taller than you. That's how retarded what you're saying is. We're talking generally. We don't have to talk about exceptions. We're talking about generally.
So you're talking about yourself right now.
Per capita or something that Dr. I think they heard you say it was the Jews' fault, but I mean, yeah, call me retarded.
Yeah, 100%. Do you know about the meeting at Jackal Island? What do you know about the
I actually do, but I'm going to let you think I don't. I'm a stupid black bitch.
Okay.
I'm going to go on mute.
So you're for Palestine?
No.
Oh, no, I'm for none of them, actually.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Jasmine. You say about use. You say a lot about use. So you're pro-Palestine, I guess. And I saw the chat about me. Like, shut this piece of shit European person out of the stage. Come on, guys. We're better than that. I have never tried to disrespect any of you. Never. I was wondering, I was asking, I was genuinely interested in what you had to say. So please stop calling me a European piece of shit, or if you want to it. But that's not what I'm trying to do. But if you say this about Jews, I guess you're pro-Palestine right now. Or not?
No, she said Israel ain't even run by the Jews.
Is Israel not run by Jews? So Netanyahu is not a Jew.
No, she's saying they're all a bunch of Satanists, esotericists, philosophers.
No, he's Polish.
Is this a Jew?
Yeah, patrilineal.
You don't know black comedy?
No, I don't.
Well, welcome to America, nigga.
Thank you. Been here for a while. I'm sorry to
Motherfucking Vanderbilts ain't Jewish. And they've been fucking my people over for 150 fucking years, motherfucker.
They're reptilians. How did you figure that out?
Alright, man. Chill out, man. Come on, bro. I'm dead. That was funny as hell. I was like, who the fuck's coming to that?
I just want to say I'm sorry if I offended anyone. That's
Who says everybody has to have the American dream?
You didn't offend me. I
What is
didn't
that
listen.
American dream thing? What was the American dream thing? The American dream thing? What was the American dream? Yeah. Wasn't that
That's a
something that happened?
psyop. Every slogan's a fucking psyop. Diamonds are our best friend. The American
dream
everything
was just
is a fucking
home
psyop.
ownership.
It's all
That's
propaganda.
it. Home ownership, a home to pass down to your kids. That was the American dream. If you're not American, I don't think you would really know. You only know what you've been told.
No,
okay, I own two houses in America.
You can make your life what you wanted to,
That's what the American dream is. You can make your life what you want to do. You choose to be poor. You choose to be rich. But let's not attack people for being successful. That's what Walmart and closing all the stores down. Let's imagine Elon Musk closing Tesla down. Let's imagine Bezos of Amazon closing everyone down. What happened in the United States of America?
You don't know about America. You're
They employ a lot of
not me speaking.
So it means that employers
How do you feel about the Zach Ramaswamy and how he made his money?
He's India first? Well, I don't know. Why don't you tell me?
Do you know how he made
Sounds
his
like
money?
you might have an idea.
You know,
Please
well, like, here's an immigrant.
Hundreds of millions of dollars in a single pharmaceutical company with 8 employees.
I got Mr. Anderson.
3 of them were family members. The doctor that oversaw the clinical trial was his mother. Amazing. And he defrauded his investors, and he should be in prison like Elizabeth Holmes and Theranos is.
This is an immigrant that the conservative side will prop up and say, look, here's an immigrant who is a billionaire, pharmaceutical billionaire, but yeah, he bought a failing Alzheimer's drug for $15 million, lied about the 3rd stage that was in, sold it to investors for over $600 million.
Sound of
And
one
then that
hand.
conservative.
He happened to hear some water dripping. I have it, imagined Toyo. When he next appeared before his teacher, Toyo imitated dripping water. What is that? Asked Mokurai. That is the sound of dripping water, but not the sound of one hand. Try again.
Love the law.
In vain, Toyo meditated to hear the sound of one hand. He heard the sighing of the wind, but the sound was rejected. He heard the cry of an owl. This also was refused. The sound of one hand was not the locusts. For more than 10 times, Toyo visited Mokurai with different sounds. All were wrong. For almost a year, he pondered what the sound of one hand might be. At last, little Toyo entered true meditation and transcended all sounds. I could collect no more, he explained later, so I reached the soundless sound. Toyo had realized the sound of one hand. Soyen Shaku, the first Zen teacher to come to America, said, "My heart burns like fire, but my eyes are as cold as dead ashes." He made the following rules which he practiced every day of his life. In the morning before dressing, light incense and meditate. Retire at a regular hour. Partake of food at regular intervals. Eat with moderation and never to the point of satisfaction. Receive a guest with the same attitude you have when alone. When alone, maintain the same attitude you have in receiving guests. Watch what you say, and whatever you say, practice it. When an opportunity comes, do not let it pass by, yet always think twice before acting. Do not regret the past, look to the future. Have the fearless attitude of a hero, and the loving heart of a child. Upon retiring, sleep as if you had entered your last sleep. Upon awakening, leave your bed behind you instantly, as if you had cast away a pair of old shoes. When Eishun, the Zen nun, was past 60 and about to leave this world, she asked some monks to pile up wood in the yard. Seating herself firmly in the center of the funeral pyre, she had it set fire around the edges. "Oh, nun," shouted one monk, "is it hot in there?" "Such a matter would concern only a stupid person like yourself," answered Eishun. The flames arose, and she passed away. A farmer requested a Tendai priest to recite sutras for his wife who had died. After the recitation was over, the farmer asked, "Do you think my wife will gain merit from this?" "Not only your wife, but all sentient beings will benefit from the recitation of sutras," answered the priest. "If you say all sentient beings will benefit," said the farmer, "my wife may be very weak and others will take advantage of her, getting the benefit she should have. So please, recite sutras just for her." The priest explained that it was the desire of a Buddhist to offer blessings and wish merit for every living being. "That is a fine teaching," concluded the farmer, "but please make one exception. I have a neighbor who is rough and mean to me. Just exclude him from all those sentient beings." Suiwo, the disciple of Hakuin, was a good teacher. During one summer seclusion period, a pupil came to him from a southern island of Japan. Suiwo gave him a problem. Hear the sound of one hand. The pupil remained 3 years but could not pass this test. One night he came in tears to Swiwo. I must return south in shame and embarrassment, he said, for I cannot solve my problem. Wait 1 week more and meditate constantly, advised Swiwo. Still, no enlightenment came to the pupil. Try for another week, said Swiwo. The pupil obeyed, but in vain. Still another week. Yet this was of no avail. In despair, the student begged to be released, but Swiwo requested another meditation of 5 days. They were without result. Then he said, meditate for 3 days longer. Then if you fail to attain enlightenment, you had better kill yourself. On the second day, the pupil was enlightened. Provided he makes and wins an argument about Buddhism with those who live there, any wandering monk can remain in the Zen temple. If he is defeated, he has to move on. In a temple in the northern part of Japan, 2 brother monks were dwelling together. The elder one was learned, but the younger one was stupid and had but one eye. A wandering monk came and asked for lodging, properly challenging them to a debate about the sublime teaching. The elder brother, tired that day from much studying, told the younger one to take his place. Go and request the dialogue in silence, he cautioned. So the young monk and the stranger went to the shrine and sat down. Shortly afterwards, the traveler rose and went into the elder brother and said, Your young brother is a wonderful fellow. He defeated me. Relate the dialogue to me, said the elder one. Well, explained the traveler, first I held up 1 finger, representing Buddha, the enlightened one. So he held up 2 fingers, signifying Buddha and his teaching. I held up 3 fingers, representing Buddha, his teaching, and his followers living the harmonious life. Then he shook his clenched fist in my face, indicating that all 3 come from one realization. Thus he won, and so I have no right to remain here. With this, the traveler left. Where's that fellow? Asked the younger one, running into his elder brother. I understand you won the debate. Won nothing. I'm going to beat him up. Tell me the subject of the debate, asked the elder one. Why, the minute he saw me, he held up 1 finger, insulting me by insinuating that I have only 1 eye. Since he was a stranger, I thought I would be polite to him, so I held up 2 fingers, congratulating him that he has 2 eyes. Then the impolite wretch held up 3 fingers, suggesting that between us we only have 3 eyes. So I got mad and started to punch him, but he ran out and that ended it. After Bankei had passed away, a blind man who lived near the master's temple told a friend, Since I'm blind, I cannot watch a person's face, so I must judge his character by the sound of his voice. Ordinarily, when I hear someone congratulate another upon his happiness or success, I also hear a secret tone of envy. When condolence is expressed for the misfortune of another, I hear pleasure and satisfaction, as if the one condoling was really glad there was something left to gain in his own world. In all my experience, however, Bankei's voice was always sincere. Whenever he expressed happiness, I heard nothing but happiness, and whenever he expressed sorrow, sorrow was all I heard. Keichu, the great Zen teacher of the Meiji era, was the head of Tofuku, a cathedral in Kyoto. One day the governor of Kyoto called upon him for the first time. His attendant presented the card of the governor, which read, Kitagaki, governor of Kyoto. I have no business with such a fellow, said Keichu to his attendant. Tell him to get out of here. The attendant carried the card back with apologies. That was my error, said the governor, and with a pencil he scratched out the words, Governor of Kyoto. Ask your teacher again. Oh, is that Kitagaki? Exclaimed the teacher when he saw the card. I want to see that fellow. When Banzan was walking through a market, he overheard a conversation between a butcher and his customer. Give me the best piece of meat you have, said the customer. Everything in my shop is the best, replied the butcher. You cannot find here any piece of meat that is not the best. At these words, Banzan became enlightened. Mokusen Hiki was living in a temple in the province of Tamba. One of his adherents complained of the stinginess of his wife. Mokusen visited the adherent's wife and showed her his clenched fist before her face. What do you mean by that? Asked the surprised woman. Suppose my fist were always like that. What would you call it? He asked. Deformed, replied the woman. Then he opened his hand flat in her face and asked, Suppose it were always like that. What then? Another kind of deformity, said the wife. If you understand that much, finished Mokusen, you are a good wife. Then he left. After his visit, this wife helped her husband to distribute as well as to save. Mokugen was never known to smile until his last day on earth. When his time came to pass away, he said to his faithful ones, "You have studied under me for more than 10 years. Show me your real interpretation of Zen. Whoever expresses this most clearly shall be my successor and receive my robe and bowl." Everyone watched Mokugen's severe face, but no one answered. Encho, a disciple who had been with his teacher for a long time, moved near the bedside. He pushed forward the medicine cup a few inches. This was his answer to the command. The teacher's face became even more severe. "Is that all you understand?" he asked. Encho reached out and moved the cup back again. A beautiful smile broke over the features of Mokugen. "You rascal," he told Encho. "You have worked with me 10 years and have not yet seen my whole body. Take the robe and bowl. They belong to you." Zen students are with their masters at least 10 years before they presume to teach others. Non-In was visited by Tenno, who, having passed his apprenticeship, had become a teacher. The day happened to be rainy, so Tenno wore wooden clogs and carried an umbrella. After greeting him, Non-In remarked, "I suppose you left your wooden clogs in the vestibule. I want to know if your umbrella is on the right or left side of the clogs." Tenno, confused, had no instant answer. He realized that he was unable to carry his Zen every minute. He became Non-In's pupil, and he studied 6 more years to accomplish his every-minute Zen. Subhuti was Buddha's disciple. He was able to understand the potency of emptiness, the viewpoint that nothing exists except in its relationship of subjectivity and objectivity. One day, Subhuti, in a mood of sublime emptiness, was sitting under a tree. Flowers began to fall about him. "We are praising you for your discourse on emptiness," the gods whispered to him. "But I have not spoken of emptiness," said Subhuti. "You have not spoken of emptiness. We have not heard emptiness," responded the gods. "This is the true emptiness." And blossoms showered upon Subhuti as rain. Gisho was ordained as a nun when she was 10 years old. She received training just as the little boys did. When she reached the age of 16, she traveled from one Zen master to another, studying with them all. She remained 3 years with Unzan, 6 years with Uke, but was unable to obtain a clear vision. At last, she went to the master Inzan. Inzan showed her no distinction at all on account of her sex. He scolded her like a thunderstorm. He cuffed her to awaken her inner nature. Gisho remained with Inzan 13 years, and then she found that which she was seeking. In her honor, Inzan wrote a poem. "This nun studied 13 years under my guidance. In the evening, she considered the deepest koans. In the morning, she was wrapped in other koans. The Chinese nun Tetsuma surpassed all before her, and since Mujaku, none has been so genuine as this Gisho. Yet there are many more gates for her to pass through. She should receive still more blows from my iron fist." After Gisho was enlightened, she went to the province of Banshu, started her own Zen temple, and taught 200 other nuns until she passed away 1 year in the month of August. The master Soyen Shaku passed from this world when he was 61 years of age. Fulfilling his life's work, he left a great teaching, far richer than that of most Zen masters. His pupils used to sleep in the daytime during midsummer, and while he overlooked this, he himself never wasted a minute. When he was but 12 years old, he was already studying Tendai philosophical speculation. One summer day, the air had been so sultry that little Soyen stretched his legs and went to sleep while his teacher was away. 3 hours passed when, suddenly waking, he heard his master enter, but it was too late. There he lay, sprawled across the doorway. "I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon," his teacher whispered, stepping carefully over Soyen's body, as if it were that of some distinguished guest. After this, Soyen never slept again in the afternoon. Our schoolmaster used to take a nap every afternoon, related a disciple of Soyen Shaku. We children asked him why he did it, and he told us, "I go to dreamland to meet the old sages just as Confucius did. When Confucius slept, he would dream of ancient sages and later tell his followers about them. It was extremely hot one day, So some of us took a nap. Our schoolmaster scolded us. We went to dreamland to meet the ancient sages, the same as Confucius did, we explained. What was the message from those sages, our schoolmaster demanded. One of us replied, we went to dreamland and met the sages and asked them if our schoolmaster came there every afternoon, but they said they had never seen any such fellow. Joshu began the study of Zen when he was 60 years old and continued until he was 80 when he realized Zen. He taught from the age of 80 until he was 120. A student once asked him, if I haven't anything in my mind, what shall I do? Joshu replied, throw it out. But if I haven't anything, how can I throw it out? Continued the questioner. Well, said Joshu, then carry it out. When Mamiya, who later became a well-known preacher, went to a teacher for personal guidance, he was asked to explain the sound of one hand. Mamiya concentrated upon what the sound of one hand might be. You're not working hard enough, his teacher told him. You are too attached to food, wealth, things, and that sound. It would be better if you died. That would solve the problem. The next time Mamiya appeared before his teacher, he was again asked what he had to show regarding the sound of one hand. Mamiya at once fell over as if he were dead. You're dead, all right, observed the teacher. But how about that sound? I haven't solved that yet, replied Mamiya, looking up. Dead men do not speak, said the teacher. Get out. Tosui was a well-known Zen teacher of his time. He had lived in several temples and taught in various provinces. The last temple he visited accumulated so many adherents that Tosui told them he was going to quit the lecture business entirely. He advised them to disperse and to go wherever they desired. After that, no one could find any trace of him. 3 years later, one of his disciples discovered him living with some beggars under a bridge in Kyoto. He at once implored Tosui to teach him. If you can do as I do for even a couple of days, I might, Tosui replied. So the former disciple dressed as a beggar and spent a day with Tosui. The following day, one of the beggars died. Tosui and his pupil carried the body off at midnight and buried it on a mountainside. After that, they returned to their shelter under the bridge. Tosui slept soundly the remainder of the night, but the disciple could not sleep. When morning came, Tosui said, we do not have to beg food today. Our dead friend has left some over there. But the disciple was unable to eat a single bite of it. I've said you could not do as I, concluded Tosui. Get out of here and do not bother me again. When Bankei held his seclusion weeks of meditation, pupils from many parts of Japan came to attend. During one of these gatherings, a pupil was caught stealing. The matter was reported to Bankei with the request that the culprit be expelled. Bankei ignored the case. Later, the pupil was caught in a similar act, and again Bankei disregarded the matter. This angered the other pupils, who drew up a petition asking for the dismissal of the thief, stating that otherwise they would leave in a body. When Bankei had read the petition, he called everyone before him. You are wise brothers, he told them. You know what is right and what is not right. You may go somewhere else to study if you wish. But this poor brother does not even know right from wrong. Who will teach him if I do not? I'm going to keep him here, even if all the rest of you leave. A torrent of tears cleansed the face of the brother who had stolen. All desire to steal had vanished. During the Kamakura period, Shinkan studied Tendai 6 years and then studied Zen 7 years. Then he went to China and contemplated Zen for 13 years more. When he returned to Japan, many desired to interview him and asked obscure questions. But when Shinkan received visitors, which was infrequently, he seldom answered their questions. One day, a 50-year-old student of enlightenment said to Shinkan, I have studied the Tendai school of thought since I was a little boy, but one thing in it I cannot understand. Tendai claims that even the grass and trees will become enlightened. To me, this seems very strange. Of what use is it to discuss how grass and trees become enlightened, asked Shinkan. The question is how you yourself can become so. Did you ever consider that? I never thought of it in that way, marveled the old man. Then go home and think it over, finished Shinkan. The Buddhist nun known as Ryonin was born in 1797. She was a granddaughter of the famous Japanese warrior Shingen. Her poetical genius and alluring beauty were such that at 17 she was serving the Empress as one of the ladies of the court. Even at such a youthful age, fame awaited her. The beloved Empress died suddenly, and Rhiannon's hopeful dreams vanished. She became acutely aware of the impermanency of life in this world. It was then that she desired to study Zen. Her relatives disagreed, however, and practically forced her into marriage. With a promise that she might become a nun after she had borne 3 children, Rhiannon assented. Before she was 25, she had accomplished this condition. Then her husband and relatives could no longer dissuade her from her desire. She shaved her head, took the name of Rhiannon, which means to realize clearly, and started on her pilgrimage. She came to the city of Edo and asked Tetsugyu to accept her as a disciple. At one glance, the master rejected her because she was too beautiful. Rhiannon then went on to another master, Hakuo. Hakuo refused her for the same reason, saying that her beauty would only make trouble. Rhiannon obtained a hot iron and placed it against her face. In a few moments, her beauty had vanished forever. Hakuo then accepted her as a disciple. Commemorating this occasion, Rhiannon wrote a poem on the back of a little mirror. In the service of my empress, I burned incense to perfume my exquisite clothes. Now, as a homeless mendicant, I burn my face to enter a Zen temple. When Rhiannon was about to pass from this world, she wrote another poem. 66 times, these eyes beheld the changing scene of autumn. I have said enough about moonlight. Ask no more. Only listen to the voice of pines and cedars when no wind stirs. The cook monk, Dairio, at Bankai's monastery decided that he would take good care of his old teacher's health and give him only fresh miso, a paste of soybeans mixed with wheat and yeast that often ferments. Bankei, noticing that he was being served better miso than his pupils, asked, "Who's the cook today?" Dairio was sent before him. Bankei learned that according to his age and position, he should eat only fresh miso. So he said to the cook, "Then you think I shouldn't eat at all?" With this, he entered his room and locked the door. Dairio, sitting outside the door, asked his teacher's pardon. Bankei would not answer. For 7 days, Dairio sat outside and Bankei within. Finally, in desperation, an adherent called loudly to Bankei, "You may be all right, old teacher, but this young disciple here has to eat. He cannot go without food forever." At that, Bankei opened the door. He was smiling. He told Dairio, "I insist on eating the same food as the least of my followers. When you become the teacher, I do not want you to forget this." A student of Tendai, a philosophical school of Buddhism, came to the Zen abode of Gasan as a pupil. When he was departing a few years later, Gasan warned him, "Studying the truth speculatively is useful as a way of collecting preaching material. But remember that unless you meditate constantly, your light of truth may go out." While Seisetsu was the master of Engaku in Kamakura, he required larger quarters since those in which he was teaching were overcrowded. Umezu Seibi, a merchant of Edo, decided to donate 500 pieces of gold called ryo toward the construction of a more commodious school. This money he brought to the teacher. Seisetsu said, "All right, I will take it." Umezu gave Seisetsu the sack of gold, but he was dissatisfied with the attitude of the teacher. One might live a whole year on 3 ryo, and the merchant had not even been thanked for 500. "In that sack are 500 ryo, hinted Umezu. "You told me that before," replied Seisetsu. "Even if I am a wealthy merchant, 500 ryo is a lot of money," said Umezu. "Do you want me to thank you for it?" asked Seisetsu. "You ought to," replied Umezu. "Why should I?" inquired Seisetsu. "The giver should be thankful." Taiko, a warrior who lived in Japan before the Tokugawa era, studied Cha no Yu, tea etiquette, with Sen no Rikyu, a teacher of that aesthetical expression of calmness and contentment. Taiko's attendant warrior, Keito, interpreted his superior's enthusiasm for tea etiquette as negligence of state affairs, so he decided to kill Sen no Rikyu. He pretended to make a social call upon the tea master and was invited to drink tea. The master, who was well skilled in his art, saw at a glance the warrior's intention, so he invited Keito to leave his sword outside before entering the room for the ceremony, explaining that Cha no Yu represents peacefulness itself. Keito would not listen to this. I am a warrior, he said. I always have my sword with me. Chan no yu or no chan no yu, I have my sword. Very well. Bring your sword in and have some tea, consented Sen no Rikyu. The kettle was boiling on the charcoal fire. Suddenly, Sen no Rikyu tipped it over. Hissing steam arose, filling the room with smoke and ashes. The startled warrior ran outside. The tea master apologized. It was my mistake. Come back in and have some tea. I have your sword here covered with ashes, and will clean it and give it to you. In this predicament, the warrior realized he could not very well kill the tea master, so he gave up the idea. Just before Ninakawa passed away, the Zen master Ikkyu visited him. Shall I lead you on? Ikkyu asked. Ninakawa replied, I came here alone, and I go alone. What help could you be to me? Ikkyu answered, if you think you really come and go, that is your delusion. Let me show you the path on which there is no coming and no going. With his words, Ikkyu had revealed the path so clearly that Ninakawa smiled and passed away. A soldier named Nobushige came to Hakuin and asked, is there really a paradise and a hell? Who are you? Inquired Hakuin. I am a samurai, the warrior replied. You, a soldier? Exclaimed Hakuin. What kind of ruler would have you as his guard? Your face looks like that of a beggar. Nobushige became so angry that he began to draw his sword, but Hakuin continued. So you have a sword. Your weapon is probably much too dull to cut off my head. As Nobushige drew his sword, Hakuin remarked, here open the gates of hell. At these words, the samurai, perceiving the master's discipline, sheathed his sword and bowed. Here open the gates of paradise, said Hakuin. A merchant bearing 50 rolls of cotton goods on his shoulders stopped to rest from the heat of the day beneath a shelter where a large stone Buddha was standing. There he fell asleep, and when he awoke, his goods had disappeared. He immediately reported the matter to the police. A judge named Ooka opened court to investigate. That stone Buddha must have stolen the goods, concluded the judge. He is supposed to care for the welfare of the people, but he has failed to perform his holy duty. Arrest him. The police arrested the stone Buddha and carried it into court. A noisy crowd followed the statue, curious to learn what kind of sentence the judge was about to impose. When Ooka appeared on the bench, he rebuked the boisterous audience. What right have you people to appear before the court laughing and joking in this manner? You are in contempt of court and subject to a fine and imprisonment. The people hastened to apologize. I shall have to impose a fine on you, said the judge, but I will remit it, provided each one of you brings 1 roll of cotton goods to the courts within 3 days. Anyone failing to do this will be arrested. One of the rolls of cloth which the people brought was quickly recognized by the merchant as his own, and thus the thief was easily discovered. The merchant recovered his goods, and the cotton rolls were returned to the people. Once a division of the Japanese army was engaged in a sham battle, and some of the officers found it necessary to make their headquarters in Gasan's temple. Gasan told his cook, let the officers have only the same simple fare we eat. This made the army men angry, as they were used to very deferential treatment. One came to Gasan and said, who do you think we are? We are soldiers, sacrificing our lives for our country. Why don't you treat us accordingly? Gasan answered sternly, who do you think we are? We are soldiers of humanity, aiming to save all sentient beings. Zenkai, the son of a samurai, journeyed to Edo and there became the retainer of a high official. He fell in love with the official's wife and was discovered. In self-defense, he slew the official. Then he ran away with the wife. Both of them later became thieves, but the woman was so greedy that Zenkai grew disgusted. Finally, leaving her, he journeyed far away to the province of Buzen, where he became a wandering mendicant. To atone for his past, Zenkai resolved to accomplish some good deed in his lifetime. Knowing of a dangerous road over a cliff that had caused the death and injury of many persons, he resolved to cut a tunnel through the mountain there. Begging food in the daytime, Zenkai worked at night digging his tunnel. When 30 years had gone by, the tunnel was 2,280 feet long, 20 feet high, and 30 feet wide. 2 years before the work was completed, the son of the official he had slain, who was a skillful swordsman, found Zenkai out and came to kill him in revenge. I will give you my life willingly, said Zenkai. Only let me finish this work. On the day it is completed, then you may kill me. So the son awaited the day. Several months passed and Zenkai kept on digging. The son grew tired of doing nothing and began to help with the digging. After he had helped for more than a year, he came to admire Zenkai's strong will and character. At last the tunnel was completed and the people could use it to travel in safety. Now cut off my head, said Zenkai. My work is done. How can I cut off my own teacher's head? Asked the younger man with tears in his eyes. A great Japanese warrior named Nobunaga decided to attack the enemy, although he had only 1/10 the number of men the opposition commanded. He knew that he would win, but his soldiers were in doubt. On the way, he stopped at a Shinto shrine and told his men, after I visit the shrine, I will toss a coin. If heads comes, we will win. If tails, we will lose. Destiny holds us in her hand. Nobunaga entered the shrine and offered a silent prayer. He came forth and tossed a coin. Heads appeared. His soldiers were so eager to fight that they won their battle easily. No one can change the hand of destiny, his attendant told him after the battle. Indeed not, said Nobunaga, showing a coin which had been doubled, with heads facing either way. Gasan instructed his adherents one day. Those who speak against killing and who desire to spare the lives of all conscious beings are right. It is good to protect even animals and insects. But what about those persons who kill time? What about those who are destroying wealth and those who destroy political economy? We should not overlook them. Furthermore, what of the one who preaches without enlightenment? He is killing Buddhism. A young wife fell sick and was about to die. I love you so much, she told her husband. I do not want to leave you. Do not go from me to any other woman. If you do, I will return as a ghost and cause you endless trouble. Soon the wife passed away. The husband respected her last wish for the first 3 months, but then he met another woman and fell in love with her. They became engaged to be married. Immediately after the engagement, a ghost appeared every night to the man, blaming him for not keeping his promise. The ghost was clever, too. She told him exactly what had transpired between himself and his new sweetheart. Whenever he gave his fiancée a present, the ghost would describe it in detail. She would even repeat conversations, and it so annoyed the man that he could not sleep. Someone advised him to take his problem to a Zen master who lived close to the village. At length, in despair, the poor man went to him for help. Your former wife became a ghost and knows everything you do, commented the master. Whatever you do or say, whatever you give your beloved, she knows. She must be a very wise ghost. Really, you should admire such a ghost. The next time she appears, bargain with her. Tell her that she knows so much you can hide nothing from her, and that if she will answer you one question, you promise to break your engagement and remain single. What is the question I must ask her? Inquired the man. The master replied, take a large handful of soybeans and ask her exactly how many beans you hold in your hand. If she cannot tell you, you will know she is only a figment of your imagination and will trouble you no longer. The next night when the ghost appeared, the man flattered her and told her that she knew everything. Indeed, replied the ghost, and I know you went to see that Zen master today. And since you know so much, demanded the man, tell me how many beans I hold in this hand. There was no longer any ghost to answer the question. Yamaoka Teshu was a tutor of the emperor. He was also a master of fencing and a profound student of Zen. His home was the abode of vagabonds. He had but one suit of clothes, for they kept him always poor. The emperor, observing how worn his garments were, gave Yamaoka some money to buy new ones. The next time Yamaoka appeared, he wore the same old outfit. What became of the new clothes, Yamaoka asked the emperor. I provided clothes for the children of your majesty, explained Yamaoka. In modern times, a great deal of nonsense is talked about masters and disciples, and about the inheritance of a master's teaching by favorite pupils, entitling them to pass the truth on to their adherents. Of course, Zen should be imparted in this way from heart to heart, and in the past it was really accomplished. Silence and humility reigned rather than profession and assertion. The one who received such a teaching kept the matter hidden even after 20 years. Not until another discovered through his own need that a real master was at hand was it learned that the teaching had been imparted. And even then the occasion arose quite naturally, and the teaching made its way in its own right. Under no circumstance did the teacher even claim, "I am the successor of so-and-so." Such a claim would prove quite the contrary. The Zen master, Munan, had only one successor. His name was Shoju. After Shoju had completed his study of Zen, Munan called him into his room. "I'm getting old," he said. "And as far as I know, Shoju, you are the only one who will carry on this teaching. Here's a book. It has been passed down from master to master for 7 generations. I also have added many points according to my understanding. The book is very valuable, and I'm giving it to you to represent your successorship." "If the book is such an important thing, you had better keep it," Shoju replied. "I received your Zen without writing, and I'm satisfied with it as it is." "I know that," said Munan. "Even so, this work has been carried from master to master for 7 generations, so you may keep it as a symbol of having received the teaching. Here." The two happened to be talking before a brazier. The instant Shoju felt the book in his hands, he thrust it into the flaming coals. He had no lust for possessions. Munan, who never had been angry before, yelled, "What are you doing?" Shoju shouted back, "What are you saying?" After Kakuwa visited the emperor, he disappeared and no one knew what became of him. He was the first Japanese to study Zen in China, but since he showed nothing of it, save one note, he is not remembered for having brought Zen into his country. Kakuwa visited China and accepted the true teaching. He did not travel while he was there. Meditating constantly, he lived on a remote part of a mountain. Whenever people found him and asked him to preach, he would say a few words and then move to another part of the mountain where he could be found less easily. The emperor heard about Kakuwa when he returned to Japan and asked him to preach Zen for his edification and that of his subjects. Kakuwa stood before the emperor in silence. He then produced a flute from the folds of his robe and blew one short note. Bowing politely, he disappeared. Circumstances arose one day which delayed preparation of the dinner of a Soto Zen master, Fugai, and his followers. In haste, the cook went to the garden with his curved knife and cut off the tops of green vegetables, chopped them together, and made soup, unaware that in his haste he had included part of a snake in the vegetables. The followers of Fugai thought they never had tasted such a good soup. But when the master himself found the snakes in the cook, "What is this?" he demanded, holding up the head of the snake. "Oh, thank you, master," replied the cook, taking the morsel and eating it quickly. Sozan, a Chinese Zen master, was asked by a student, "What is the most valuable thing in the world?" The master replied, "The head of a dead cat." "Why is the head of a dead cat the most valuable thing in the world?" inquired the student. Sozan replied, "Because no one can name its price." The pupils of the Tendai school used to study meditation before Zen entered Japan. 4 of them, who were intimate friends, promised one another to observe 7 days of silence. On the first day all were silent. Their meditation had begun auspiciously. But when night came and the oil lamps were growing dim, one of the pupils could not help exclaiming to a servant, "Fix those lamps." The second pupil was surprised to hear the first one talk. "We're not supposed to say a word," he remarked. "You two are stupid. Why did you talk?" asked the third. "I'm the only one who has not talked," concluded the 4th pupil. Zen pupils take a vow that even if they are killed by their teacher, they intend to learn Zen. Usually they cut a finger and seal their resolution with blood. In time, the vow has become a mere formality, and for this reason, the pupil who died by the hand of Aikido was made to appear a martyr. Aikido had become a severe teacher. His pupils feared him. One of them on duty striking the gong to tell the time of day missed his beats when his eye was attracted by a beautiful girl passing the temple gate. At that moment, Aikido, who was directly behind him, hit him with a stick, and the shock happened to kill him. The pupil's guardian, hearing of the accident, went directly to Aikido. Knowing that he was not to blame, he praised the master for his severe teaching. Aikido's attitude was just the same as if the pupil were still alive. After this took place, he was able to produce under his guidance more than 10 enlightened successors, a very unusual number. Ryokan devoted his life to the study of Zen. One day he heard that his nephew, despite the admonitions of relatives, was spending his money on a courtesan. Inasmuch as the nephew had taken Ryokan's place in managing the family estate and the property was in danger of being dissipated, the relatives asked Ryokan to do something about it. Ryokan had to travel a long way to visit his nephew, whom he had not seen for many years. The nephew seemed pleased to meet his uncle again and invited him to remain overnight. All night, Ryokan sat in meditation. As he was departing in the morning, he said to the young man, "I must be getting old. My hand shakes, so will you help me tie the string of my straw sandal?" The nephew helped him willingly. "Thank you," finished Ryokan. "You see, a man becomes older and feebler day by day. Take good care of yourself." Then Ryokan left, never mentioning a word about the courtesan or the complaints of the relatives. But from that morning on, the dissipations of the nephew ended. A Zen student came to Bankei and complained, "Master, I have an ungovernable temper. How can I cure it?" "You have something very strange," replied Bankei. "Let me see what you have." "But just now I cannot show it to you," replied the other. "When can you show it to me?" asked Bankei. "It arises unexpectedly," replied the student. Then concluded Bankei, "It must not be your own true nature. If it were, you could show it to me at any time. When you were born, you did not have it, and your parents did not give it to you. Think that over." Hogen, a Chinese Zen teacher, lived alone in a small temple in the country. One day, 4 traveling monks appeared and asked if they might make a fire in his yard to warm themselves. While they were building the fire, Hogen heard them arguing about subjectivity and objectivity. He joined them and said, "There is a big stone. Do you consider it to be inside or outside your mind?" One of the monks replied, "From the Buddhist viewpoint, everything is an objectification of mind, so I would say that the stone is inside my mind." "Your head must feel very heavy," observed Hogen, "if you were carrying around a stone like that in your mind." A rich man asked Sengai to write something for the continued prosperity of his family so that it might be treasured from generation to generation. Sengai obtained a large sheet of paper and wrote, "Father dies, son dies, grandson dies." The rich man became angry. "I asked you to write something for the happiness of my family. Why do you make such a joke as this?" "No joke is intended," explained Sengai. "If before you yourself die, your son should die, this would grieve you greatly. If your grandson should pass away before your son, both of you would be broken-hearted. If your family, generation after generation, passes away in the order I have named, it will be the natural course of life. I call this real prosperity." A woman of Nagasaki named Kame was one of the few makers of incense burners in Japan. Such a burner is a work of art to be used only in a tea room or before a family shrine. Kame, whose father before her had been such an artist, was fond of drinking. She also smoked and associated with men most of the time. Whenever she made a little money, she gave a feast inviting artists, poets, carpenters, workers, men of many vocations and avocations. In their association, she evolved her designs. Kame was exceedingly slow in creating, but when her work was finished, it was always a masterpiece. Her burners were treasured in homes whose womenfolk never drank, smoked, or associated freely with men. The mayor of Nagasaki once requested Kame to design an incense burner for him. She delayed doing so until almost half a year had passed. At that time, the mayor, who had been promoted to office in a distant city, visited her. He urged Kame to begin work on his burner. At last, receiving the inspiration, Kame made the incense burner. After it was completed, she placed it upon a table. She looked at it long and carefully. She smoked and drank before it as if it were her own company. All day she observed it. At last, picking up a hammer, Kame smashed it to bits. She saw it was not the perfect creation her mind demanded. When Bankei was preaching at Ryomon Temple, a Shinshu priest, who believed in salvation through the repetition of the name of the Buddha of Love, was jealous of his large audience and wanted to debate with him. Bankei was in the midst of a talk when the priest appeared, but the fellow made such a disturbance that Bankei stopped his discourse and asked about the noise. The founder of our sect, boasted the priest, had such miraculous powers that he held a brush in his hand on one bank of the river. His attendant held up a paper on the other bank, and the teacher wrote the holy name of Amida through the air. Can you do such a wonderful thing? Bankei replied lightly, perhaps your fox can perform that trick, but that is not the manner of Zen. My miracle is that when I feel hungry, I eat, and when I feel thirsty, I drink. Yamaoka Teshu, as a young student of Zen, visited one master after another. He called upon Dokuon of Shokoku. Desiring to show his attainment, he said, the mind, Buddha, and sentient beings, after all, do not exist. The true nature of phenomena is emptiness. There is no realization, no delusion, no sage, no mediocrity. There is no giving and nothing to be received. Dokuon, who was smoking quietly, said nothing. Suddenly he whacked Yamaoka with his bamboo pipe. This made the youth quite angry. If nothing exists, inquired Dokuon, where did this anger come from? Hyakujo, the Chinese Zen master, used to labor with his pupils even at the age of 80, trimming the gardens, cleaning the grounds, and pruning the trees. The pupils felt sorry to see the old teacher working so hard, but they knew he would not listen to their advice to stop, so they hid away his tools. That day the master did not eat. The next day he did not eat, nor the next. He may be angry because we have hidden his tools, the pupils surmised. We had better put them back. The day they did, the teacher worked and ate the same as before. In the evening, he instructed them. No work, no food. EQ, the Zen master, was very clever even as a boy. His teacher had a precious teacup, a rare antique. EQ happened to break this cup and was greatly perplexed. Hearing the footsteps of his teacher, he held the pieces of the cup behind him. When the master appeared, EQ asked, why do people have to die? This is natural, explained the older man. Everything has to die and has just so long to live. EQ, producing the shattered cup, added, it was time for your cup to die. A Zen master named Keitan lived in the latter part of the Tokugawa era. He used to say, there are three kinds of disciples. Those who impart Zen to others, those who maintain the temples and shrines, and then there are the rice bags and the clothes hangers. Gasan expressed the same idea. When he was studying under Tekesui, his teacher was very severe. Sometimes he even beat him. Other pupils would not stand this kind of teaching and quit. Gasan remained, saying, a poor disciple utilizes a teacher's influence. A fair disciple admires a teacher's kindness. A good disciple grows strong under a teacher's discipline. Zen teachers train their young pupils to express themselves. Two Zen temples each had a child protege. One child going to obtain vegetables each morning would meet the other on the way. Where are you going? Asked the one. I'm going wherever my feet go, the other responded. This reply puzzled the first child, who went to his teacher for help. Tomorrow morning, the teacher told him, when you meet that little fellow, ask him the same question. He'll give you the same answer, and then you ask him, suppose you have no feet. Then where are you going? That'll fix him. The children met again the following morning. Where are you going? Asked the first child. I'm going wherever the wind blows, answered the other. This again nonplussed the youngster, who took his defeat to his teacher. Ask him where he's going if there's no wind, suggested the teacher. The next day the children met a third time. Where are you going? Asked the first child. I'm going to market to buy vegetables, the other replied. Tongan had studied with Sengai since childhood. When he was 20, he wanted to leave his teacher and visit others for comparative study, but Sengai would not permit this. Every time Tongan suggested it, Sengai would give him a rap on the head. Finally, Tongan asked an elder brother to coax permission from Sengai. This the brother did, and then reported to Tongan. It is arranged. I have fixed it for you to start on your pilgrimage at once. Tongan went to Sengai to thank him for his permission. The master answered by giving him another rap. When Tongan related this to his elder brother, the other said, "What is the matter? Sengai has no business giving permission and then changing his mind. I'll tell him so." And off he went to see the teacher. "I did not cancel my permission," said Sengai. "I just wish to give him one last smack over the head. For when he returns, he'll be enlightened, and I will not be able to reprimand him again." Matajuro Yagyo was the son of a famous swordsman. His father, believing that his son's work was too mediocre to anticipate mastership, disowned him. So Matajuro went to Mount Futara, and there found the famous swordsman Banzo. But Banzo confirmed the father's judgment. "You wish to learn swordsmanship under my guidance?" asked Banzo. "You cannot fulfill the requirements." "But if I work hard, how many years will it take me to become a master?" persisted the youth. "The rest of your life," replied Banzo. "I cannot wait that long," explained Matajuro. "I am willing to pass through any hardship if only you will teach me. If I become your devoted servant, how long might it be?" "Oh, maybe 10 years, Banzo relented. "My father's getting old, and soon I must take care of him," continued Matajuro. "If I work far more intensely, how long would it take me?" "Oh, maybe 30 years, said Banzo. "Well, why is that?" asked Matajuro. "First you say 10, and now 30 years. I will undergo any hardship to master this art in the shortest time." "Well," said Banzo, "in that case, you'll have to remain with me for 70 years. A man in such a hurry as you are to get results seldom learns quickly." "Very well," declared the youth, understanding at last that he was being rebuked for impatience. "I agree." Matajuro was told never to speak of fencing and never to touch a sword. He cooked for his master, washed the dishes, made his bed, cleaned the yard, cared for the garden, all without a word of swordsmanship. 3 years passed. Still Matajuro labored on. Thinking of his future, he was sad. He had not even begun to learn the art to which he had devoted his life. But one day Banzo crept up behind him and gave him a terrific blow with a wooden sword. The following day, when Matajuro was cooking rice, Banzo again sprang upon him unexpectedly. After that, day and night, Matajuro had to defend himself from unexpected thrusts. Not a moment passed in any day that he did not have to think of the taste of Banzo's sword. He learned so rapidly, he brought smiles to the face of his master. Matajuro became the greatest swordsman in the land. Encho was a famous storyteller. His tales of love stirred the hearts of his listeners. When he narrated a story of war, it was as if the listeners themselves were on the field of battle. One day Encho met Yamaoka Teshu, a layman who had almost embraced masterhood in Zen. "I understand," said Yamaoka, "you are the best storyteller in our land, and that you make people cry or laugh at will. Tell me my favorite story of the Peach Boy. When I was a little tot, I used to sleep beside my mother, and she often related this legend. In the middle of the story, I would fall asleep. Tell it to me just as my mother did." Encho dared not attempt to do this. He requested time to study. Several months later, he went to Yamaoka and said, "Please give me the opportunity to tell you the story." "Some other day," answered Yamaoka. Encho was keenly disappointed. He studied further and tried again. Yamaoka rejected him many times. When Encho would start to talk, Yamaoka would stop him, saying, "You're not yet like my mother." It took Encho 5 years to be able to tell Yamaoka the legend as his mother had told it to him. In this way, Yamaoka imparted Zen to Encho. Many pupils were studying meditation under the Zen master Sengai. One of them used to arise at night, climb over the temple wall, and go to town on a pleasure jaunt. Sengai, inspecting the dormitory quarters, found this pupil missing one night and also discovered the high stool he had used to scale the wall. Sengai removed the stool and stood there in its place. When the wanderer returned, not knowing that Sengai was the stool, he put his feet on the master's head and jumped down into the grounds. Discovering what he had done, he was aghast. Sengai said, "It is very chilly in the early morning. Do be careful not to catch cold yourself." The pupil never went out at night again. Basui wrote the following letter to one of his disciples who was about to die. "The essence of your mind is not born, so it will never die. It is not an existence which is perishable. It is not an emptiness, which is a mere void. It has neither color nor form. It enjoys no pleasures and suffers no pain. I know you are very ill. Like a good Zen student, you are facing that sickness squarely. You may not know exactly who is suffering, but question yourself. What is the essence of this mind? Think only of this. You will need no more. Covet nothing. Your end, which is endless, is as a snowflake dissolving in the pure air. A Zen master named Isan asked a young student to bring him a pail of water to cool his bath. The student brought the water, and after cooling the bath, threw onto the ground the little that was left over. "You dunce," the master scolded him. "Why didn't you give the rest of the water to the plants? What right have you to waste even a drop of water in this temple?" The young student attained Zen in that instant. He changed his name to Tekisui, which means a drop of water. Tosui was the Zen master who left the formalism of temples to live under a bridge with beggars. When he was getting very old, a friend helped him to earn his living without begging. He showed Tosui how to collect rice and manufacture vinegar from it, and Tosui did this until he passed away. While Tosui was making vinegar, one of the beggars gave him a picture of the Buddha. Tosui hung it on the wall of his hut and put a sign beside it. The sign read, "Mr. Amida Buddha, this little room is quite narrow. I can let you remain as a transient, but don't think I'm asking you to help me to be reborn in your paradise." Shoichi was a one-eyed teacher of Zen, sparkling with enlightenment. He taught his disciples in Tofuku Temple. Day and night, the whole temple stood in silence. There was no sound at all. Even the reciting of sutras was abolished by the teacher. His pupils had nothing to do but meditate. When the master passed away, an old neighbor heard the ringing of bells and the recitation of sutras. Then she knew Shoichi had gone. Buddha said, "I consider the positions of kings and rulers as that of dust motes. I observe treasures of gold and gems as so many bricks and pebbles. I look upon the finest silken robes as tattered rags. I see myriad worlds of the universe as small seeds of fruit, and the greatest lake in India as a drop of oil on my foot. I perceive the teachings of the world to be the illusion of magicians. I discern the highest conception of emancipation as a golden brocade in a dream, and view the holy path of the illuminated ones as flowers appearing in one's eyes. I see meditation as a pillar of a mountain, nirvana as a nightmare of daytime. I look upon the judgment of right and wrong as the serpentine dance of a dragon, and the rise and fall of beliefs as but traces left by the four seasons."
The miscellaneous chapters. Gongsan Chu. Gongsan Chu was an attendant of Laozi's who managed to learn some things about the way from the sage. After Laozi departed, Gongsan Chu went north and lived in a remote mountain valley. He kept to himself, but occasionally got help from the local villagers, who were considered stupid and idle. After 3 years of his living there, the villages in the area prospered. The crops multiplied, the livestock was healthy, and there was no crime. The village elders suspected that it was Gongsan's influence, so they proposed to make him a deity and honor him with a shrine. When Gongsan Chu heard about this, he immediately left. His friends thought this behavior strange, but Gongsan Chu said, "When spring comes, plants grow and flowers bud. When autumn comes, fruits ripen and the crops are ready for harvest. How could it be otherwise? The way gets things going without anyone's interference. My staying here will only encourage those petty elders to set up sacrificial altars and make up rituals to complicate people's lives. I do not wish to be the cause of the villagers' misery." Birds fly high to escape hunters. Fish and turtles dive deep to stay away from nets. Similarly, to preserve the body and conserve life energy, we need to know how to hide, not minding other people's affairs and not encouraging them to weave rituals to complicate their lives. Rewarding worthy individuals and parading them around as models will only tempt people to push others to climb the social ladder. Allowing the learned to display knowledge will encourage people to argue for the sake of debating. Ambition does not make people ingenious. On the contrary, it makes them petty and argumentative. When ambitions go unchecked, people will work only for fame and profit. Family members will turn against one another. Ministers will betray their sovereigns. Merchants will cheat their customers. And neighbors will make war with one another. The sage lives in the thick of humanity. She plows the earth for food and takes her leisure in the natural way of things. She does not get involved with petty rights and wrongs, or with profit and loss, and does not partake in the schemes and plots of politics. Unpredictable and unencumbered, she comes leisurely and goes freely. This is the basic principle of life preservation. Like a baby, she acts without knowing and wanders around with no destination in mind. She has no idea of beauty and ugliness or what should be considered good and bad. Because she does not manipulate the fortunes of others, no one can manipulate her. Those who rest in tranquility and clarity will emanate a radiant light. This light, however, is neither dazzling nor blinding. To people, these beings appear as people. To things, they appear as things. When you attain this state of being, others will naturally be drawn to your presence. Without actively commanding, you can rule the world. To truly learn is to learn that which cannot be learned. To practice means practicing that which cannot be practiced. To be discerning means to discern that which cannot be discriminated. To understand means to rest in that which cannot be understood. Nourish your body with the energy of life. Rest in thoughtlessness and give life to your consciousness. Honor your inborn nature and extend this to others. Know that there is a guardian who protects the house where your spirit dwells. If your protector is vigilant, nothing can enter to harm the spirit. Be sincere and honest with yourself, or you will be entrapped by petty concerns. Those who are not open and clear are vulnerable to materialistic attachments. If you have not done anything against your inborn nature, you will never fear that which lurks in the darkness. If you focus on what is within, you will not do good deeds for the sake of reward and recognition. However, if you focus on material rewards, you'll only be concerned with hoarding goods. Those who do good deeds without any wish for wealth and recognition are called possessors of light, because their deeds emanate the light of the spirit within. If you go along with the natural way of things, things will come to you. However, if you try to force your way through, you'll never have enough space for yourself and others. Those who have no room for others will find others threatening. In the end, these people can befriend no one, and no one can befriend them. Alienate yin and yang, and they will become your enemies. It's not that yin and yang will actively harm you, it's your confusion that makes them deadly. People today think that independence is a desirable thing, that yin and yang should be completely separated to each maintain its own identity. They equate independence with separation and encourage people to promote their uniqueness instead of embracing the interdependency of all things. So they go about glorifying their independence, forgetting that all things come from the source and are inherently connected to one another. They claim great discoveries only to realize in the end that they have wiped themselves out chasing illusions. Those who analyze put knowledge on a pedestal. Using the authority of knowledge, they go about assigning right and wrong to every action. They consider themselves the arbiters of correctness, doling out rewards and punishments. They define what is wise and what is ignorant. Those who are considered wise are judged to be worthy. Those who are considered dull are deemed unworthy. Those who are successful are rewarded with fame. Those who fail are heaped with shame. This is what happens when analyzers dominate. The most perfect ritual does not discriminate. If you step on a stranger's foot, you apologize. If you step on your brother's foot, you apologize even though you know he does not mind. If you step on your parents' foot, you apologize even though you know in your heart that you are forgiven. Those with perfect knowledge do not scheme. Those with perfect benevolence show no outward affection. And those with perfect trust have absolute faith in the other. Wipe out delusions generated by will. Undo attachments that bind your heart. Dissolve conceptual notions of what is virtuous and what is not, and you will clear obstacles to the way. Renown, recognition, fame, authority, wealth, and profit are the 6 delusions of the will. Appearance, pedigree, facial complexion, handsomeness, charisma, and pride in the body are the 6 attachments that bind the heart. Repulsion, desire, elation, anger, grief, and happiness are the 6 snares of virtue. Rejecting, accepting, taking, giving, having know-how, and practicing tricks are the 6 obstacles to the way. When these groups of 6 pitfalls no longer dwell within, you will naturally be virtuous. When you are virtuous, you will no longer be bullied by attachments. When attachments no longer rule you, you will be still. When you are still, your spirit will be bright. When your spirit is luminous, this is called enlightenment. If you wish to be still, you must calm your energy. If you wish to nourish the spirit, you must still your thoughts. If you want your actions to have an effect, you must go along with the most appropriate thing to do. This is the way of the sage. Virtue models itself after the way, and life is the light of virtue. Inborn nature of goodness is the substance of life. When inborn nature moves, it is called right action. When it is still, it is called virtue. Action that is forced is called artificial action. An act that is done because it is the appropriate thing to do is virtue in action. Understanding that aims to analyze sees only schemes and plots. Understanding that aims only to understand is like a child's innocent wonder. Action and understanding that are not centered on self are called good order. This comes from being skilled in managing the affairs of humanity. All things come from the source and return to the source. The source has no form, yet it is the origin of all things. It transforms itself in time, yet it has no beginning and no end. There is a coming and a going, but there is no one setting these processes in motion. To enter the mysterious source is to step into the void. It is in this deep, dark place that the sage hides. The understanding of the ancient ones went a long way. Some saw that things have never existed, and that all forms of existence are inherently empty. Some went farther, and saw things exist as they are. Life and death are part of the natural way of things. When life emerges, we burst from the source. When death occurs, we quietly return to the source. Then there are those who have gone the farthest. They dwelled in the void, seeing the vastness as the head, life as the body, and death as the rump. How can the three be separated when they are all part of the same entity? I would sincerely love to call these people my friends. Shu Wu Gui. Shu Wu Gui was an eccentric who was introduced by his friends to the Marquis of Wei, early 4th century BCE. When the Marquis saw that Shu was dressed simply in the garb of a mountain recluse, he said, "You are known to be wise and learned. It's a pity you have to live a life of hardship in the mountains. Serve me, and I will give you all the comforts you'll ever want in life." Shu Wu Gui replied, "I am the one who should be comforting you. If you try too hard to fulfill your desires, you'll harm your inborn nature. However, if you force yourself to stay away from them, you will harm your senses. Either way, you lose." Once the Yellow Emperor met a young horse herder who was reputed to be an immortal and asked for advice on how to govern a nation. The boy replied, "I've never governed an empire. All I do is herd horses. I suppose governing a country is like caring for horses. Get rid of whatever is harmful to the horses, and they'll be healthy and contented." The Yellow Emperor bowed low and retired. Scholars are not content if they do not spin ideas and thoughts. Debaters are not content if there is no argument and rhetoric. Examiners are not content if they cannot interrogate and intimidate. Trapped by the boundaries they've built, these people will never be exposed to the vast view. Those who want to win a high place in government will strive to bring attention to their achievements. Those who want to be praised for their skills and abilities will work hard at their duties at the cost of health and family. Those who want to appear brave will be willing to put their lives at risk on the battlefield. Shabby artists want to display poverty to show that they are true to their art. Legislators crave more laws. Those who champion benevolence want to do away with bureaucracy. Farmers are not content to plow. They actually welcome weeds so that they can get rid of them. Merchants are not content to offer their goods at decent prices. They actually welcome haggling. Artisans are not content to create practical artifacts. They like to include useless features in their products. Greedy people can never be satisfied, because if they were, they would not have a chance to worry about what they can't get and what they would lose. Ambitious people feel threatened if there are no more challenges. The military feels uncomfortable if there are no wars. Those in power are afraid of peace and prosperity because it means they can no longer control the public by promising peace and prosperity. All these people drive their minds and bodies day after day. What they get in the end is a sickly body and a tired mind. Drowned in the muck and mire they've created for themselves, they end their lives forever disconnected from the way. There are 3 groups of people who are at risk of losing body and mind. Those who are smug, those who are loaded with burdens, and those who don't want to commit to anything. The smug are those who have learned the words of a teacher and can't wait to teach it. Pleased with a morsel of knowledge, they think their learning is vast, not realizing that they haven't even started to learn. Those who are burdened push beyond the limits of body and mind. They return home every day wiped out, not knowing how to replenish their life energy. Their senses are dim, their minds are confused, and their bodies are weak and ill. Those who are afraid to commit to anything don't know what's going on and don't know what to do with their lives. They find a place plagued with vermin with no water supply and call it paradise. They work in conditions where they could be promoted one day and fired the next and call it a dream job. Their advancement in the world is unpredictable, and their retirement yields no rest. One who shares virtues with others is called a sage. One who serves others with one's abilities is called a worthy individual. If you use your skills to win praise and power over others, you will never have their loyalty. If you humble yourself, however, you will never lack support. The sage embraces heaven and earth. He does not need to hold a title or be appointed into a position to help. To those in need, he shares his fortune. To those in suffering, he offers compassion. In life, he works without fanfare. In death, he leaves no trace. The sage does what comes naturally to him, which is to apply virtue. In this way, he is no different from a dog that excels in guarding a house and barking at intruders, or a cat that excels in catching mice that raid pantries. The sage pays no attention to what the crowd is doing. She neither seeks their approval nor distances herself from them. Embracing virtue, she finds harmony, pats her tummy, and rambles around freely. Use the eyes to select what you see, use the ears to choose what you should hear, and use the mind to restore clarity to the mind. The ancient ones used the principles of the way to guide humanity. They never used the ways of humanity to direct the way. Those who are truly great do not think about doing something great. Those who are virtuous do not think about being virtuous. Heaven and earth are great, but they do not brag about their greatness. Those who understand what it means to possess greatness do not seek it, reject it, or change their ways to please the few who always complain. Resting in the greatness of heaven and earth rather than themselves, they embrace that which is inexhaustible and imperishable. This is what is meant by possessing great clarity. When we walk, the foot treads on only a small part of the earth, but it is the untrod vastness of the ground that keeps us moving. Our understanding may be small, but if it is grounded in the vastness of the limitless, it is enough to keep us on the path of the way. To understand the limitless, we need to understand the great unity, the great yin, the great vision, the great equality, the great method, and the great simplicity. Penetrate the limitless with the great unity, untangle it with the great yin, practice it with the great method, embody it with the great vision, hold it with the great simplicity, and end it with the way. Follow that which is luminous, hide in that which is dark and dim, and return to that which is simple and unadorned. Zhejiang. Zhejiang was an itinerant scholar who wanted a post in the court of the Lord of Chu, a feudal state in the Zhou dynasty. After several unsuccessful attempts in getting an interview, Zhejiang finally approached his friend, Wang Guo, who was reputed to have some influence with the Lord's inner circle. However, Wang Guo believed that another man, Kang Yushui, would be more effective in arranging for Zhejiang to meet the Lord. When Zhejiang asked his friend what manner of man Kang Yushui was, Wang Guo replied, "He fishes by the river in summer, gathers berries in the forests in spring, and wanders around as his heart wishes. In hardship, he's the kind of man who can make his family content. In affluence, he can make them not brag about their wealth. While he can make kings forget about their power, his presence is enough to inspire and guide them. This is because his approach to life is to move along with things rather than against them. In this way, he effortlessly instills unity and harmony in others. Don't you think Kang Yushui would be better than I in persuading the Lord to give you an audience?" Zhejiang finally understood Wang Guo's advice and asked no more about meeting the Lord. The sage transcends confusion and complications. Merged with all things, he knows no beginning and no end, no season and no time of day. The common person wants to ask everyone about everything from beginning to end and ends up blindly following the so-called teachers. The sage, however, has not even considered that there is a beginning or an end. He simply moves through the world effortlessly, at one with age and time, never rushing and never stopping. For him, there are no thoughts of failure or success, no notion of completion and achievement. No wonder others can't figure him out or keep up with him. People today don't know how to care for their bodies and their minds. Their attitudes and behavior are no different from those of border guards who bully travelers because it's the only way the guards can feel important and powerful. People turn their backs on virtue, ignore their inborn nature, and destroy the dignity of others. Slipshod in relating to virtue, they are easily trapped by desire and power. When small favors and gains appear, they hang on to them and lose sight of the good of all. In time, they stifle themselves, becoming burdened by life instead of delighting in it. This is no way to live. The wise ruler is quick to attribute success to others and considers with great care if someone is to be blamed for failure. Today, many people in positions of power are quick to praise themselves and slow to thank others for their efforts. They complicate things, and when things don't work out, they blame others and never themselves. They burden subordinates with responsibilities and punish them for not being able to fulfill them. They make small matters large, make easy projects difficult, and penalize people who cannot complete their assignments. They make learning difficult, and then laugh at those who are struggling. They are never the first to complete a journey, but they are the first to ridicule those who do not finish. How can these kinds of leaders not exhaust a country's resources and put fear into people's hearts? It is said that a lack of virtue leads to arrogance and delusion. A lack of courage leads to closed-mindedness. A lack of strength leads to reliance on gadgets. A lack of knowledge leads to deceit. And a lack of contentment leads to theft. When things enter your consciousness, there should be a host to receive them, but never to cling to them. When thoughts emerge from consciousness, they should be guided, but not constrained. Day and night follow each other. The seasons run their course. This is not because someone forces them to behave in this way. It's because it is part of the natural way of things. So it is with ruling a country. The leader of a nation is not partial to any of the departments or ministries and never seeks to control them. The departments do what is naturally their responsibility and are not subject to the whims of those in power. In this way, the functioning of the state will be well ordered. In this way, virtue is complete. The myriad things of the world differ from one another in function, but the way does not favor one over the other or try to control them. If a ruler does not favor one minister or one subject over another, people will be content to be nameless. Being nameless, they can rest in non-action. Resting in non-action, they are effortless in everything they do and do not do. Being effortless, they can wander freely in the vastness of the void. The way is neither a being nor a non-being. We give it a name temporarily because that gives us a convenient way to talk about it. If you talk about it in conjunction with virtue, what you say will be relevant to the way. If you talk about it with disregard to virtue, what you say will be words without much meaning. Neither words nor silence can do full justice to the teachings of the way. To not think about it or talk about it, or even consider being silent about it, is the highest form of discourse. External things. Rub 2 pieces of wood against each other and you will spark a flame. Place metal into a fire and it will melt. When yin and yang are unbalanced, sky and earth will go awry. In the same manner, when happiness and sadness run amok in our lives, we will become anxious and fearful. Our minds will be dangling in suspension between success and failure, acceptance and rejection. Gain and loss rubbing against each other can only generate fires that burn up inner peace and harmony. This is what happens when external things take control of us. If you are able to wander aimlessly, how can anything keep you from being bogged down? However, if you are unable to let go, how can you even begin to think of being free? A mind that is tied down by conformity, a will that is bent toward aloofness, and an attitude that is anchored by an unwillingness to change are all incompatible with wisdom and virtue. A penetrating eye sees clearly, a penetrating ear hears clearly, a penetrating nose smells clearly, a penetrating mouth tastes clearly, a penetrating consciousness perceives clearly, and a penetrating wisdom understands virtue clearly. The ability to penetrate is nothing more than not allowing the senses and the mind to be choked by external things. When we swallow too much food, we choke. When we take in too much sight, sound, smell, or taste, we get confused. When we are bombarded with too many thoughts, we get deluded. Too much stimulation will lead to disorder, and disorder harms not only ourselves, but also other living things. All things with consciousness owe their existence to breath. However, if they don't care about this life-giving breath, it is not the fault of heaven and earth. On the contrary, heaven and earth have endowed us with the ability to inhale life-giving breath and expel noxious airs. Nowadays, however, most people choose to block up the passages and close the doors instead. The body is like a building with many levels and rooms. If the levels are organized and the passages between them are unobstructed, we can wander from one room to another without constraint. However, if the rooms are small and the corridors are filled with furniture and junk, we will feel claustrophobic and edgy. So it is with consciousness. If consciousness is a large space, we can wander around aimlessly. If consciousness is narrow and confined, we will never have the chance to wander. With time, we will become comfortable with living in a small mind and be afraid of venturing out to the wide world. If consciousness cannot be given free rein, the breath of life will not flow properly. Consequently, the internal organs will be malnourished, the senses will fight one another, and the body will collapse and die. Forests, mountains, rivers, and lakes grow to be majestic without aiming to please. Trees grow tall, and flowers bloom without any desire for display. Today, people love to show off their learning and abilities. They teach because they want to show off their knowledge. They clothe their teachings with sensationalism because they want to attract fame and wealth. They help because they want to be recognized, and they give because they want to be praised. Therefore, schemes blossom in times of crisis. Knowledge sprouts in times of contention. Stubbornness arises from fear of change, and government policies are made to please the mob. If only humanity can return to the way. Government policies will then be like spring rain, timely, appropriate, and nourishing. Knowledge and teachings will be like the autumn harvest, abundant, bountiful, and filling, and nourishing the belly of the mind. People will not need to ask the learned ones how to live better lives. The learned ones will not need to get advice from the virtuous ones on how to change society for the good. And the wise ones will not need to ask the worldly ones how to get along with the times. Words that carry authority. What kind of words carry authority? Certainly not those used by parents defending the wrongdoings of their children. No one expects these words to carry weight, because parents will always speak in favor of their children. If a non-related person advocates for those children, that argument will always appear more unbiased. This has nothing to do with whether the parents are truthful. It's because of how the public perceives it to be. These days, it is sad that people value public opinion over virtue. A virtuous judge will deliver justice regardless of whether a defendant is an offspring or a stranger. The words of those who are perceived as wise will carry authority. It is not because these people actually have wise things to say. Rather, it's because whatever they say is expected to be valuable. Old people who have not grasped the way are still ignorant of the way, no matter how much they have experienced life. They may be seniors, but they are just a remnant of the past. True authority is conveyed not because a person speaks loudly, frequently, or claims seniority. Words of wisdom are grounded in virtue. If you are virtuous, you will always speak from virtue, and in doing so, your words will carry authority. The 10,000 things come from the source, although they have different form and function. This is called the Great Equality. The Great Equality is part of the natural way of things. It is not something decided and agreed upon by scholars and debaters. Arguing with logic that things are equal does not make them equal. Manipulating logic to declare that things are not equal does not make them unequal. Promulgating decree that things are equal or unequal does not make them so. When we start thinking too much, our minds become dead. When people strive too hard for public causes, forcing others to believe what they believe, their path in life becomes petty and confused. Heaven and earth have their own cycles of change. To be in harmony with heaven and earth is to follow the way without striving. However, to live in the light of the way is to have no path at all. Giving away the throne. The sagely Emperor Zun, before 2500 BCE, wanted to give away the throne when he saw that his people were prospering and living harmonious and peaceful lives. Deciding that his work was done, he looked for successors to inherit the kingship. This was a man who had an inkling of what it means to follow the way. When Zun approached Zizhou and asked him to take the throne, Zizhou replied that his health was not good and that he needed to take care of his ailments before he could even think about ruling a kingdom. This was a man who valued his life force and would never exchange his health for fortune and power. He was well on his way to understanding the way. Zun next asked Shang Juan to be his successor. Shang Juan's answer was, "I wander in the midst of space and time. In winter I dress in furs, in summer in hemp. To exercise my body, I plow in spring and harvest in autumn. In winter, I rest my body and clear my mind, dining on what I have stored from the autumn harvest. I rise with the dawn and rest with sunset. I wander freely between heaven and earth." With this, Shang Juan went deep into the mountains and was never seen again. This was a man who had almost embraced the way. Zun then asked his friend, a farmer of Stone Door village, to take the throne. The farmer simply lifted his wife onto his back, took his son by the hand, and, without a word, disappeared to the islands across the sea, never to return. This was a man who had never been separated from the way. The sage respects life and knows what it means to nourish the body and tame her desires. If she is rich and honored, she does not let wealth and power injure her clarity. If she is poor and unknown, she does not let concerns of fortune and fame entangle her body and muddle her mind. Today, people who occupy high offices in government or business are deathly afraid that they will lose their power and fortune. Fixed on profit and loss, fortune and misfortune, they risk their lives to get what they don't have and to keep what they have. They end up with a sick and tired body and a confused and deluded mind. Is this worthwhile? The states of Han and Wei were once fighting over a small piece of territory along their border. The Marquis of Han asked the sage Weizi for advice. Weizi said, "If Wei tells you that the territory can be yours if you cut off your left hand, would you sacrifice your hand for a piece of land?" The Marquis immediately replied, "Of course not. I would not want to lose my hand even for a piece of land." Weizi then said, "You just acknowledged that your hands are more important to you than territory. And if your hands are valuable to you, how much more important is your body? If you value your body, you won't think about endangering life and limb going to war with your neighbor. If everyone weighed in on what is more important to them, their lives or their possessions, we'd be content with what we have and would not go to war." The Marquis replied to Weizi, "Of all the advice I've gotten, yours was the most enlightening." The teachings of the way lie in preserving and respecting life. When there is energy to spare, it can be used to manage the family and the state. If you use all your time and energy...
Fucking things are so sensitive. it's going great. It's going great. Oh, just doing some yoga. We got through a lot of paperwork. A little more to do. I was just thinking of you. It's going great. Just doing some yoga though. I've got through a lot of paperwork. A little more to do. Was just thinking of you.
A country or take over a corporation, you won't be able to care for your life. Yet there are many today who would willingly sacrifice.
Why are photographers ditching their expensive cameras for this NASA super zoom lens? Because it clips on your smartphone and lets you take stunning.
Nan-in, a Japanese master during the Meiji era, received a university professor who came to inquire about Zen. Nan-in served tea. He poured his visitor's cup full, then kept on pouring. The professor watched the overflow until he no longer could restrain himself. It is overfull, no more will go in. Like this cup, Nan-in said, you are full of your own opinions and speculations. How can I show you Zen unless you first empty your cup? Gudo was the emperor's teacher of his time. Nevertheless, he used to travel alone as a wandering mendicant. Once when he was on his way to Edo, the cultural and political center of the shogunate, he approached a little village named Takenaka. It was evening and a heavy rain was falling. Gudo was thoroughly wet. His straw sandals were in pieces. At a farmhouse near the village, he noticed 4 or 5 pairs of sandals in the window and decided to buy some dry ones. The woman who offered him the sandals, seeing how wet he was, invited him to remain for the night in her home. Gudo accepted, thanking her. He entered and recited a sutra before the family shrine. He then was introduced to the woman's mother and to her children. Observing that the entire family was depressed, Gudo asked, what was wrong? My husband is a gambler and a drunkard, the housewife told him. When he happens to win, he drinks and becomes abusive. When he loses, he borrows money from others. Sometimes when he becomes thoroughly drunk, he does not come home at all. What can I do? I will help him, said Gudo. Here is some money. Get me a gallon of fine wine and something good to eat. Then you may retire. I will meditate before the shrine. When the man of the house returned about midnight, quite drunk, he bellowed, Hey, wife, I'm home. Have you something for me to eat? I have something for you, said Gudo. I happened to be caught in the rain, and your wife kindly asked me to remain here for the night. In return, I have brought some wine and fish, so you might as well have them. The man was delighted. He drank the wine at once and laid himself down on the floor. Gudo
Oh, hey,
sat in meditation
sister.
beside him.
They just got my LinkedIn account for Adrian Dittman clipped.
Sister, what's your language, nigga?
Sister, please be careful with the N-word, F-word. We're trying to make a living now as a live streamer. Don't ruin my dreams.
What about TikTok, Edmund?
I don't know, sister. Maybe you should help produce my TikTok version of myself.
You're muted, Edmund. Nick Mid. I'm gonna call you Nick Mid. Nasz kabany, nie?
You're correct. Dewey?
Correct.
Yeah.
Dewey.
Cool, I now have surround sound.
Wow. Lada.
Me?
No, fucking Edmund.
Dewey? Anak ko rin. Oh, yeah.
So, anyways, what are you guys doing?
Dewey means spy. Dewey in Dutch.
Dewey.
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 Hoi.
Ahoy, hoy.
Hoi.
So, Ape is still not convinced.
The elevator.
Ape is still not
To the
convinced.
Turkish market. Convinced about what?
Oh, that Adrian is Elon, yeah. I just was like looking at more videos and people have actually done voice recognition and like 100% confirmed it. It's on YouTube. You just need to do a Google search, YouTube search, and maybe spend like 10 minutes confirming what I'm saying. It's not even a hypothesis anymore. It's like a fact.
So why did you? What do you think about that?
We talked about it.
We talked about it, dumbass. Me and what's his name? Okay, cool.
Me and what's his name? It was me, dumbass.
I'm having like a seizure.
Yeah, we know.
Amnesia.
Oh,
I
thought you had what's his fucking name? Wow, that's not how you talk to your sister-in-law.
Oh, I have good memory, but liar. I don't have a good memory. I don't have a good short-term memory. No.
Oh my god, look at the neglect of mother here.
Pay homage, my little pickmakers.
Me? Who? Not you, bitch. You talking about
Oh,
Danny,
fuck,
dumbass.
Danny.
Hey, Danny. I love Danny. I don't know why y'all are so mean.
Yeah, you love her because we hate her, but as soon as we love her, you're gonna hate her.
She can't.
That's not true.
She came in my room this morning and she asked to speak to my mom, and she like was playing all this stuff. It was so annoying. Hi, Danny.
Bye, Danny. Go be taking care of your child.
Oh, no. Oh, my God.
Ryan, why do you have a picture of my aunt on your PTR?
Ryan.
Yeah,
Do you
yeah.
like my PTR? Do you like my PTR?
Yeah.
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 Do you like my
Yeah.
PTR?
Yeah.
Do you
In the
like my
morning, when her
PTR?
husband
Do you like
awoke,
my
he had
PTR?
forgotten about the previous night.
Okay.
Who are you? Where do you come from? He asked Gudo, who still was meditating. I am Gudo of Kyoto, and I am going on to Edo, replied the Zen master.
Ryan likes that. Maybe
The man was utterly ashamed. He apologized profusely to the teacher of his emperor. Gudo smiled. Everything in this life is impermanent, he explained. Life is very brief. If you keep on gambling and drinking, you will have no time left to accomplish anything else, and you'll cause your family to suffer too.
Are we more ethnocentric? Are we more ethnocentric than Irish people?
Not refuting the point that Jews
Are
are
we more ethnocentric than Irish people? Yes or no?
No,
100%
you're not
refuting
refuting
the
the
point.
point. You're fucking tap dancing.
100% refuting the point. You really don't even understand what we're
You
support the IRA.
This other fucking Jew says so.
Stupid.
Who is
The
Koran?
point is the double
It's a shocker. Whoa, crazy.
Bro, I've never met you.
Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar! Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim! Alhamdulillah!
You may sort that dipshit out and you may question whoever it is that is modding him. Yeah, that's amazing.
No, but like I'm honestly asking you, do you think we're more ethnocentric than Irish people?
Yes. Yes.
How? How could you say that?
Okay, well,
I grew up with Irish people, man.
Shut up, I tell
have
you.
a parade.
Okay, let me tell you, and we can go back and forth. It's amazing. Because Jews want for their own state, the Jewish state of Israel.
Like the Irish?
You know, today.
Like the Irish?
Amazing. Can I
Let us finish. I want to hear what he said.
That's amazing. You can't let the man speak.
Well, you make your
You gotta
point.
shut it down.
Hell, let him finish. Let him finish.
Jews want for themselves what they do not wish for others.
We do wish it for
Like
others.
what?
That's right.
So how do you feel about Protestants? Should Protestants have a place in Ireland?
I am a Protestant.
Ah, so you are a Protestant, and you're telling me that we're not Protestants in Northern
He's a Protestant!
Are Protestants an ethnicity?
In the context of Northern Ireland.
Are Protestants an ethnicity?
Okay, maybe ethnicity isn't the right word.
No, exactly.
Religious.
No, I'm
Like the way I feel afterwards. I want one person I can fuck all the time,
Yeah,
and
me too.
so what I do is I go around and when I meet people, I just give them shit tests, but I don't let them come at me until I like. Oh my god.
What?
I don't let them come. Period. Most of the time.
Huh?
It's like a big fat cheese.
But you make
Gross!
them come in your mouth.
Ew!
No.
What are you
Ew!
doing then?
So gross.
Oh.
Hi, Danny. Danny's back. Look at Danny's PTR. It's so cool.
Neglect mother.
She's a fashion icon. She's the new Andy Warhol.
Yeah. I didn't know Andy Warhol could be a neglected mother.
Danny, can you get your husband on Clown House so we can hear him yell from another room, please?
You shouldn't have shit started in my room, dumbass.
Ooh. Ooh.
Oh, you're gonna run away, neglected mother?
Ah, don't get hit by a truck yelling into Clown House, Abby.
It's not a truck, it's a bus.
That's a truck, dummy.
Yes, Sigma boy, Sigma boy, Sigma boy.
Don't make me love bomb you. Don't make me love bomb you. I'm gonna love bomb you.
Responsible uncle.
I could. It was good. Also, the other one was good.
Well done.
I'm done spending an obscene amount
Well
of money.
done for getting off Clubhouse for your nephews.
Jenga.
Oh, I like that.
I'm love bombing you because I hate you all. It's time to bring love back.
Hey, we're supposed to call you mother.
You took my heart, you crushed it badly and tore it apart. You got me texting and kept me waiting. I fell in love with you right from the start.
That's such a right song.
You took my heart, you crushed it badly and tore it apart. You got
I know
me
you don't like
texting
it.
and kept
That's why
me
it's better.
waiting. I fell in love with you right from the start.
You don't like that song because it's not some man's love spunk in your mouth.
What?
Anyways, you guys, I've decided to join the Muslim Brotherhood. I'm becoming an FBI deep state troll. I'm going to take a Toro car and I am going to fill it with Ryans, and then I'm going to Boys Town, and we are gonna come to the love bomb.
You know, Abby, I had a dream last night that I met Celine Dion at the gas station.
In the gas station bathroom.
You met who?
Celine Dion while I was stealing Reese's.
Oh, wow.
Ryan, I had no idea you were so fabulous.
While you were what?
Stealing Reese's cups.
He was doing
What are you stealing in
whippets.
your drinks?
He was doing whippets and having anal sex in the bathroom shower at a trucker stop.
Tonka truck.
So anyways, I just want to say I'm not like the other. I'm different. I'm special.
That's right.
You got some Nora Diego show.
You want to hear some Neuro Diego? Okay, cool.
Oh,
Yeah.
God, no.
No, I love it so much.
Wait, who said that? Who said that? Who said that? Who said no? Was that
I said that.
exactly? He is Ape. What's wrong with you, bro? You don't think Adrian is Elon. You don't want to make fun of the most horrifically stupid people. Like, what's wrong? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you?
It's so good. Why don't you find it funny? You know, Danny and Diego should be together. They're both neglected parents.
Welcome to the Diego Princessia Nuramandura and Diego Show! Produced, directed by Edmund Dakin, a.k.a. the fake Adrian Dittman. Guest appearances by T-Robs, the leprechaun Jew hater. Diego, will you help me avenge my people? Diego, why do you think these soldiers are attacking Americans? Is it because Israel controls America and they are the great Satan? Free Palestine! Diego, is it true that Ashkenazi Jews aren't real Jews? Diego, you're so brilliant. You're so handsome. Don't worry what Edmund says. You don't have dandruff. Okay, we're gonna take it. Hey Diego, I got you a birthday gift. I got you a Vidal Sassoon gift certificate so you could get a Head and Shoulders treatment. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Well, that's really nice of you, John, but I'm a praxeologist. I've dedicated my life to the science of economics. Really?
No, you changed your voice. How come? Last time it was like a total pro voice.
No.
Now, Head and Shoulders gives you happy hair. Clean, fresh, alive, out from under the dandruff problem. Your hair will be clean, really clean. Because Head and Shoulders is the most effective dandruff shampoo you can buy. And Head and Shoulders does it in a happy way.
Edmund joke. Oh my god, I should have put my hand gloves on. It's so fucking cool.
Have you go on YouTube and type in Diego Clubhouse and like you'll see all my videos of like when we did the Diego takeover. It's very funny.
By the way, I saved your video on my fucking hard disk.
Congratulations. Extra special.
I will forever save that one. That was my favorite.
Yeah, that was funny. The wedding special, yeah.
Yeah, it's just, I keep on listening to it, and, you know, at some point I always think, okay, I know what's next. It's just so funny.
I'm like the Down syndrome Mozart autistic Clubhouse, you know, musician, basically. I take people's patterns, I box them, I package them, I commercialize them, and I distribute them. That's right.
That's right. Oh, gunshots.
That sounded like gunshots. You're home! Congratulations! You're back in Little Somalia.
Diego! Shoulder shampoo. It really, really, really works. Yes, it works. Head and Shoulders cools your dandruff, gives your hair body too. Head and Shoulder shampoo. She loves the lather of a Head and Shoulder shampoo. It really, really, really works. Yes, it works. Head and Shoulders cools your dandruff, gives your hair.
What are you like? You think it's a wedding or something, or do you think it's, you know, the Islamic Revolution attack
Islamic Revolution
that we've been fearing?
There are too many Noras here.
Allahu Akbar!
Every day I wake up, I thank God I'm not an Indian, I'm not black, I'm not Arab.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Well, that's what every Jew says when they wake up. They say, "Thank God I'm not a fucking woman." Oof.
A Jew?
Yeah, it's one of the mitzvahs. Every day you're supposed to say, "Thank you, God, for not making me a woman."
Why?
You didn't know that?
No.
Yeah, look it up.
I thought being a woman is special.
I know, but that's the yin yang, where if you think about that, you'll realize that it's an all or nothing statement. And so it's like a paradox where you say, how could the Torah tell me to say thank you, God, for not making me a woman? So it's like an inversion. You've got to have a deep and profound understanding of trans psychology.
Do I have to think as well because I am one?
No, you just have to go to the gym. That's it.
Oh no, I don't have to.
Vote for Trump, Fatty.
That's right. No, see, we've already gotten past that, Ape. You're still a couple months behind.
I don't understand how you like Trump and not Elon Musk.
I like Elon. I like Trump too.
Oh, okay. I thought you hated Elon Musk.
Okay,
No.
what's the whole thing with like the 8 genders in Judaism?
The 8
He
gendered
doesn't know
and
that.
the Jewish 8 genders? I never heard of that.
Only Randy knows this shit. Just to get back at the Jews.
Let me Google that
But
one.
little does he know.
Let me
his
Google
fucking
that for
religion
you.
copied everything. But the Jews
What's up with these things called books that I heard people keep reading about? What is a book? I haven't read a book in like years.
Yeah, what's a book?
Ugh. What are those things called books? Is there a screen inside of a book that I can
I
scroll?
want to argue with you about.
Do you turn pages in a book or do you scroll pages in a book? And how do you spell book?
Let me ask Diego. Diego.
Diego!
Body to Head and Shoulder shampoo. When you go steady with that Head and Shoulder shampoo, you'll love it cause it really works. Yes, it works. Head and Shoulders cools your dandruff, gives your hair body to Head and Shoulders shampoo.
Diego, you look so handsome tonight. I'm the luckiest girl in the world.
Head and Shoulders shampoo. Head and Shoulders shampoo.
If you're over 60 and live independently, you need to watch this. The number one fear.
Oh, really?
How did they know?
Diego, I want to grow old with you and have your babies.
If you're 60. Oh my god, sooner or later we'll be 60, guys.
Do you age when you're dead?
We spent 3 years on this app, like how embarrassing.
I have spent, almost 4
That
years.
is embarrassing as fuck.
Yeah, maybe it is. I don't know.
Because I learned about that actually. That's not. I'm just trying to get those in.
Please don't scroll. I'm just trying to become a big
Oh my god, when I hear this, I have the exact image of you in my head. When you're going crazy. I have one video of you. Can I post it on my on my Twitter?
It's on my YouTube. I have tons of videos of that background sound.
Can I post one of the ones that I screen recorded?
Dude, post whatever the fuck you want. I don't care.
Okay. I'm just asking for permission.
What?
Because I like that one. You're like, they're always talking about the Jews, science, Jews. And then you go crazy. I like that one so much.
Just go to YouTube and type in. Oh, I'm trying to find it. Diego Clubhouse? Let me see.
Diego Clubhouse. Oh my gosh.
Diego Nura. Let's see. No, nothing's coming up.
It's Nura.
Nura.
It's Nura.
Nura.
Shut the fuck up, bitch.
Noodles.
Let me put Diego Nura Clubhouse.
Oof, if I had a daughter like Nura, I would kill myself.
Yeah, here we go, right away.
Why wouldn't you just kill your dog?
No, I would be so disappointed in myself.
So if there is a YouTube video called Clubhouse Diego Princessia Nura T-Rob's Friendsgiving Thanksgiving from 1 month ago. It's got 14 views.
They're all from Tim.
Yeah, T-Robs loves to talk. He loves the dopamine.
He does. Fucking white nigger. Oh, sorry. Sorry.
He's a Protestant. He's a Protestant.
Who are you talking to? Who are you apologizing to, Abby?
Huh?
Who are you apologizing to?
Just for him because he's recording and then his thing got split.
Wow.
So I'm trying not to get him clipped.
Well, that's fine.
Otherwise, I don't care.
But you asked him.
You know what the traffic light is not fully green, but cyan green?
No.
Any guesses?
My traffic lights are fully green.
Please
Well,
don't
you
scroll.
cannot.
I'm
It's
just trying
not
to become.
allowed here. The difference between green and cyan green is that the cyan green is to be detected by people who are colorblind, because the red and green are sometimes indistinguishable for people with color blindness. So that's why they put cyan green, because it's far enough to distinguish between these two.
Is someone talking to me?
Huh?
Silence, please.
Really?
Silence, please.
Avoid using these boring phrases. It's alright.
Diego! I thought you loved me!
Why do you say silence, please?
Okay, I'm gonna go back to meditating. Have a good one, guys. Allahu Akbar!
You are right, he declared. How can I ever repay you for this wonderful teaching? Let me see you off and carry your things a little way. If you wish, assented Gudo. The two started out. After they had gone 3 miles, Gudo told him to return. Just another 5 miles, he begged Gudo. They continue on. You may return now, suggested Gudo. Another 10 miles, the man replied. Return now, said Gudo, when the 10 miles had been passed. I'm going to follow you all the rest of my life, declared the man. Modern Zen teachers in Japan spring from the lineage of a famous master who was the successor of Gudo. His name was Munan, the man who never turned back.
It's going great. Just got some yoga.
The Zen master Hakuin was praised by his neighbors as one living a pure life. A beautiful Japanese girl whose parents owned a food store lived near him. Suddenly, without any warning, her parents discovered she was with child. This made her parents angry. She would not confess who the man was, but after much harassment, at last named Hakuin. In great anger, the parents went to the master. Is that so? Was all he would say. After the child was born, it was brought to Hakuin. By this time, he had lost his reputation, which did not trouble him. But he took very good care of the child. He obtained milk from his neighbors and everything else the little one needed. A year later, the girl mother could stand it no longer. She told her parents the truth, that the real father of the child was a young man who worked in the fish market. The mother and father of the girl at once went to Hakuin to ask his forgiveness, to apologize at length, and to get the child back again. Hakuin was willing. In yielding the child, all he said was, "Is that so?"